Looking for one more. He knows exactly where Jeet is, but Jeet... He has to take it! Oh! Getting a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Reason.
The side decided to one more.
Oh!
Scary!
But San don't care! San wants more!
Oh, it's walking and loose. That Vera picking up 3!
The day is settling down. On the desk is Tash and me. The players are gearing up, and welcome to another week of VCT. Hello, everybody. My name is Lemonade, and I'm joined by Tash Bunny, the ever so beautiful, gorgeous, one and only.
Oh, thank you so much. It's been a while since I've been here, and it's been a whole long 3 weeks so far since we've seen each other. Always on the desk I've seen since I've been here. And now today we have 2 amazing series coming down here, and I think it's really interesting to talk about what we can expect here today. And it's going to be 2 very amazing teams, 2 series actually, Kizuna versus Louvre, followed by X10 versus Enigma. Of course, this wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. We have Astro Arena up in here. Thank you guys so much for being one of our sponsors. And today is going to be a good one. Now, let's talk a bit about our first series for today. It's going to be Kizuna versus Louvre. Now, for Kizuna, we know that they've had a roster change, at least a little bit, where they changed 2 of their players here moving into the game. But before that, let's take a little bit of a break. And for you guys who don't know the game, let's have a look at the format.
Welcome back to Split 2 of the VCT Challengers MY. We hope you enjoyed all the games for Split 1, and we are here to give you a quick rundown on what's happening next. Here we have the final standings for Split 1 VCL. Of the 8 teams, the top 6 teams will move on directly to Split 2 VCL, and the bottom 2 teams will face off against the top 2 teams from the Split 2 Challengers qualifier in the promotion relegation bracket. These 4 teams will face off in a 4-team GSL bracket, 1 slot taken from the upper bracket finals, and 1 slot from the lower bracket finals to qualify into the Split 2 VCL. This bracket features best of 3s for all matches other than the decider matches, which would be a best of 5s. Once we've gotten our 8 teams for Split 2 VCL, teams will go through a grueling series of best of 3 matches across a span of 14 days. The top 6 teams will qualify to the Challengers playoffs to fight for the top spot and a chance to compete in the Ascension Tournament. The Ascension Tournament will feature the top teams from the Asia Pacific region. The winner of the Ascension Tournament will qualify for the 2024 and 2025 International League. Without further ado, let's head back to the main show.
Wow, a mouthful as it is. That is the format. And if you guys have not been paying attention, we are currently in the group stages. And of course, the stakes are ever so high as they are competing for a chance to get into the playoffs and as well to Ascension. So of course, you're talking about Kizuna and the roster change. There's so much in this split too that we have to digest and also dissect.
Yeah, that's right. So coming back into our first series today, it's going to be Kizuna versus Louvre. Now, when we talk about these two teams, both teams did go through massive major overhauls, especially Louvre. But let's talk about Kizuna first. Now, Kizuna coming into this tournament, I would say, as a brand new, organization in particular. And they have Riza, Bryce, Shinsei, Flaring, and Kimi. And we know that the two new players in there is Bryce as well as Shinsei. A new controller for them, a new IGL, and you have Shinsei, their brand new duelist. Now, also as well, don't forget that for Louvre, they went through almost a full team overhaul here. The only main character or the main player left from the main core event is going to be Reverie. But for now, let's have a look at the standings first before we go into the game to kind of like really hash down what our journey has been in the past 2 to 3 weeks.
Yep, and of course in the standings we see Bleed Esports taking the top spot right now, 4-0, having a pretty clean win streak. Enigma Gaming, who's going to be playing later on, is currently at second. X10 themselves are 2-1 after winning against Todak last week. Kizuna Esports is the first game of today, the first series, which actually beat out Teo last week and got themselves a point finally. Bikini Bottom Prada House 1-3 as well. Teo also hovering within the 1-3 win to loss, and Louvre is the only one here 0-3, so a lot to be asked from them.
I think it's really important to talk about when we talk about Louvre is that they literally just pulled together some players to come into this league. If you remember, only Reverie was the only last player from the core from the last team, and they have 4 new players coming through. I mean, while they do have one player who has had a significant experience here in the VCT, I think that for the rest, like Doomin, Extremist, as well as Risa, they haven't really played on the big stage quite yet. Yes, they've been through the playoffs, but the qualifiers, but never really making it to the big stage. So there is something to worry about there for the team coming into this tournament. I mean, like when we come back to Kizuna as well, I think that with Kizuna's brand new pickups as well, it's really important to talk about that because it really shows a different type of team dynamics. And I think that from Split 1 to Split 2, we've seen most teams start to have an overhaul, a change in their rosters, whether it be a change in IGL, a change in their players, whether it be players stepping up or stepping down. It's always going to be really cool to see how the dynamics have changed, because after all, it is going to be a really important one as we go into our first series of the day. It's going to be Kizuna as well as Louvre, and I think I've talked a lot about them, but what do you think about these two teams?
I think definitely you hit the nail on the head, which is the overhaul changes a lot to be asked from these two teams. Yes, we know what they placed last split, but the play style right now is basically totally different, especially for Louvre because the IGL changed. So even you can say that, Shinsei and Bryce, they are in Kizuna right now. They know Louvre inside and out, but it's basically a whole other team. 4 members have totally changed out of it. And Extreme is now being the IGL. If you took a look actually in the team video, I'm not mistaken, they actually seem to have a really friendly bond, I would say. They really trust their IGL. So I think that's really sweet to say. But of course, the scoreboard does not lie. They are a little behind right now, but they really need to get back on their foot, get the playstyle that they're comfortable with. And I think Kizuna right now being the team that they're up against would be the wake-up call, I would say, for them to really find their foot.
I think what's really important to talk about is as well, like Louvre literally just pulled themselves together right before the league started. And, it's sort of like a last-minute thing if you think about it as well, because Reverie kind of like pulled everyone behind, pulled everyone together. And if you guys didn't know, Riza isn't playing today. It's going to be a stand-in. It's going to be S1 Eugene playing in his stead. Now, Wisa. Coming into this game. Now, as well, if you remember as well, while we do have Kale in this lineup, he was previously from Toda, from former Circus, and now playing also for Down to Clown. While he does have that experience, it's really hard to really bring, a Sunrise team or brand new players into the game as well, because the mindset from a team that is used to playing pubs or just, ranked games is very different than a tournament format in particular. And speaking of that, I think the biggest problems that this team has so far is just coordination. They need more time to really figure out how to synchronize with each other, how to move with each other, together, and also that miscommunication gap that they have right now.
Precisely. And I think where it really shows is when they're attacking. I think the coordination that is really obvious that it's not at the par that they want to. And usually in defending, they are much more better. But the amount of attack losses usually cost them the game in longevity, because in the end, if they start on the attacking, they lose so much and it's so hard to catch up. But with that being said, we have Kizuna Esports on the screen. So we see, again, Kizuna Esports with, of course, the new additions, which is Bryce and Shinsei from Louvre themselves. And looking much more better, I would say, just starting this off. And also having a little bit more conviction and a little bit more confidence.
Better. Shinsei, welcome back from the hospital again. Glad to see you here. I think the last time they played, they were playing with First Love.
Yes,
that was when they managed to get their first win. And I think that for Kizuna coming into this tournament, it's all about trying to prove themselves, because they didn't have the run that they wanted in the last split. I think they are a very solid team. And I think one of the biggest problems for them was that mental. Because if you remember, the first 3 matches they had in split 1 was against the top 3 teams, which was really hard for them to beat.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I say confidence, right? Especially right now, when they finally get their first win, I'm starting to see them a little bit more gelled together as a team. And that was also with First Love last week, and they actually managed to win. So now with Shinsei in the picture, someone that we've been putting this spotlight on for a long time, I cannot wait to see what they will do. But besides Shinsei, there's also KO from the side of Louvre and Flaring that's on our screen right now in the highlight, the head-to-head for Kizuna.
I think it's really cool to think about these two players as controllers. I think that these two definitely have star potential from the team. KO coming from such a long line of teams here in MYSG, in Malaysia in particular, and Flaring as well. He's been playing for quite a long time. If you look at their ACS, their KDAs, their headshot percentages, it's almost very similar. It really shows what they can bring to the team in terms of frag power, in terms of what they can bring in terms of numbers on picks. But what about how they work in terms of controllers in general? We know that whenever someone thinks of Flaring, even back in the day, Flaring has always been a 300 IQ controller, the smoker, the Astro you want to look for, the Viper you want to look for. But now for Kale, I think that when you put him up against a big player like Flaring, who he has been competing against for a very long time, especially since he was in Toda, it really shows him like, okay, I really have to step up to the plate here. What can I offer to the team? And I think when I was talking to a lot of the viewers at home as well as other casters, they said that yes, for Louvre, all eyes are on Kale.
All eyes are definitely on KO, especially since, you know, he brings in a little bit more of that, let's say, variating factor where it can be Omen, it can be Harbor, so there's more of this flexibility that can play around of. As for Flaring himself, I think the Astra, of course, like it's basically him in the branding Astra.
Yeah, I think he's a brilliant Astra. The way he not only how he places his stars, but just really like what util he wants to use as well. It's all about a timing, and I think that for Flaring as well as Kizuna, they've been playing for 2 splits now. They've had time to really gel and really work together. Now coming into this, the fact that Louvre chose Pearl against Kizuna is surprising, because I feel like Kizuna has lost this map quite a lot, but it's not necessarily a bad thing, because for me personally, I think that a team that loses a map a lot will learn a lot from that. So that sometimes when you have teams that really choose these maps against them, it can always become, like I would say, it will come and bite them back in the butt.
Yeah, and things very interesting because Louvre picked a Pearl, whereas Kizuna picked Ascent, which is something that Louvre has been a little bit more comfortable on, but they have not been breaking through so far.
No, they have had every single pick on Ascent, and they have lost every single Ascent here. And this is what I think that in this case, you know, I feel like for Kizuna, it's a smart idea. It's like they've been picking their own map. We'll give them their own map and we'll show them how to play it.
Oh man, so much to be asked, especially since we see Kizuna picking defense first on Pro, where we have not seen low statistically, so difficult to pronounce, statistically do well. And I think it's gonna really be a long stretch for Louvre to really try to climb the uphill battle.
I think that in this instance in particular for Louvre, it's really hard for them to really work on strats. I mean, if you look at Ascent, I think Ascent is, across the board, across all different leagues, we're gonna be seeing the same lineup and the same strats. I think we've seen that in all of the leagues. It's always gonna be the set type of meta. It hasn't been changed for a while, and I think a lot of players in Valorant have been complaining that it is kind of dry now at this point. But let's see if that's going to be the case as we move into Agent Select. And I think that for the first map, Pearl, if you remember correctly, Pearl is a map that really, I would say, it's all about control on that map. It's all about control, holding the area and being able to take it back. And I think that in this situation, I mean, if we looked at how it was played in VCT Pacific and VCT Lock-in, especially for B-Long area, we saw a popularity for the usage of of Harbor. And there's a reason why, because they were seeing a double controller meta come through. But for this situation, I think for MYSG, we're not really at that point yet. We're still in the point of going back to basics, and it's going to be a mirror matchup.
So we have the Astro pickup on both sides. Pretty interesting because they do not opt for the double controller as we've been seeing displayed earlier on in the weeks. And also, we're actually seeing some changes on the side of Louvre. We have the Killjoy now, as opposed to the Gecko that was originally actually hovered, but it was a really, really bad loss for the side of Louvre. Previously, it was 3-13. So I think they really know that they have to do some fixing in the holes that are the weaknesses of themselves.
Yeah, I think that in this situation, I think sometimes, well, yeah, you can run a Gecko. Gecko is not necessarily the worst agent to play, but sometimes going back to basics to something that you're more comfortable with might be a lot better to use. Sometimes because Gecko is such a new agent at this point, and you don't necessarily have all of the lineups already known how to be used and how exactly to play around that agent just yet. So yeah, I think this might be a great call for Louvre coming into this game. But the fact that they decided to pick Pearl instead of their usual says something to us here. And let's see what they have, you know, under, what do you call this, in their sleeves. I don't know. I mean, when we think about these two teams for Louvre, I think that a lot of people think the people are just honestly at this point just kind of like questioning for Louvre, like, what do you have in mind here? What exactly are you trying to bring to the table in terms of execution? But in this situation, again, just want to remind everyone at home, this is a brand new team just put together right before the league. So for them, I think needing the time to really figure out each other, understand how each other plays is gonna take a while.
And the elephant in the room is actually that S1 Eugene is the one on the Killjoy. So I do understand why they have to switch up, just trying to play around with what the members are coming in today are more comfortable with. And also we see the Breach being picked up, which was not in the previous round last week. So I think that will be pretty interesting considering that Extremist is the one that is also the IGL, the one that's going to be calling the shots. So let's take a look right now. Actually, there's going to be some aggression up in the mid side. Kizuna all hovering into mid, anticipating a possible push coming through. Unfortunately, though, the attackers have already taken possession of B side. And they're already going for the plan. No bodies down yet so far.
Spike planted.
This is a really good take coming in from Louvre, just very quickly moving into B. And I think the gamble from Kizuna to just kind of put everyone onto toward mid and A is not the right call. Regardless for Riza, already with the crispy headshot, opening it up real big. Gonna buy some time with that aftershock regardless. Onto the side there, Streamers will be traded out. Shinsei and Riza get one each. We both know they're sharp, 12 HP left. Shinsei for 2 and KZ flaring for 1 more. A very clean round. They may have gotten the site quick, but the retakes were just better by Kizuna.
Oh my god, it's like a game of chess. When Louvre comes up with a strategy, going off full head into site itself, Kizuna, they are one step ahead. They have it around mid, and they didn't decide to go for a full-on retake onto site. They know they'll be playing onto B long itself at the back, and decided to do a 2-3 split. And look at it, it's successful so far.
I'm really liking the fact that they're okay with giving away that space, giving away that side and playing retakes, and understanding that they're able to really pincer them from the side itself, coming in from the backside and just separating them, understanding that B long is a very long area to work with. They are going to be separated because some are going to be on the side itself, some are going to be behind, making sure that no one's flanking, and when you are separated and they don't have strength in numbers, that is when you want to strike.
Louvre looking a little bit more nervous right now. Of course, it is their eco, so they are looking to go for picks this time. Kale and Doom is the one with the sheriffs, but it doesn't seem to be the same aggression that Kizuna was displaying in the previous round. Ooh, Recombo gonna tag too, but it's still Louvre that's gonna be the one doing something.
Yeah, we're still just waiting for time as Riza still the jump peaks come through. You can see how they're separated. Like for Kizuna, they're very, very far apart, very thinned out here. And for Riza, he has to be careful he doesn't get picked off here, because if he does get picked off, it's gonna be a very open site. And immediately Bryce holding out mid is just so huge. A big pick onto Doomin means that it's gonna be a lot harder for Louvre to get onto the site.
Oh, I think they're feeling it as well. They're just holding on, playing default, but doesn't seem to be biting the bait. Kimi, though, I think he does here, has a little bit of suspicion, considering that this side of mid was already contested.
Try to throw his gun?
Wow, the confidence.
Not too sure what he did there. Regardless, don't think that now's the time to... I'm not sure whether he switched his gun or threw a gun.
30 seconds
Jump
left.
onto the side, onto A main, and Flaring moving onto the backside. And we remember, for Flaring, he is the master of playing backside, just letting these smokes move according to plan, buying a lot of time with that. And as time is ticking down here, we're seeing the explosive play being set up by Extremists, waiting with the conquest immediately onto the side, immediately getting one at Art. Eugene just so fast right now, taking one out of the way. Bryce quickly gets one, and Flaring as well. A nice 4 pick by Bryce just shows what a man of a sentinel he is.
Oh man, he knew how to play around it, playing back and forth, taking the fight that he needed and not overextending. 4K. I mean, of course, he was the one with the better guns, the one with the Bulldog. But I think in that sense, we did see a little bit of hesitation on the side of Louvre. Yes, they lost Doomin. They're unable to make the breakthrough on the side as easily as they were. Time got to them, and well, Kizuna 2-0 currently.
Yeah, it was a little bit too late for them to play explosive as well because there was only 13 seconds left. They really couldn't tell which way they wanted to go. Regardless, as we go into the next round, Doomin running straight onto site. They are on the bonus. They have the rifles on the way. They've already spotted out Flaring. It's Flaring gonna be swapping out to the Sheriff instead of using that Spectre. Shinsei, this is a very aggressive push up. Your surprise as Kale holding back, catches him off guard, understanding that Shinsei will be the one to push.
Look at the map, already making a beeline onto B, knowing they took off Shinsei on the side of B itself, coming up way too aggressive. A side is almost impossible to hit though. You have Killjoy, you have Flaring at the back. It's so hard. Oh, but Kale misses that shot. Still gonna try though. Already making up the space. They're taking so much of it, but Utility is pushing them back.
Smoke's not allowing them onto site here. Kale still pushing on for time. A nice little pull out here. Just surprise push. It's gonna be Riza taking one, but Reverie trades out. Regardless, the Aftershock will buy some time. A flash as well, swinging out there as Kale picks one more for himself. Flaring, Kimi now out of the way. They only lost Doomin in this process. This is a really, really good bonus for them. With only Bryce left here and no information, he has to really figure out how he wants to play this. He can go for aggression, go for maybe a pick rather, just take away their guns as they move into round number 4. Or he might not.
I think he does have to try to exit right, so he has no utility, and that's exactly it. Kale going the Eagle Peak, taking the Operator Bullet onto his head. Wow, so much to be said there. But Louvre actually coming out with 4 members on the side that are just staying alive. It goes to show that they're not out of the game just yet, and really that big pickoff onto Shinsei earlier just gave them the green light to go into B, regardless if they lose 1-2 members. Moving on right now into round number 4, we do see some buys coming in from Kizuna. They have some light shields, but Kimi unable to purchase himself any rifles along with Flaring. You've got to be a little bit more defensive, I would say, especially since Louvre now already won the previous round, having a little bit more confidence in it. See, they're already going to try for a B push.
This is a very aggressive Kizuna. I'm really liking how aggressive they're trying to be here, especially as I know that they do have guns in this process. Doomin now with the op. Holding the line, B long will be where they want to be peeking at. And I'm liking the fact that for Bryce, he knows that it might be an op shot. Not over peeking, letting them go take long if they want to. And Shinsei with the pincer, not too sure if he spots out Eugene moving onto the site, but he does see the Aftershock come through. It is from his teammate, no one there at mid quite yet. Deciding against going to her longs. I think it's better for them to peek twice, but who knows how exactly they want to proceed. This is a very slow movement toward Louvre. No sound at all made.
I like the fact that Kizuna is actually being so disciplined. They managed to make it all the way to CT. Does not go for the peak though. They know where they are. They know they're going for B hit. And Shinsei, yes, anticipates Doomin just like that. Referee gets the V5, but Shinsei has something else to say about it. Ooh, but the op shot's going to shut him down. 1-for-1 trades all around, but Kizuna's going to be the victor of this battle.
That was honestly really great coming in here. While Doomin was able to take up that space, Kizuna was just playing the role of just holding. They understand that their over-aggression really costed them in the round where they didn't have to lose in the round number 3, in the bonus. So what they do here is just they said, okay, let them push. We are doing well on the retakes, so let's just go with that. And I think that this is working out so well because at this point, Louvre is not understanding, or they couldn't know where exactly the other members of Kizuna are going to be. They take their time, they give up that space.
And I think that's exactly the problem that that really shakes Louvre up, because if they make a mistake, they lose 1-2 rounds, they end up just playing default. It's going to be way too slow. But right now on the screen, we're seeing some skirmishes up onto A.
Yeah, this is a really good change up if you see here. Because how it's going to go here is like Kizuna, they go aggressive and then they immediately... It's like a push and pull. It's like a rubber band sort of situation if you think about it, where they just really take up that space, be aggressive, and then immediately move back. It buys a lot of time. It keeps the members of Louvre at bay, and it just keeps them like questioning like, okay, how many people are on this side itself?
Firing, sensing a little bit of threat coming from A main, playing around dugout. He usually plays around that, and he's an absolute monster. I think Louvre knows this, takes the warning signs, and walks all the way into either maybe mid or B side. But we have KO holding out B. They know no one's pushing out. But the box is so small right now. They left control of A. Now they're holding together in B side. They essentially have to do the explosive tactic once again.
They keep going toward this situation, but after a while, it gets kind of predictable, and Kizuna is able to read. Regardless, a lot of the members of Kizuna are on A. It's only Rise on this side itself. We've seen how he holds, how he anchors, and here comes the Rolling Thunder just to give up a lot of that space. Extreme is already on the site, and even expending this Hunter's Fury as well. Yumin does get one, but Shinsei Riza one each. Shinsei already for two, doing a lot of work as the Cosmic Divide is going down. They are not even close to the site. It is planted for them, but they cannot see it all. Shock Dart to come through here, as we do have one shot toward the area. Extremist does find Shinsei in the end. A nice little aftershock to buy some time, as well as a concuss as well. We do have the players trying to push forward, but bros, don't fake, as Kizuna does find them in the end, but Extremist gets away with 3.
Oh, the way Kizuna is playing is a well-armed machine. You said the push and pull. I feel like it's a wave. It's like it goes forward, it comes back. They know when to be patient, they know when to be aggressive. And if you take a look earlier, actually, the utility used by Louvre there to try to claim the site, Rolling Thunder barely hit anybody. I think it was only Kimmy. But Kizuna, they're so well aware of the fact that they're going to go onto site. We're going to play a little bit back, but it doesn't mean we're giving site for free. They use utility almost immediately right at their entrances.
You already hear the blades come up online. As Flaring once again playing the aggressive push forward. Already spots them. Here's the footsteps. And again, playing toward the backside. Also hear blades on the other end too. Both jets are to be looked at. This is where things get sketchy as this noise gets cut. Once again, it leaves everyone in awe and in silence. They know that at least Flaring is going to be on A. They do spot our Shinsei Cloudburst as well, but you also will be hearing that lockdown come through from the side of Eugene. Is going to give them that space, but look at how aggressive they're going to forward here. Shinsei's already inside with the shorty. It is a trade after all, but Shinsei is going to get detained. His teammate is nowhere close to help out here. Doomin does take a little bit of damage from that Nano Swarm. As they do get this plant, the other members of Kizuna is pushing through the aftershock to buy some time. He tanks it. Regardless, they do also have their lockdown to come through, as well as the Hunter's Fury. They will at least try to break it. It does get destroyed. They are going to get onto the site. Unfortunately, Shinsei whips his knives. Blades go down. Bryce does get one more. The sprays come out here. They are on main. It's a little bit hard to go here. Nice little crossfire to come through. They didn't realize the experience on the backside. Eugene with the band-aid play tries to make something have to happen, but Riza wins it in the end with a 2-piece in the pocket.
It's just like the previous round, honestly. I mean, yes, it's a different environment. You have A side as question right now, but it's the same thing. They did lose Flaring earlier. Yes, they got that pick off, but they were really holding off right at bay whenever they need. They even put the aftershock knowing that they were planned at that spot. The damage is a little bit. Doomy was really low as well in that fight. They know they're already tagged. They choose to pick the fight, playing off of each other, and overall, Louvre just really couldn't get one step ahead of Kizuna, especially when they're attacking together in numbers.
Kizuna is honestly so smart when you talk about giving that space. We give you that space. We play together. Strength in numbers. Don't use our utilities too early. If you remember properly, the only utility that was used was actually from Flaring, and he didn't even use all of it in the end.
So smart. Truly utilizing as much as they can towards their value. Shinsei unfortunately misses the operator, forced to retreat a little bit, but no one is biting the bait. Eugene just got off his life, holding it in case Shinsei is going to push out. But really smart, trying to get information. I think they realize now that they're giving space a little bit too easy to Kizuna. But with that being said, Kizuna though, they take their own space that they need, get that information, and they know they're not at A, so they actually hold on.
God,
So much value out of that.
That was a nice little hold, an angle, very beautifully played. It actually missed out on the recon. They didn't even realize he was there. Quick reaction time from Bryce, honestly.
This is what I'm telling you. You know, the information you get just by pushing out a little bit. Go to A main, they're not there. Okay, B side, B long is clear out, so mid is the only quick place of question.
But for Bryce, it's only 8 HP left. He's still playing so far in front. This man fears nothing. And with time running out, 30 seconds to go, and only 2 players left, it's going to be a little bit hard to get onto sight. They do hear the turret. They can't play on contact here. As Bryce still holding on line, he hears all the footsteps coming forward. You can already see the rotations come through here as everyone is rotating toward the A side. Kale still holding, making sure that no one can find them. I think what they're trying to do here is just save at this point. It's really hard for them to really come a retake, and their economy not doing so great.
Oh, it's so hard. I think right now it's really a little bit of a stalemate for the side of Louvre. They end up losing these fights. They don't know what to do, and while we're holding on mid here, no one's even pushing them in aggression. But still, this begs the question, what is Louvre going to do? What are they going to try next? Especially since Kizuna seemed to have cracked their code so fast, winning at least round number 3.
Honestly, let's have a look at that again here. If you look at how exactly Bryce plays, it's all about hold, and this is a perfect hold. They saw the utils come through, he saw the recon as well, and he understands immediately there was 3. That is honestly a really quick reaction and smart on their part, and now this timeout from Louvre will be phenomenal. Now, if you look at across the board, what the problem with Louvre is that they really cannot make up their mind on which side they want to hit. It's always like, okay, let's put all these utils on B, let's rush through. Oh no, it's very dangerous, let's go toward A. And in a lot of situations, they get to the side they actually want to commit to at around maybe 15 seconds left, and it doesn't give them a lot of time to really set up for that play. Make sure that the site is clear before putting down that plant. And before they're able to even prepare for that post plant, you already see Kizuna rushing through with 5 men, still very much healthy and alive, and all their utilities still intact.
Yeah, I believe that the cohesion of the team is not exactly where it needs to be, and it's almost as though it's kind of paper textbook for them. You know, we want to get onto A side, we want to get the plan down. They do, but they lose immediately because it's step 1, they get it done, but suddenly step 2 isn't quite well prepared as they thought they would be.
I think the step 2 here for them is just to really pinpoint what exactly, which side they want to commit to, and try to understand. In the past 6 rounds, what have we seen? They understand that Flaring's on A, which is why they're seeing more commits onto A. But in this situation, we always see Flaring just give up the site so easily. And because of how they're not quick enough to prepare for that post plant, they just get chunked off so quickly, just like Riza's HP right now with the jump peak.
But they're already all the way down mid section of B long. There is some Sentinel uses there with the Killjoy's Nano, so I'm going to deter him a little bit, but he is blinded. Doomy with the Stinger, going to take his gun within his possession. Love right at the site, going to go for the plan. Either work out.
Thunder as well coming through. Another response from the team. Nano Swarm chunks down Riza, but the plan does come through regardless. Shinsei still holding on for time. Needs to pop some heads. Where are the heads is the question. They are going to see the aftershock come through just to clear them off that corner. Flaring does find Doomin in the end. They have to find one more. It's with Shinsei. Nice pick by Kale, but Shinsei does find another in the end. Riza for one more play to worry about, and Eugene's only good for 1 before Riza cleans up house.
Oh, so close though. That's the closest Louvre has probably been. Besides from round number 3 itself. Get the plan down, but 2 members alive on the side of Kizuna. You can see that even if they do invest the utility into gaining sight, they just walk a little bit back. They wait a little bit more, wait for the time to go off of their flashes, off of their utilities, and once again, do the modus operandi.
I think for Louvre, it's just understanding that they need to take that space and hold it. It would give them a lot of value to get picks early, to go a little bit more aggressive and take up a little bit more space. Maybe go behind toward flowers, maybe take up art as well. Because in this situation, they're only coming in from main. They're not contending from the other sides. So there's another 3 different areas they have to worry about 5 players from Kizuna.
Yep. Creative. Just get creative a little bit. I think that's really something that we are begging for right now. Inside the Louvre, Shinsei walks all the way up. He does hear the owl drone though. Tag has to retreat. Members of Kizuna, they're actually still so patient. They're actually not doing a fast rotate, considering the last round was so explosive for Louvre.
I think that no rotates are coming through here, it's because they're understanding how exactly Louvre thinks and how exactly they play. We haven't really seen any changes dramatically onto the side as Shinsei with the shorty. This man fears nothing. Just straight up stands inside of Doomin's Cloudburst. With the op once again, still holding up for time through the smoke, finds Kale. Can we get two? Not gonna happen. A little bit too lucky there the first time. Eugene does find one. Riza trades it out so quickly. Extremists. Only a sheriff in hand. Can he pop some hits? Not gonna be happening. Shinsei is holding. Reverie takes him down. Gonna stop his menace. But with only Reverie still alive, 1-on-3, if he doesn't get the isolate, it may just spell danger, and Kizuna is not allowing the isolate to happen. It's gonna be a 3-man swing so easily. Gets one, but that's all he's gonna get.
Shinsei living with murder committed. This man has nothing to stop him. He is so aggressive, he is so confident. Going out there with the operator, as soon as that cloudburst dissipated, I assumed he was gonna be dead. But he swaps to the shorty, takes out one, and stays alive to take another two down. Wow.
I want to call Shinsei the shorty king at this point, because how many times have we seen that happen? Just now through the smoke, as Doomin jumps into the side, he pushes through the back and just gets two with the shorty, which is honestly insane.
Not looking so good for the side of Louvre, especially since Kizuna has 3 ultimates available. Louvre's gonna try an A hit this time, knowing that B has been not working out so far. But with that being said, you know that Killjoy is set up here. You know that we have Flaring, who usually plays out a dugout. And there's an extra member, which is going to be Shinsei with that op shot onto Reverie.
That was huge. A nice reposition onto this side as Doomin punishes him in the end. Quick reaction time, and now with that op out of the way, this is gonna give them a little bit more breathing space as they hit that B site. We haven't seen any movement yet from Riza. He's still holding down the line, but he is also understanding that double doors might be where they want to hit, so he is holding a little bit more deep. Because the idea is, if he is close enough for that rotate, he can still get information while still waiting for his teammates to play together. But here comes the explosive play. It's going to be through Art this time. Look at all those utils. Doomin already on the side. Look under you, Doomin. He does not see him. A nice little crossfire to come through. Kimi with the tremor finds one. A nice little flash as well. A nice little swing towards that. Eugene gets in. Kale goes down by Flaring. Flaring, 9 bullets in there, but he doesn't have to use it at all. Doesn't even need to do anything when Bryce is around.
Reinforcements is the name of the game, and that's exactly what you need your teammates. You need your teammates to count on. Now 4 ultimates available for the second last round. And Louvre forced to go onto a save. They're unable to buy any rifles, and it's looking a little bit dimmer and dimmer as time goes by.
Ooh, how many rounds in a row has been 1, 2? Actually, it's been 6 rounds in a row. It's rough, honestly. In this kind of play, this is where the mental starts to take a toll on you.
Right here.
What can you do? What kind of patterns can we find out? I think the only thing that can really salvage this is maybe a change in the half. Regardless, maybe you can get 9-3. Who knows? Regardless, for Doomin coming up forward here, that information may have been relayed as Extremist is just still holding down the line. It's going to be clearing out Art at least, but he doesn't realize that someone is already pushing up, and that's Shinsei. A very aggressive player coming through. And on top of that, they have full control of the spike. It's going to be so hard to get it back.
Oh, Riza already knows that they're trying to make do all this time. The shorty is going to take out Doomin. You lose out Extremist, you lose out Doomin. Referee's trying to get the refight, but it's so very hard. He gets tagged, but not enough. Eugene is the one who's going to take down Shinsei out at main though.
Nice little pop of the head from Kale at least. Gives him a little bit of an upgrade. That's a lot of major upgrade, honestly. But Reverie does pop one more. 2-on-2. This is one of the closest rounds yet we've seen between these two teams. Reverie gets an upgrade of his own. With only 39 HP, he does have the Hunter's Fury in his pocket to use. Bryce holding down the line, spots one, goes down in the end. This might be Louvre's round. One more player to worry about is Kimi, and he's all the way up near that spike. Nice little clear up the area with the recon, 17 HP left. He does have Cosmic Divide if he needs to use it, but Kimi hasn't moved a single inch. And I think that for him, listening the audio cues, I think he might just save at this point. Honestly, they don't have to. They have a lot of money moving forward.
He does have full utilities as well. I believe he's going to go to try to at least get this retake. Reverie and Kale, they are pretty heavily damaged though, but these are your veteran players on the side of Louvre. Those have been playing for a long time. So really, coordination, if you really want it, it's going to be here.
Oh, here he comes. He does have all his utilities up. One flash to be used as well as the Aftershock. They are so very low. Now the question is to clear all of those pesky corners. That's the problem with A side. There's so many angles to clear out. With 46 HP left, I think the idea is he's just gonna run forward, get the tap, move up here immediately. You're gonna just bait out that util. Nice little concuss toward A side one more time. Spots one there. But Reverie was just a little bit faster. Nice little thrifty to bring them back a 9-2 for the team.
There you go. And this is what I was asking for all the time. I really like the fact that Reverie as well as Kale, they knew to play together. They weren't playing across. It's too predictable. That's the word I'm looking for. There you go. It's too predictable. So they decided to play off of each other. They know both of them were really low. So they had to play off contact. Really smart stuff. Now it's the last round. And you said 9-3. So let's see if that's going to happen.
A 9-3 will be great for Louvre, honestly. I think that it's a sweet spot between them, like just going into the second half rough. Regardless, look at Kizuna playing very, very aggressive this round. You can see the utils come through as well. There was the gravity well. We also had the aftershock at the same time. Riza does get Doom in India and they Shinsei unfortunately does go down. Louvre punishing Kizuna for their aggression. 3 loss for 2, and I think this is a great situation for Louvre to be in.
Oh, they are out for blood. They did lose Extremist and Doomin, so it's going to be a little bit difficult, actually quite difficult, to get onto site. But we already have KO. That's already took possession of B Long. And I think Kizuna, they're actually getting a little bit of the read right, already moving some members onto the club itself. We do not have any abilities available from Bryce though. We do have a nano in the middle, but that's it.
It's gonna be Kale with the Cosmic Divide. He has been holding to those utils for a very, very long time, and now with these two, they're gonna get a Cosmic Divide as well as the lockdown. This is the perfect situation to not only clear sight, but also block away their line of sight. It's gonna be a free plant for them. It's gonna be planted all the way up here in open. Now the idea is how they're gonna play here is they're gonna just play up from long. And we remember before that how Kizuna played was that they pincered them. And look at Riza from the backside for 2! Is he gonna get one more? Yes, he is! Riza with 4! Oh my god! At a man disadvantage, and they still get it in the end!
It's just Get Creative. Get Creative is the name of the game. Kizuna, they perform it so well. Pincer before, Pincer again. Seems to be on top of it. 10-2 is the scoreline as we swap the sides. And once again, Lo, they have a lot to be questioned.
I am in shock because I was about to say just now their pincer had 3 people pushing up from B main, but this time it was just Riza. What in the... Wow.
But if you remember, it was also Riza. So he is the man of the pincer.
Honestly, I was just talking to him on Twitter just now. He sounded so hyped for today.
Wow.
And you know, I think he was really feeling himself. He's on form. Ooh, nice flicks, nice spray transfers to come through. That's how you know you're having a good day. When is my good day gonna come?
You're on a good day?
Yeah.
Tomorrow? Today?
I don't know, man. I'm on a streak of L's, man.
The streak of L's? Me?
Yeah. I'm on L's. Not you. L's on Valo, the red carpet. Speaking of that, though, as we go into 10-2, Doomin this time. He's spotted out by that recon and immediately moving out of the way. He has no choice but to give up that space. His teammates are already on that rotate. They're playing up to mid, but no full rotations up yet as we have one person, Shinsei, on the site itself and going down.
Oh, man. That was Doomin, by the way, but Shinsei is the one that's already going to take it down. Extremist with the frenzy. He gets refragged, but Riza, the guy who fragged out 3 twice already, is making so much for his teammates. Louvre playing on site might just be a little bit too detrimental for them because they eat all of the utilities that Kizuna puts onto site itself.
Yeah, and they took a lot of damage. And we talk about utility again. Kizuna has been really great at managing the utils. Look at that, they have so much for the post plant. Flaring still holding, goes down in the end, but time is running out. What are they gonna do here? Because everyone is playing inside of the smokes. A nice little push forward by Kimmy. Riza gets 3 already. Can he make it a 4 is the question? Yes, he does. Riza is having a very good day today.
Oh, it's just so hard to read. You even see them trying to predict that they're going to pick up from B Long itself, but unfortunately, they are sneaky deaky, creative, being in the smoke itself, weaving together as a whole team, a whole unit.
Oh man, this team, Kizuna, just really showing us what they can bring to the table. I remember that in last season, there was a lot of sad tweets coming from them. They were very, very frustrated. And I told Flaring that split 2, I told LT as well, that split 2 is going to be Kizuna's split. And look at how much improvement they've seen of it as a team. Look how much, I would say, structure they have. And speaking of that, now on attack, this aggressive play will just work in their favor.
Oh, could be the Tash buff, who knows? And this is, though, Louvre's map pick, so really so much questions all around. Kizuna, Shinsei, already on his side, takes one down with the Spectre, Riza right at his back. These are a force to be reckoned with as they take over the whole entire side. Now just Kyo alive. He does have a Spectre, but he's all the way at the back, and it's so defeating.
It is so defeating. Look at how fast they are on the side. This is exactly what I was talking about in terms of Shinsei being on the team. Understanding how Shinsei is very mobile and very quick. Not only just taking up that place, he goes in, he gets a pick before going down. But in this case, he got 3 before he went down. And he's still alive with 1 HP. That's how quick he's going to be. And Kale, I think, is going to be very happy with just stealing that one gun away. Maybe just try and steal maybe an extra gun as they move into round number 3 before they go into that bonus. If you remember earlier, the only round they won earlier was the bonus.
Oh, yeah. Did they buy, actually, Louvre?
Yeah, they did buy.
They did buy.
They want to make sure that they can just quickly snowball this as much as they can. And Kale this time, unfortunately, does show where he was going to go. He has to go down the end because he does need that 2,400 creds as they move to the next round.
Not looking too good. And honestly, if you are on LVS side, it's probably a go next. Unfortunately, if you take the scoreline, it is the truth. So I think what they really need, though, is to really utilize the break that they have, fully reset their mental, and come back in the next round, especially since it is Ascent. That is a map that almost everybody is super comfortable with. It's an environment that they know, and really try to readjust themselves as a team.
It's going to be very hard for them as they go toward Kizuna's map pick. Regardless, as we move toward the final round here, it's going to be a very, very fast round for Kizuna. Kizuna just rushing onto the side. Shinsei so quickly taking up that space. Kale does punish Shinsei in the end. Riza does trade back. Regardless, for Louvre, they can't even get close to the side at all. Look at how many utils are there as Bryce becoming the man, the turret that is just stopping them from getting close to the side. Doomin does get one, a nice constellation prize, but what can he do as they end this first map with a 13-2? This on the favor, or at least on the side of Kizuna.
I just lost that word. It's 13-2. What a convincing scoreline. Not even 3. And that's usually the scoreline that we see. Kizuna really playing on top of their game today. And really, LVR has a lot of catching up to do. I really want to believe in them. And I really want them to use this time that they have as a break to really come back as a team. We'll have to see, though.
Let's have a look at the highlights, exactly what happened. I think that for this game in particular, we talked again about the team being uncoordinated. I think coordination was all right for them. It seemed like there was a little bit more of coordination from the team compared to the weeks before. But I think the biggest problem here is just not understanding how exactly Kizuna plays, not understanding how Kizuna plays as a unit. And because I think personally for me, I would rather see Lu play for picks, pick them off one by one, because the strength for Kizuna has always been in numbers. The crossfires, the utility usages, and taking these players out one by one would have been better for them.
Oh yeah, and we actually saw that earlier. I believe it was Shinsei that was the pick, and that was the round that LVR won as though they are playing together as a team, a true team once again. And that's like you said, take the picks, make your decisions after that, instead of letting the momentum of your opponents dictate your next move.
Honestly, really great to see the team come through. I think for Kizuna, one thing about Kizuna is that when you see their confidence, you can really see in their gameplay how fast Shinsei moves at the same time. And understanding the dynamic of the team, which is building around how Shinsei moves, is honestly a W. It really embodies W gaming, honestly, for MYSG. Regardless, 13-2 here, as we can see. A nice thrifty from Louvre, at least for one round. That was honestly one of the most massive rounds that they can go, but that is all they can do. And on top of that, with having a stand-in today, it's going to be even harder for them to move forward. But, you know, Eugene, if you guys didn't know, is one of the veteran players here. He hasn't played since last year, and I think that despite that, he really gave it his all.
I can definitely see that he was trying his very best, and he was really actually pushing LVR towards the right direction here, and coming out as the MVP does show you that he is not just here to be a stand-in, he's also here to make his mark. But Kizuna really the one to make their mark here, 13-2.
Let's have a look at the MVP here. And I think that for me personally, looking at this MVP, Riza is just huge. IGL also fragging out is just phenomenal. He got what, 2 4Ks in the pocket, and he's honestly very, very quick on the ball. I think that for Kizuna, all eyes were on Bryce, were on Shinsei after their phenomenal run on Louvre previously. And now coming into Kizuna, it looks like they really now become a unit. It's a very different situation for them under Riza's IGL. I think that it's just looking so good.
And with that being said, though, with Shinsei coming in, also with Bryce coming in, I think it also changes the team dynamic a little bit to allow them to afford a little bit more aggression. That's when you see Riza get the information. Usually, okay, let's let the duelist do the job. No, I'm gonna be the one going out, getting those flanks, those 3Ks, those 4Ks, and really shows you that information is key for Kizuna.
Yeah, information is key, and understanding how exactly to use that information also has been really good. I'm really liking the fact that how fast this team reacts to the information is also something we have to really talk about. But for Louvre, it's been a very rough round for them, especially as, you know, the disbandment of Louvre, losing so many of their players, having one more player not wanting to continue in the pro scene because of Army as well. And, you know, just really just coming together as a team just to play. I think it should be commended. Regardless, we're gonna go have a quick break. And before we go, guys, don't forget to keep tuning in because we have some behind the scenes footage never before seen. So stay tuned.
Oh, this is not good. Oh lord. Okay. This is so bad. Okay, wait. This is my driver, Shinsei.
Come back, come back. Guys. Oh no.
Hi, my name is Riza and I'm from Kizuna Esports. My role in the team is Initiator and I'm also the IGL. Fun fact about the team is that we're a bunch of jokesters, so during tight situations, you know when to make jokes so calm the nerves down. But when it's time to get serious, they'll get serious. I'm the IGL because of my cool, calm, collected mindset, so during tournament games, I won't really crack under pressure making a call. We felt really happy qualifying through the relegation bracket into Split 2. It was really intense in the relegation bracket because we lost our first series against the Monks and we dropped into the low bracket instantly. And we went triple OT against Team Pass and everything went smooth right after that series. In Split 1, we didn't perform to what we expected. So coming to Split 2 with 2 new sidings, Shinsei and Bryce, we are expected to qualify for Ascension.
Hi, my name is Kimi from Kizuna Esports and I'm currently playing Flex. Riza is a super cool, calm and collected player. He's very good at taking calculated risks, which is what I respect. I'm happy to call him my IGL. Flaring is a super funny and well-rounded player. Plays by the percentages super well and I'm happy to call him my teammate. Usually during matches, I just go based on my instincts and whatever my IGL Riza says because I trust him.
Hi, I'm Flaring and I'm the controller player for Kizuna Esports. So, as you all probably already know, Kimi is part of the world-renowned AIM group, Yuki AIM, due to his incredible mechanics. I'm confident he'll be able to showcase his abilities on the main stage. I think the team I'd like to play is probably made in Thailand. I think they're the best team in their region and they won last split. We've always played them a lot in practice and matched up really well, so it would be interesting to see if we got the same results in an official. So I think the most important thing is just to try our best and have fun. Due to the nature of the space we play in, a lot of people talk shit about you, put you down, or just think you're not very good. As long as you believe in yourself and just keep playing, you'll eventually make it.
Hi, I'm Shinsei, and I'm the duelist for Kizuna. Bryce is like the biggest beta I know. Like, you can be entering into A side and he's still lucky into B and blaming us for like dying at A, or he's like the only one alive after like 1 minute into the game. I always eat 1 cup of Shin Ramen before my matches so that I can carry my useless lurker and drop 30 on the enemies.
Hello, my name is Bryce. I'm the Sentinel lurker for Kizuna Esports. Some of y'all may know me as the Riot Gun Buddy Giver or Gordon Ramsay, but I prefer to call myself the GOAT. I actually brought Shinsei over from my old team LVR to play with me in Kizuna Esports, and he plays the duelist role. But he's not really putting up duelist role numbers, and I think honestly I could play a duelist better if I wanted to. I would say I'm most afraid of LVR, my previous team. They now have a star-studded roster, and I'm most afraid of their Sentinel player diffing me, which is Wisa.
I honestly just freaking almost spit out my coffee at that video because what the heck? Shinsei and Bryce are ultimate duo, guys. I'm just gonna ask Shinsei here later. Did you eat Shin Ramyun to carry Bryce? And Bryce, are you gonna give me a Riot Gun Buddy? But anyways, welcome back to the VCT Challengers MYSG. Tashbani here alongside L. Apparently, we are now dubbed the ultimate duo.
Whoa, yo.
I love it. I love it. Now, coming back into this game here, we saw the series 1 of the day with map number 1, where we saw the first game on Pearl between Kizuna and Louvre. Kizuna ending the game with a nice 13-2. Honestly, a rough situation for Louvre. And honestly, coming back to the interview, he said that they were very, very scared of Louvre and scared of their star-studded lineup.
Roster, yeah. And
I don't know. I feel like that was beef.
Oh, really?
Maybe it was chicken. I don't know.
Oh, maybe duck.
Fish? Alright, anyways. Let's talk a little bit about the next map. We're gonna be going toward Ascent. And this is where things get really interesting because this is the map that was always picked by Louvre. But you know what? Production just told me there's a TikTok video. So, shall we see?
Yeah, I think it's your first time, right?
Yeah, it's my first time. I haven't been here in a long time. So, is this TikTok video welcome back for Tash Buddy, perhaps? Let's have a look.
Goes still holding on to the elbow. I haven't prepared. Double. Goes for Holy mother of God!
We can air this?
You know, as they say in Malaysia, a bit haram, no?
No, yeah. I mean, the holy month of Ramadan.
Why are you doing this to me? Hello? I just broke fast, my friends. Just speaking of that, guys, if you guys are gonna say selamat berbuka puasa to our friends over, I think they're in Louvre. Oh my, OMG Kale would be fasting today, and I know that he was probably breaking fast in the middle of the game. So, you know, big props to you, and big props to me as well. Self-love, guys.
Yes,
she was actually covering from me as I drank some water during breaking fast. So regardless, going into map number 2, Ascent. Now, again, as I said before, this was the map that was usually picked by Louvre. And every single series they picked this map, they unfortunately did not come too close, I believe. Coming back into this, okay, to BBP, they lost to BBP 4-13, lost to Toda on Ascent 11-13, just a lot closer than EG 6-13. So yes, there are, I would say, the the progress, or rather the improvements that come through throughout the weeks for the team. But I think that they decided, okay, you know what, I think it's time for us to move on to the new map, honestly. And suddenly, lo and behold, was picked by Kizuna.
But well, if Assam, that is the closest they ever came into finishing a series, which is 11-13 with Todak. And well, Kale probably had something to say about it as well.
I mean, obviously, it's a rivalry story. If you guys don't know, okay, there is a story about Kale and Toda. Kale used to be in Toda as one of the members. Unfortunately, there was a roster shuffle, and Kale was left to find a new home. And clearly, home is now with this new team, Louvre. And I think that's really important to talk about, like how the rivalry can happen. I think it's also probably fueled that close score. Now, coming back to this, I think that if you guys don't know as well, that Louvre is one of the teams. I would say that they are like any good player that has made a legacy in the MYSG scene came from Louvre.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was basically camp for people to pick up
It's
players.
like, it's like picking up players. I mean, like when we think about that, it was under the leadership of Redco before. And I think that for Redco, he has a really good eye for scouting out good players. Now Redco is gone. I want to say may he rest in peace, but he's just in a new org. But anyways, coming back to this, we will be seeing Redco play later under X10. Now, coming back to this, I mean, like, I'm not sure if that legacy is still going to go on, but I think this is honestly a statement match. And I'm really hoping that this particular roster does stay up moving forward. Now, coming back into Ascent, for the side of Louvre here, they haven't had like the most stellar win rates on this map in particular. And if you remember about Ascent, it's very defender-sided. It's very, very defender-sided. And coming onto site means that you need a big control of mid area, whether it be mid to market or mid toward catwalk to tree. And it gives you access to the sites itself. A nice pincer would be good. But usually for Ascent, I think for attack, I think it's one of the maps where I've seen the most defaults.
Yeah, and I think that's really the question here, especially when we saw Louvre LVR within Pro. They were mostly doing on-site and
rushing
attacks
from
itself.
main.
Yes.
Rushing from main or rushing from mid to either art. We didn't see double doors from art. Yeah, from art was the only
Barely.
mid. Yeah, barely. They would maybe look in, but never really coming through. So this is where I want to see, instead of just rushing in from main, find different outlets or avenues to come through.
Yeah, I think this is really going to be the spotlight on them, and they did come close with Toda. I cannot remember if that was because of a switch up of strategy or their rushing into main itself was working out for them. But with that being said, we've been putting a spotlight onto LVR for Ascent, but Kizuna themselves, they actually lost out 2 series in Ascent themselves. So I think this could be also the possibility for LVR to come back.
Yeah, it was an OT against Tio actually, or T3. Or do you guys call it Tio or T3 or what?
Tio.
You guys saw it Tio. Okay.
Tio.
T3O.
Yes.
Anyways, the story for that name is also very funny. 14-16 overtime. So this is going to be a very interesting one as we see the lineups here again. Oh, interesting. Double duelist for Louvre. We have Reverie running Reina. And we're going to see a double initiator for Kizuna. And I think that for Kizuna, this is a great situation because number one, you have a lot of information, not only from the suppress that denies the usage of the utilities, but also you can either fake recon or get the recon for the information of how many people are going to be onto the site. And we've seen Riza's, I would say, his lineups. It's pretty insane.
I mean, don't fix what is broken, right? What's not broken. Fix what's broken, yes, but don't fix what not is broken. So they've been sticking with this agent lineup for Ascent for the longest time since they're working out for them. LVR, I think they really realized they need to switch it up. Having the Reina as a duelist, I think is pretty interesting because they swap out their flash initiator, so there's no KO now.
I think that is not necessarily a bad thing. I was really just talking with production about this earlier, about how the double duelist works. If it comes to that, you have one duelist to take up space, and I believe that's going to be Doomin. And what Reverie is going to do here is go for those picks. And how it works is that the Lear comes out, he gets those picks, maybe 1-2 as they get onto the site, as Reverie is able to get that space and safely get onto the site. So it's going to be very interesting, and it's going to be very good, especially for B site, I believe. Regardless, we know that as an anchor, Bryce is a force to be reckoned with. So let's see Bryce cook here. He said that he doesn't want to be called the Riot gun buddy giver. He doesn't want to be called Gordon Ramsay. He wants to be known as the GOAT. So let's see what the GOAT can bring us on this match.
I mean, we talk about Bryce being the possible wall for LVR to break in if they were on tag side, but we're seeing a little bit of a difference on the other end though, because usually you see the Killjoy setting up in B, but Eugene is actually choosing to play tree, setting up around A side itself. And I think I like this setup a little bit. I think it really gets the information earlier, and they're playing not too forward. I think that'll be interesting to see I think maybe trying to adopt a little bit of Kizuna's defending tactics will also be quite beneficial for them.
I think what's really interesting is that they're trying to see A side as like a pizza. They separate it into two, but very aggressive push onto the side here, straight onto side, onto a very default sort of take here, and Doomin just popped in heads. Gets two with the ghost. So very clean. A nice little trade there from Kimi. Does get one more. Upgrades to the Frenzy as they get onto the site. No idea where the other two members are left. It's gonna be a nice little plant, at least gonna be close toward the area of heaven, and immediately they rush through as they run forward here. Kizuna, they still get one, they get two already, dwindling down the numbers, and again, Kizuna still gets it 2 on 4. Are you kidding me?
Well, that was mission impossible. 2 against 4. That cross was set up so well, playing with each other. What? I truly thought that was LVR's round.
My jaw is on the ground. It was such a great take a great hold by Louvre. They popped hits, but because they gave up the site, and that's the problem. When you give up that space, Kizuna just abuses it. They know how to hold it.
I don't even know if that was the right call in the beginning. I understand you have 2 members and you just let them plant. Of course, right now you're seeing them doing once again, steamrolling onto his side after that really crushing loss of 4-2.
Oh, flaring through the smoke. Do not use flaring smokes. He knows how exactly to play it. Nice setup from Bryce to really just season the round. And Shinsei spray and pray. Kale unable to go for the right click. It's gonna be a flawless round here. Shinsei, 36 HP left, but he's not afraid. They have full control of the site. And for Reverie, like it or not, he has to try and attempt to get on site. If he's left alive, they're not gonna get the 2400 for the creds next round.
Just trying to find those exit frags. Fortunately though, no members on Kizuna's gonna bite the bait. I think he's gonna try to walk himself into the spike's radius. He does have a Sheriff, but that's it. The rest of them, they're actually already up in defense. Oh, they're trying to get the big zone. And there you go, Kimmy with the Spectre. Flawless round. Kizuna, again, after that first round, I think really that first round would just set the pace for them.
Honestly, I think it was a very big statement round for them. 2 on 4. Just gave them a huge boost of confidence. And I have a question.
Yeah.
Like, why do my Spectres never do that from that range?
Pro player diff, I guess.
That's not the answer I wanted to hear, El, but it's okay.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, man. You put me in the spotlight. I mean, I gotta sound smart.
Oh, man. Sometimes it's okay not to be smart, but for this round, this is gonna be the bonus for Louvre as they immediately just give up their space. What they're trying to do here is try to retain as many guns as they can. Bryce's turret gets the kill onto Doomin right as he picks off someone. You don't need a player to trade when you have your turret.
Ooh, but Kizuna, they don't have the best of artillery right now. Only Bryce has the Phantom. No one is actually pushing to B main. Eugene's on the other end, though. If he does get a little frisky, he's gonna try, knowing they're all here. But members, reinforcements are here. Eugene is the one to be taken down by Shinsei. Extremist gets Bryce in return. And Flying is gonna put the dot onto Extremist. They have possession of site, but two members on the side of LVR are right at their doorstep.
The situation, post-plant, quickly done by them as they lose 2. It's a 2 on 3. It's gonna be very hard for the retakes, but not impossible, especially as Reverie still very much has his utils. 1 Lear already used. Nice little spray. But the problem is no members of Kizuna are actually showing themselves. And this is a very dire situation for Louvre because this is their bonus. They do have the gun advantage, but Flaring with the upgrades uses it to his value. It's going to be a very, very clean round for Kizuna, taking that bonus as well. And in this situation, what are you going to do?
Oh, so heartbreaking. That was their buy. They had 4 rifles and now it's in the possession of Kizuna themselves. Not sure, maybe Shinsei knows a thing or two about his former team. Or Bryce for that matter of fact, but really...
No, I think it's very different this time around. It's hard to say because they no longer have the same roster. It's like as though... I mean, Louvre may be Louvre, but 4 players gone, technically a new team.
They're basically a new team. It was almost as if they just needed people to fill in the name of LVR themselves. But one thing I know about LVR is that they really try to keep a positive mindset. They know they're playing with friends. They want to play for fun. But 0-3, and also losing that first series itself might be a little bit too heartbreaking for them to come back.
Yeah, in this situation, I think that they really had a lot to worry about. Again, I mean, if you remember Louvre, they were going up some pretty heavy-hitting names as well in the early of the season, of a split rather. They were going out with Tio, while Tio is a sort of a new team, and BBP as well. The players in those teams, though, they're not new. They are veterans, if you remember properly. So this is where it really will take some time for them to really come together as a team. And I mean, like, if we looked at how Team Path played as a Sunrise team before, they truly struggled. It's very different. The mindset, how they think, how they move, how they synchronize each other for a tournament is very different than a normal ranked game.
Oh, definitely. Oh, but Dumin getting the sneaky Sheriff 3K. That's the discipline we need. Now, opening so much for his teammates.
What on earth was that, Dumin? That reaction time! Man's playing aim labs on these players!
Wow.
Really taking that space. And flaring. Just moving out forward. Lost 3 just in one go, but he's gonna take that aggressive stance. He does get one more. Kale will trade out. In this situation, Riza finds Reverie in the end. 24 HP left. What are you gonna do? It's so hard when all the guns your teammates had have been taken away.
That was Sheriff 3K. This man's insane. I guess it just shows you they are good shots. It's really how they play around it. 1-3 we have at 50 round. Why is it that LVR just wins Thrifty?
LVR should be given the Thrifty King. Let's have a look at that again. I would like to see that in slow motion. Immediately spots them out as they push through. This is a very nasty corner Dumin was playing in. They didn't even check. And, you know, sometimes in that situation, you're just like, you check every single corner except for one. And that corner is the corner of death for you.
Oh, man. And usually, even if that's being said, Sheriff, you usually get 1 or 2. 3 though. That's really huge for them. Securing themselves their first point, and now they have some people to fire fence off in the side of B. Mei, Shinsei once again moving so very quickly. We do have members though holding outside, which is Reverie. He's going to take down Shinsei, but he gets refrag in return. One more at the back of side, which is Extremist. Does he know though?
Nice flash as well as a recon, and immediately just gonna spray and pray. Kimmy! So easily getting that. It's gonna be huge, but Eugene catches Bryce off guard. Knows exactly how Bryce thinks. Regardless, Dumin tries to go for that updraft. Does spot out one inside boathouse. Does not take him down. He still has the blades. Comes through. Check your corner. Not gonna happen. Flaring does get one. Eugene trades out with Kale at the same time. Riza, last man standing. He gets one. A nice little isolate to come through, but Eugene saves the day.
With extra bullets for safe measures over there. Now, bringing the scoreline to 2-3. Suddenly, we're seeing LVR a little bit more confident in their retakes. We're seeing that from Kizuna as well, but I finally see the fighting spirit on the side of LVR.
Louvre looking a lot more better and showing us why exactly Ascent was the map that they chose. Understanding dynamics and how exactly the team play here is looking very good for their retakes. But not so one-sided as we've seen from the previous map, and I think this is a wake-up call for Louvre. Perhaps they can go up to map 3.
Perhaps. And now LVR actually has 3 ultimates available. Also on the side of Kizuna, they don't even have full buys. Actually, if you take a look, Riza and Shinsei, they are rocking the pistols. We have a Sheriff and a Shorty on their hands. They do have ultimates available, but I think right now it's going to be where they're in the hot seat, where picks really matters.
You can already see that information denial from both teams. And immediately you saw that reaction come through. Nice little pick come through. Dumin has not even moved just yet. This is a very defensive strat taken by Louvre this time around. They're not overextending. They understand that because mid, they don't have access to it because of the utils, they have to play a little bit more back. And I think denying them the space at 3 could be could be in their favor, and immediately sprays out there. Reverie with the pre-fires finds Shinsei, gets 2. Beautifully done. There's still one more, but Kimi does punish him in the end of the day. That Hunter's Fury does not get that value. Dumin does get one more with the up, and Kyle holding a very close corner there finds Kimi. Only Bryce to worry about. Bryce, what are you gonna do? Saving might be the name of the game for him. I think that's exactly what he's gonna do. But the Aldrone, will it spot him out? I think it just might. No, it doesn't actually. They know he's there.
There you go. That is the full stop onto the sentence that LVR has created for themselves. And Reverie, actually the whole entire team, they knew they did not go through mid side. They saw the Aldrome, they were not pushing for it. They even have an alarm bot set up there, so they just pushed their reinforcements onto B side, onto tree, get the read so well, expecting Kizuna to break through from either of these entry points, getting so much out of that read.
I think it's really interesting that Kizuna, if you remember the MYSG team, their coach, Mark, is from the Philippines. I have spoke to him before. I had a watch party with him, and I honestly, very brilliant mind. And I think because of how mechanically he thinks and how exactly he thinks at each part of the map as puzzle pieces, his insights on how exactly he plays and holds each area is just such a force to be reckoned with. But the fact that for this map in particular, Louvre is able to have a read onto Kizuna is the most interesting thing. Because I don't think that, I'm not sure that if Louvre has a coach, I don't think so.
I do not
I don't think they do. Because if I remember correctly, last time their coach and also IGL was Redco.
Yeah, Redco, yeah.
Yeah, so the fact that Louvre is just this understanding of this map against a team with an analyst, a coach is to be commended, honestly.
Yeah, and it's very different to play the game and analyze at the same time, whereas you have somebody watching you from behind the lines. I think that's actually really crucial. I like that you brought it up because now we really see that LVR members, they are standing their ground for themselves.
Regardless, let's see what exactly Kizuna go ahead and bring to the table in the timeout. As this time, Extremist is just going to be playing a little bit more aggressive, and with the Odin this time, he didn't even wait for the Odin to pop. He just immediately just let her rip. But the Killjoy with the lockdown immediately, it's going to give so much space to B. Nice little recon before they split onto site. They don't see anyone just yet. Respecting everyone, they are going to get off the site. But immediately, Kimi eating a little bit of damage, does get tagged. And they're already on the site. See Bryce! Woo! Technically almost should have died to that shot.
Oh, but the timer is ticking down though. We do have the Cosmic Divide also utilized just to block down any of the retake in order by LVR. They have to run in though, but do they realize that Flaring's behind them?
My God.
Oh, but Bryce getting Doom in as well as Reverie and Kill. Going to take down 3 members on the side of Kizuna.
Just so huge. Kale just really stepping it up today. Going off for that defuse. Does not realize that Kimi was there. Thankfully, his teammate was just waiting. Still one more to worry about. Nice little spray. And Flary gets taken down as well. And they finally take the lead over Kizuna.
Let's go. But where was Kimi? He was on site, right?
He was on site.
He stuck there.
He couldn't do anything. They didn't realize that he was on the site itself. So I think you really got to commend Louvre as well. That awareness that Kimi might be around. So honestly, really good round from Louvre. And in the end of the day, if Louvre does win this, it's honestly a statement to Kizuna. Because remember, this is Kizuna's map pick. And to pick Louvre's map as well is I was wondering why they decided to do that.
I don't know, man. I guess it's the one step ahead, you know?
We need to interview them and ask them later.
I'm not sure if we get the interview. I wish we could though.
It's okay. We can always ask them on Twitter. Regardless, expression come through and Doomin does get suppressed. A nice little flash to get well. Does shoot out. Unfortunately, does not get any value from that. Sprays are everywhere. You can hear the angry sounds of that Odin, man. It's so terrifying.
Oh, by Extremist. Going to
HP.
Extreme Kites, trying to get a pick off, but he gets tagged to 13.
When you have a teammate like Eugene just shooting for you in the back line, you don't have to worry at all. Big brother, big gun has you in the bag. Regardless, as time does dwindle down here, Kizuna, this is my first time actually seeing them really take their time. Not really committing to a site. It's as though they are hesitating where exactly they want to go. Immediately, Kale does get tagged by the turret at least. It's going to be an explosive play. Once again, immediately, that damage from the Nano Swamps is going to be a lot of damage, but Eugene as well, chunking him down. Riza does get one more with the Shock Dart. It's going to be 2 picks for Riza, 1 for Bryce. Reverie does trade out in the end. Reverie overhealed and already on the site. It's going to be very, very hard to really figure out where they're going to be. Flaring does take out Doomin, regardless of the op. 1 versus 1. The Lear comes out, immediately gets destroyed. Flaring still holding down the line, but unfortunately whips, and Reverie takes it home.
He takes it home, clutches that from the side of Kizuna, but I think this really shows that Kizuna is getting a little bit a little more hesitant of their decisions that they're making. And I think this started from like the round before the last. I believe that was round number 7, where we see Flaring go for that huge flank that holds a wraparound onto mid-side, but a bit too slow, and then they lost that round. And I think that really starts to show a little bit of the weak points on the side of Kizuna, and I think suddenly they're questioning their every move.
It's hard to really predict, especially with Eugene on that Odin. Look at how much damage they get from that, and immediately no shots are out just yet. Unfortunately, Shinsei was not able to get value from that. He does get a tag, fortunately. Dwindles down the HP a little bit, gives him a little bit of space to work with. 2 shock darts already used, out of the way, clears out market. But not for long, as the retakes come through and you hear the aggressive sounds of that Odin once again from Eugene, and immediately Doom says, "Screw your Marshall, I got a bigger gun."
Now taking out Shinsei, that means there's not gonna be someone dashing into your site just like that. Gonna force Kizuna to play a little bit slower, as though they're not already going slow, especially since now they are saving, they have Sheriff, but they are gonna try to PKO though. 1-2 tap is enough to take down the controller. They have possession of 3, gonna try to go on to site itself, but do they know that they're right at their doorstep?
Right, 7-3 HP left. He's not afraid at all. In this situation, they are at a save. 1 pop of the hit is all he needs. Just spot out 1. Gives them all the information they need. A turret will be what he's going to be using to work on with contact. It's going to be Kimmy still waiting down the line. He does hear the Odin come through. He does get tagged with Aldrone at the same time. It's a very scary situation. He does get tagged out. They're just going to be spraying inside of hell. Breaking down that turret, no longer information from there. They do spot out Flaring. Flaring trying his best not to get tagged out by the Odin or the Op. It's just so very hard. They know that at least there's an alarm bot over there. And here comes the Hunter's Fury. Referee does find one. So Kimmy, Extremist as well, gets one more. They're so very low. Clears out Flaring. Flaring with a tap. Flaring for 2 Extremists. They want to go for the defuse, but they're running out of time. And again, they do take it at the same time. A nice clutch for the team.
Wow. Thrifty round given to the side of Kizuna. What was that discipline? Playing with angles, just peeking a little bit, and when you don't need to, 1 by 1. It's like a game of whack-a-mole where one comes out, you try to hit him, but the other one pops out instead. What is this happening? This delaying the retake coming from LVR.
What a freaking series, honestly. I am in awe. How many insane thrifties have we seen? How many clutches have we seen on this map? Both these teams showing insane mastery. And speaking of insane, starting off really strong here with the null command at the same time. And Shinsei bursting onto the site. You do have the cloud burst at the same time. Sprays out. Shinsei finds Kale at the back of the site. Clears out Hell as well. He has all the sites in the world. He's going to be having that plant come through by Flaring as well. And they're going to be preparing for that post-plant situation.
LVR trying to collect themselves. They have 4 members to work with, especially since they have Lears as well as Doomin to try to make the mark. But with that operator, it's going to be a bit difficult. They don't realize that Bryce is also at mid-site. Cosmic Divide is going to be invested by the side of Flaring. And Reverie is going to find Bryce though. That's going to be 1 pick. There's 2 of another 4 more members to work on in Kizuna, but Shinsei is tagged. Oh! There he goes! Off of the shock down. Reverie and Doomin being the unstoppable force, going to take down 2. Flaring has the refrag. He's the last man. Gotta play with the time though. Oh my God,
he's doing such a good job. What a pick onto Reverie. 1 more time, but there's no more time. Does get the kill, but Doomin gets out with an operator. That was too close for comfort, man. That was too close for comfort.
Time. Time is the name of the game. I think Kizuna is starting to realize that they can use time towards their advantage over here. I think they realize that LVR, they are trying to take a little bit of their tactics, but they have to be a little bit more fast-paced if they really want to make the retake work.
Louvre has the right idea for a retake, but you have to... I'm sorry, Kizuna is just so good at wasting time. They're so good at just like not really overcommitting for those sprays, but enough to really plant the seed of doubt in Louvre's mind. So they can never really commit to that defuse. Yes, they'll have 2 players in front, but that's only... Those 1 taps from Flaring has been phenomenal.
Oh, so very hard.
Ooh. Had an anti-flash there too. It was so good. They're clearing out all their corners this time. Doomin probably gave them a lot of PTSD just now.
I mean, if the trauma works, it works. And if it turns into a read, then why not?
Regardless, this is a very quiet round for Kizuna because just now was very explosive for the last 2 rounds, and here we go. The explosive play that I just talked about. That's gonna be Bryce with the lockdown to come through. Eugene just wasting time at least, just to kind of stall them with his utils, but it doesn't really matter because Shinsei is just gonna immediately go inside. Doomin takes a lot of damage from that. That's gonna be a double, I believe, double nano swarm there. Another smoke to come through as well. Flaring knows how exactly to play the smoke game.
Plant is in commencement, gets the spike down. Doomin gets tagged for his aggressive updraft and trying to get that sneaky op shot. Eugene has to check every single angle, and that's what happens when you're completely smoked off by Astra. Cannot see anything. Shinsei is gonna get Doomin. Riza and Bryce, they're gonna work hand in hand and take down 3 members inside LVR.
That was a nice little firing squad, a nice little crossfire to come through. But Kizuna, that man advantage was a bit too much for Louvre to handle.
Last round in the
And as we go into last round, we're gonna get a 6-6.
I hope we get a 6-6 because, well, undeniably, LVR does better on the defender side. And having them start on the defender lines is going to be so much more beneficial for them. But if they start on 6-6, I mean, what's the difference, you know?
Yeah, Kizuna. So I think honestly at this point, Kizuna might just gain momentum as they go into that defense, but we have to see how exactly it's going to go. Because Kizuna, they're very, very aggressive, and we have seen Shinsei really go on that overheat sometimes. Let's see if that's still going to be an issue.
LVR does have 3 ultimates at the disposal. Doomin is going to use one of them, but it does not manage to convert it to any kill. Shinsei is going to be taking out his counterpart. He is hungry for more as well.
Shinsei spotting out that gun. But he hasn't moved at all. Immediately, Eugene with the sprays finds finds Bryce, and this is gonna be huge. Kill does not get spotted out, but the Owl drone tries to spray through. Riza was already ready for him. Immediately on the side, he spiked it Ravri well, but Ravri swats him off like a fry. Fly gets 2. And for him, he get 1 more. Is the question not gonna be happening? Flaring stops the rampage. 20 HP left for Flaring. Let's get the information. And for now, it's gonna be nice little spray onto Flaring and the Hunter's Fury to come through. It does not tag him, fortunately. Nice little reposition as well from Kimi. They have no clue where he is. It's a 1 versus 2. And for Kimi, this is gonna be huge. If he's able to get the isolate, it's gonna be big, and he does! Beautifully done. Kizuna gets a nice clutch, ending this first half with a 7-5.
Both of them, both sides, they are focused like never before. Reverie with the Guardian shot, so crisp, up, down, vertical, left, right, does not matter. But really, the man of the hour, it's gonna be Kimi. Wow.
It's honestly a great round from Kimi. I think that what they wanted to do was just to really swing out 1 by 1 at the same time, but because Kimi was able to get that micro, I would say a very microsecond when that moment would have passed, and he was just very quick on it. Huge plays from Kizuna, but honestly, Louvre just really showing us why exactly they picked this map in particular as we go throughout the weeks. They learned a lot from their losses, I have to say.
5-7 is not too bad, especially just moving it over. They're on the attacker side, and they have the double duelist, so this could be very good for them. Reverie makes the hole!
Are you kidding me?
Makes a second hole. And Lear, she's not going to stop his aggression just there. He already knows he actually broke through A side. He's going to push all the way to the back together with his partner in crime, Doomin. And, oh, they have sight. And that's 2 members down of Kizuna. So, well, job accomplished.
He's all out of utils, if you remember. No more Lears for him. He's done his job. All he can do now is just focus on popping hits. And speaking of that, it's going to be 1 shock dart just to clear out Heaven. No movement yet from the other members of Kizuna, as Eugene is catching them in the middle, and Bryce checked every single corner. 1 suppress to come through. That shock dart just chunked him down to 26 HP. A nice pop flash to come out as well. Nice little spray to the face. Kimi makes a statement play. 9 HP, but more heads to go. Kale finds him in the end. 2 members on main side. And Bryce with the frenzy is cooking. Tries to do more. He's out of time. He wants to go for that tap, but he's running out of time. Gets him in the end, but he's not going to get the defuse.
That's the point that LVR needs. Wow, both sides. I mean, Kimmy's even feeling it. You can see him readjusting. The micro adjustments are so crisp. I will say, I love the killjoy on killjoy action we're seeing. Yeah, I feel like they've just been fighting each other. It was from when it was on the other first half, it was B main, and suddenly it's mid side.
I think it's really important to understand that Eugene and Bryce are just reading each other's timing and holds like a book. Very similar-minded in terms of how exactly they play Sentinels. That's how they know where exactly they're going to be holding. So great job by both. In this situation, that was a great first round. And it's going to be a nice situation for Kizuna. Shinsei unable to get that value from mid-side, or catwalk rather. So he's going to be holding up from Pizza instead.
Bryce going to be a little bit aggressive here. He does have the Sheriff, so I think holding is what he's trying to do here, getting the right headshot. Shinsei, he was the only one that invested in a Marshall. He is
man!
Oh, he's gonna get sprayed out by Doomin. The timing of the smoke.
Unfortunate. Spots him as the smoke goes down. Flash to come through. Eugene does get tagged, but not enough. A nice spray to come through. Eugene and Doomin get one each. Nice cross, honestly, if you think about it. Great reaction time as Doomin immediately taking up a free sight onto B, but a tap onto the hit. It's gonna be Kimmy. 1-2, easily done. And can he get 3 is the question. He's still holding. Where are you gonna look? Not gonna get 3.
If Kimmy got that shot, that guy is MVP. Like, no doubt about it.
No, I mean, we've seen Doomin's 3. That was pretty insane, honestly. Regardless, as they have the sight here, flaring, the only person left alive. And only a classic in hand does get at least that Marshall. What is he going to do here? It's going to be very, very hard for him to do a retake with the Marshall. Honestly, I'm very terrified for him. But I think the idea is to whittle as many guns as possible as they move. They do switch out to the Bulldog. A nice little spray to come through. Avoids that shock dart. And I think in this situation, it's really hard for him to do anything because there's so many players around. Nice spray and pray from Eugene. Nice done, 7-7. And these two is a bit of push and pull situation this map for these two teams, honestly. And let's talk a bit about the dynamics of the double duelist. How exactly it's working out for them is the fact that Doomin, his job is only one thing: get onto the side, give them the space. And Reverie, he's sort of like a sentinel. Hold the space, pick up those picks early, exactly as I said during the pre-show. And I think that it's a really good combo for them. It works out really good. And understanding the fact that, okay, we might not do the best on defense, but if we can give that extra added value for us for attack, it might work out in our favor.
No, definitely. I think comfort is the name of the game here. I mean, you did substitute your Flash Initiator, which is the KO that's usually played among this roster here. But Reverie, he does have a layer for himself, and also that overheal, it does come into handy, especially if you are going to omit any possibilities
and
from Sky or Sage.
Well.
Yes, the dismiss. Yeah. Definitely.
You get a lot of value with that dismiss because you can just come in, get a peek, get information, and get out again. It's honestly a very good situation for them.
I mean, you do have extremists that can give you that aggressive information. I would say like you just push it out onto the site itself and Doomin to follow up. But when you have Reverie, it's basically like a truck coming at you on the side.
Yeah. Speaking of that, Reverie taking out so early, this might not bode well for them.
Did we jinx it?
Probably did. Regardless, flaring with those taps, gets tagged. Still has his utilities. Oh, unfortunately messes up his lineup there. A little bit too much for that bounce. And Shinsei holding the corner, immediately spots out Kale. Very quick reaction time, gets 3 already. Again, flaring still in Il Clasico here. A nice little trade on trade action going around, but it's still 3-on-1. Extremist, he does get suppressed. It is going to go down, but he's all out of utilities. He has so many angles to worry about and 3 players to look out for. Yes, maybe he can get those isolation picks. Aldron does spot him out in the end. A nice flash, and they're just going to be just immediately spray him from 2 different angles. Ouch.
Very tough situation to come back there. I would choke if I was him as well. But very good coming in from Kizuna, especially Shinsei getting the 2K. And I just want to point out that Kizuna, if you do not work out in terms of tactics, the gunplay these players have, they stand for themselves. It's always 2K, 3K, and it makes the job so much easier for the members to retake, especially on the defender side.
Really liking how Louvre is just handling this, but Kizuna finally getting around, and that was their bonus, honestly. They lost what? They didn't lose anyone that round, so they do have all their guns intact, and Extremists can see that he has no guns. Only going to be running with that Sheriff, and this is a one-way smoke. Can give them a lot of value. It's just going to be spray on top. No one could down quite yet. But if you see how exactly each player is going to be here, everyone is on A main. I don't think they have any information about B or even mid.
They're just toying with their
Are
food
you
jumping.
serious?
Oh, but Shinsei, he gets the pick up onto Doomin. That's more than enough. That's gonna be their main duelist. But we have Reverie. You know how he is. Oh, it does not quite connect the bullet onto the side of Flaring, but he's gonna be taken down by him instead.
Shinsei is only 5 HP, and in these situations, we've seen it happen and again, how he's able to play as aggressively and still get out alive. Honestly, you can see how fast he moves. Regardless, the spike is going toward mid-side here, and this is where the hesitation comes in for Louvre. Where exactly are you trying to go here? You want to go A main, but he wants to find a different way into the site. And because of that, they took way too much time. The rotation that's already happened, and having Bryce on B is enough for them to really anchor the site, and they have no more time. Like it or not, they have to rush onto A site. But look at how many people's already here. It's with Kizuna, with Kimi and Shinsei already getting one each. Nice pop flash to come out, and immediately the spray is forward. Nice little flawless to come around here. 7-9 will be a score.
The hesitation. The hesitation is the downfall, and you can see that Kizuna is so smart to make the rotation over, knowing that they were trying their best onto A main themselves. And Shinsei even got 1 and 5 HP. So that shows you how well they're getting information of each other and bouncing off each other. When now 7-9, we have 2 ultimates on the side of LVR, which is going to be on Reverie and Doomin. So might be an explosive round coming up next.
It's going to be really interesting how exactly going to be using this, because you really want to have those utils instead. But immediately the blades come out here. No Empress pop just yet. Doomin explosive trying to go forward, does get suppressed at the same time. That means no dash, no updraft, and his blades gets the dismissed. Like it or not, he has to go to a different area. Gonna go try through mid here. No one up there through catwalk. They can go through 3 if they want to, but look at where all the utils are. It's actually near tree. And this reposition of all those utils is making it very hard for Louvre to get a read onto Kizuna, because they're always shifting around.
Yep, and if it's not going to be the predictable spots, it's going to be something new, which they themselves are unsure about. And you can see it happening. We have Doomin with the Blaze Storm. The rest of his teammates, though, they do not have full buys. And I think Kizuna, they have an idea of where Doomin might be. Goes for the updraft, trying to get the shot. But Doomin is just too fast. KO comes in with the refight, takes out Shinsei out of mid. Now they have control of mid and almost CT. But Kizuna, all eyes is there. Oh, KO gets taken out by Kimi. Kimi holding on with Flaring. It's basically a long cross.
It really is, and honestly, Reverie for 2, perfectly done. And with the Stinger, Riza in a day Band-Aid situation for them. They did lost so many players. But I have to say that I would say it's an unfortunate situation for Kale. He teleported right in the middle of a crossfire. I thought that the information that they were getting shot at from the back of site would be relayed to him, but I guess it was a little bit too late for him to really change his mind.
I think it was probably a micro mistake, meaning that he might have wanted to teleport into the smoke itself. So I think that was what happened. I cannot believe if Kale was going to try to teleport in the middle.
Yeah. As we go forward here, we are going to be seeing at least 3 ultimates from the side of Louvre. And they also have extremists just to use that Hunter's Fury from the site itself if they want to, tagged out there by the Shock Dart. They weren't able to really explode onto site despite that Leer because of that suppress, and that has been their biggest problem here for Doomin. And speaking of that, Shinsei, big pick on mid side there. With their main duelist out of the way, it's going to be so much more harder to get onto site.
And I think Doomin's biggest problem is Shinsei at this current point.
Yeah, it's as though like they get suppressed, leave the area, and Shinsei was just waiting, just catch them with jaws wide open. And Shinsei with this reposition this time onto mid pizza is going to be a different situation, but they are understanding that he always repositions, puts that smoke down, allows them a little bit more space to rotate. And now they're going to go straight to a tree. Shinsei also has the blades. They are going to be just popping that nano swarm, and Shinsei pops it at the same time. Leer as well going to be used. They have no clue where exactly he is. Nice reposition from the top side here, but they're already on the top side itself. Immediately with the blades, Bryce and Flaring get 1 each. He was just a distraction. It wasn't Shinsei you have to worry about. It was actually his teammates, and Shinsei gets away with 3.
I have no words. That seems almost like a ranked game where you can, telepathically talk to your teammate just by knowing, by reading the movements and knowing what to do off of that. Kizuna, they do it so well. And Shinsei, even with the operators, moves so fast. I love the little risk that Shinsei is taking. Well, of course, because currently it is converting themselves into points. And on the side of LVR, it's so hard. to come back from it. They have 3 ultimates. I don't believe any was used in the last round though.
Nope, they did not commit any. And honestly, at this point, I would really love to see Extremist, instead of worrying about keeping his utils for post-plant, just use it in the early plant, clear out all those corners, pick them off one by one, and immediately Flaring pops out so many utils, gets a hit, gets one more. Flaring with 3, 4, can he make it a 5 is the question. Immediately trades his weapon, and it's a nice ace to end the day to get this match points, and they're gonna be going to 1 more point to be getting the game.
Flaring, you cannot do that. You said he was the master of playing the back of site. He was in the hell side and played off of his teammates so well. Just take a look at the replay off of this. So snappy. 1, 2, left side. You know they're gonna be pushing in. He just has to hold. Of course, the final one, courtesy of Shinsei.
Yeah, Shinsei. I was gonna say, if Shinsei steals that, I'm gonna be tweeting him later, like, why did you do that, Shinsei? Come on. But coming back to that, it's just more of the idea of how exactly Flaring played that, getting that those micro pixel kind of shots to come through. That isolation has been huge for him.
All headshots. Hunter seriously pops out. Shinsei, the man in question, always giving them trouble. He does get tagged down to 70 HP. Operator though, so he's still gonna be aggressive. I believe so. But Flaring is gonna take down Doomin. That's gonna be Jet taken down on the side of LVR.
Huge. Flaring has been really stepping up this past 2 rounds, honestly. And we know that he can make quick work of a lot of players just by himself. And immediately he spots out. He knows, Kale knows that there is going to be one there, but Flaring still wins off in the end. Tried to swing him, but we all know that Flaring was a little bit quicker on that first contact. Still holding down the line here. Shinsei not going a little bit too aggressive. That plant comes through, and Shinsei will be the one detained. But it's okay, his teammates are around. Immediately Flaring going to be setting up for that post plant as Kimmy holding down the line. What exactly is going to be happening? Bryce immediately playing those micro angle corners. He gets a lot of value from those from the last round. And now, and Shinsei Flaring get 1 each. Nice little pick here. And the defuse comes through. It's going to be 7-12 in the favor of Kizuna.
7-13. I think this is the
right,
round,
13.
yeah.
Yes, that's right. Sorry about that. Little bit of a glitch there in my brain.
No worries, Tash. And it's a flawless round 2. What a way to end this series, 2-0. Awarded to the side of Kizuna Esports.
Honestly, really loving Kizuna, how they played and how they work coming into the game here. But let's have a look at highlights to see what exactly made these 2 teams tick. Now, we talked about how Louvre was really struggling in the past 3 rounds. They've had losses upon losses, and most of those losses were landslides. But coming into map 2 though, we start to see them struggle. A nice little micro adjustment from them that really shows that mechanically they are definitely in the game.
Yeah, I mean, LVR undoubtedly is the team that is struggling the most currently, but I think this series is going to be a breakthrough for them. Yes, they did not win any of the maps, but it's okay because they came close, especially since they started on defenders, but they're much more comfortable. And of course, against Kizuna, where you at least know the members and how they play, you need that confidence to build up. And they didn't even call a timeout, so I'm really liking that we're seeing a little bit of that climb starting to happen.
I think that it's also really important to talk about Kizuna in general and just how exactly they understand this map, how exactly they play together. And we've seen this, I would say, for Kizuna, we've seen this, I would say, this trend of them just understanding that playing together gave them a lot more value. It's very different than last season for Kizuna, how we sort of like see them playing like a hero play from Flaring. They weren't really eager. They were so eager to stop people from coming onto the site. They get picked off one by one. But this time, they understanding themselves on how exactly to play together. Their timings gave them a lot more value. And I think that Kizuna, this split looks a lot more as a team compared to before. Ricardo, let's look at the stats here. It's honestly really hard. It's just honestly just so shocking to see how well both teams were playing. There's a lot of situations where it was a one-on-one, where it was almost a thrifty at that point, how both teams really know how to waste time. But 13-7 here, MVP, Flaring, and Reverie. And I'm honestly not surprised at Reverie on how exactly he played the game. He was very aggressive, and not only was he aggressive, he was also the man to really entry the site when Doomin was already going forward. So you have one person clearing out the first half of the site and Doomin clearing the back part of the site, which means understanding that on attack, that's exactly what we want to do. Unfortunately, because of this combo, Defense was a little bit more weak for them, but they still gave Kizuna a run for their money.
Yeah, but on the side of Kizuna, though, we cannot discredit them for their efforts. They actually had 3 clusters themselves, and most of these times I think it was the first pistol on its own, and we have Flaring. That's going to be the MVP of the day with that insane ace. 5k did barely move on the side of Hell, just shooting those shots really on point. Actually, the whole Kizuna, I believe, were on point today. Even Kimmy, he had his highlights where he had them.
Yeah, every one of them is just like multi-fragging, and on top of that, they were just so good at those micro adjustments at the same time. It wasn't really flicks, honestly. It was just really isolating each player one by one, and Kimmy understanding like that he might go down. But the problem was, it's just those tiny little moments that you have to really abuse. And I think that this is what's happening for Louvre. It's like, yes, they were playing together, but when one person is not exiting the smoke at the same time, it will be abused by the members of Kizuna.
Yep, so much to be asked over there, but really a great display on the side of Kizuna Esports. Really convincing victory over there. And also on the side of LVR, we have to say GG because I think they did exceptionally well considering their run so far.
Yeah, it's really just showing us what exactly they wanted to show us, what they were cooking on a set. But it is looking very, very good as well. At the same time, we do want to say the end for our first series of the night as we go into series 2. And I believe that it's going to be a really exciting one because it is going to be X10 as well as Enigma. So don't go anywhere. More Valorant coming to you after this.
He knows exactly where G is with G. He has to take it. Oh! Getting a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Reason.
The side decided to one more. Scary!
But San don't care. San wants more.
Oh my
Walking
God.
and move step. Vera picking up 3.
Earlier, we got to see the reunion of Kizuna as well as LVR, but now we're going to be seeing the reunion of X10 as well as Enigma, as they were earlier within Split 1, the lower bracket final. So a lot more to be said and come back from this. But before all of that, my name is Lemonade, and this is Tash Bunny.
Welcome back, everyone. We're gonna seeing us our second series today, but this is all with our sponsors here, One Esports as well as Astro Arena. Now, let's talk a little bit about this second split between X10 as well as Enigma. We have seen them play together last split, obviously, and it was a very interesting situation as Enigma came up on top. Now, we've seen some readjustments from the two rosters here, X10 having 2 new players come through, if you guys remember properly, and as well as for Enigma as well, they changed up their IGL, if I'm not mistaken. As we go into this map, I think that it's really important to talk about these two teams. Now, when you think about X10 having a new IGL, this is a very interesting situation because their IGL used to be the IGL for Louvre. And what's interesting about this IGL as well is that he has like very diverse, I would say, experience. Redco used to coach for TSM, the girls team. He used to also coach for, I believe he was also the coach and IGL for Louvre, now moving into X10. And at the same time, they also have a very, very young and new player. If I remember correctly, he used to be the duelist for a different team. And I think what's also interesting about him is that he just became legal. That's why he's playing on the big stage.
Oh, I see. Oh, I think that's a story I heard as well. And I love all these young blood coming in. They bring you full of so much energy. They bring you new, I guess, rushes. It's just the age, I guess. Age is not just a number for these people. It is the energy and I guess the attention span that they have. And on the screen right now, you get to see we have Redco in action here, the new IGL. Of course, like you mentioned, having been a coach, having been, the IGL of their previous teams, has been really the experience that he needed, especially to become an IGL for X10 Esports. And I think what he does so well is undisputed. He is really understanding of his teammates' abilities and try to work around all of the pros and cons that his teammates present.
I can't say anything bad about Redco because he's gonna watch the broadcast, and when I go live, he's gonna be like, Tash, I'm gonna rewatch the broadcast and see if you say anything bad about me. So I am technically, if you think about it, Redco is technically behind me holding a gun to my head. But let's talk about Enigma right now. And I think for Enigma, I was a huge fan of them coming through because they did have a Malaysian player come through as well. Now they still have one. It's gonna be Zan in the team. And I think if you look at them, they did bring in, they did change their new IGL. They changed from the Doctor to Styron, I believe it was. And I think was it Frey or Styron? I don't remember. I think it was Styron. Regardless for the team, I think Enigma is one of those teams that are very, very mechanical. They move like cogs in a machine. Very, very well oiled. And Zan, I think everyone knows Zan. They know that from Malaysia, he was one of the best duelists. He's very aggressive, and the way that he plays is very interesting. It's very similar to what we expect from Paper X, something which is taking the site, staying alive, and also going for those frags. It's very different than what we expect for a usual duelist because the role of duelist has changed a lot. Now, looking at the head-to-head here, you're going to be seeing the two duelists, and I think that's really cool when we think about these two duelists, because if you look at Vera, it's like, I think his job is to just get that space, and usually if he survives, he'll get those picks. But it's very different to Zan. Zan is coming onto site, get those frags, stay alive. And that's why I said that we can actually just kind of like put together Zan and something, it'll be very similar. Regardless, if you look at the ACS, Zan's a little bit higher compared to Vera, but average kills, Vera has more in the bag compared to Zan.
Yeah, but I think Vera, although you say that Zan is the one that stays alive, and if he does, he almost certainly gets a kill. Vera also does the same thing, and he does play like the Neon onto Pearl.
He's a lot more diverse, I feel.
Yeah.
The agent pool.
Yeah, diverse, and also he utilizes it really well. When you play the Neon, you want to make space so fast. He is there within a second. And if he's alive, he gets one more pick as well. So I think both of these duelists, there are really top names out there, especially in the MYSG region.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's look at the map veto. I was gonna say that for Vera, I think he's a very humble guy. He would just come into my stream and say, Tash, I'm gonna whiff lead. And I was like, dude, shut up. Seriously, shut up.
I need Tash's network. I don't know how she knows all whoever, whose name, whose mother, whose brother.
I don't know. They just keep coming to my stream, guys. Like, I don't know what to say. They just come in and say hi. Regardless, we're gonna be seeing Split and Fracture out of the way, and I don't blame them. For these two maps, I would say it's very, very momentum heavy for these two maps, and it's really hard to take back momentum once a team, has so much heat in their pocket. Icebox will be played, and I'm really excited for this because if you guys don't know, Icebox will be taking out the rotation very soon. I'm so sad, Elle.
Wait, I didn't know that. Okay, wait.
What, you didn't know?
No, I don't.
It's to make space for Newbind.
Oh, man.
I love Icebox. I mean, just as we saw the new lineups to come through as well, the new dynamics to come through, we're going to see Icebox picked by EG. And if you remember, EG is just one of those teams that do really well on this map as well. It's all about that control. It's all about taking up space. And I'm just really excited to see what exactly EG can do with this. Now, Lotus will be the one that'll be very interesting here. It's going to be...
I love Lotus.
I love Lotus. I don't know why everyone keeps telling me they don't like Lotus. It's a very fun map.
Yes.
It's a very dynamic map with so many different styles of play to come through as well. But looks like that Haven and Ascent out and Pearl is going to be in. I think that for all these three maps, I would say, is that are maps that all three teams, both teams are very, very adept at. We've seen, I think we've seen Redco duo Icebox last split with Louvre, and they did pretty well. They actually gave, I believe, Enigma a run for their money. Now he's inside of X10. I think this is the rematch that he wants.
Yep, I think that's going to be Icebox, but my question here is actually on Lotus. I mean, X10 picked it. They've shown that they've done really well on Lotus from the previous split, but I think the previous round, I can't remember between which team, but I remember recalling that Redco was a little bit shifty holding the B side. So I think maybe that was the early stages. So
for Lotus?
Yeah, for Lotus.
I think that for Lotus, a lot of teams needed some time. And I think that for a lot of teams, learning Lotus early can give them that value where that map can be their trump card. We saw that happening last split with Pearl. We saw that for Bleed. They were heavily leaning onto that map. And now Lotus is becoming that next new map that everyone wants to kind of give that advantage for. Regardless, for our first map, Icebox, we're going to be seeing a, I would say, double controller for the side of X10. And for EG, the same thing. It's a mirror matchup, honestly. I'm surprised that they no longer want a Sage in the team. I remember at one point, a Sova and a Sage was the comp to have because of that ice wall, because you want the ice wall for that post plant, for that early defense, as well as the, for planting at the same time. But now with Harbor, I'm surprised no one is utilizing the Gecko Harbor comp on this map. I am so disappointed.
I think it's something that they're just more comfortable with, just playing the Harbor as
No, you don't get it.
No, I don't get it.
I want to see Lil Bro.
Oh, you want to see Lil Bro?
Exactly.
He's seen it in Pro though.
Yeah, but I want it to be on this map. I mean, the idea here, the comp that I was talking about here is basically you put Lil Bro to run forward and you put the Cove on top of Lil Bro as he plants. So it gives him a little bit added value so Lil Bro does not go down and you can already prepare for the post plant. Regardless, it might be the same thing. Someone else just gonna be the Lil Bro, but this is...
Before anybody flames me, I just want a disclaimer out there. I try to avoid Icebox a little bit.
Oh man, I love Icebox. It's such a dynamic map. It's very, very utility heavy. It rewards aggression. Whether you're on attack or defense, it's about taking that space and holding it. Control is the name of the game. Very similar to Pearl. And I think that Redco really was able to give that when he was in Louvre. Now in X10, I have not shoutcasted any of X10's games yet. I did do for one map, I think on day 1. But this is going to be a very different or new dynamic for me because all I've been doing is just watching their games here.
And I definitely think that you have a run for your money watching X10 against Enigma. I believe that both of these teams, they're really at the tip-top of their game here. And coming in from quite a contested lower bracket final earlier in Split 1, I think they have a lot of conversations to have with each other.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very, very shifty mid-area play here from the side of EG. And because of that, they want to take so much control coming in from the side. We can see shots coming through, but no one getting through. And speaking of that, Ego is huge opening, gets one, Zan is going to pick up the pieces, and Redco does trade out in the end of the day. They're already running onto the site, and now for EG, this is a huge thing. They're just trying to look for X10, where exactly they're going to be here, who's attacking, who has the defense at this point here. Zan gets one. Redco does trade back. It's been a battle of trades here. Redco for 3, and it's a very clean round for them.
Wow, X10 really showing that they are confident in taking space themselves. Yeah, Ego is holding on mid-side, but in A, Redco as well as another team member, I can't remember who it was, but they actually walked all the way out, tried to take those fights, and put themselves into an advantageous spot. Now 1-0, Enigma here, not going to look for a force, going to play a little bit with the Sheriffs, and I believe with Zan holding it, he is still a monster to be dealt with. Starman going to opt for the Marshal, I believe. Could be quite useful himself. Just getting that one pick off could really translate into a lot more value for his team.
I really like that on these sort of like second rounds, the losing team does at least invest in one Marshal, because the idea is to take away as many guns as you can as you go into the bonus. But we've seen situations where players, they don't need proper guns. You just have those Sheriffs, and they pop heads so very well. And I think that this has already been read by the side of X10, because they're not over peaking at all. And speaking of that, Wayne does get tagged. Still half HP, so he's going to be playing a little bit more safe.
Right here.
I don't think he knows that right next to him, though, is going to be a Vera. Only a sneaky angle. They clearly see him. I like how they're so disciplined. Not sure if they're just trying to wait for him to get into it.
What
There you
a
go.
shot.
That's the answer.
There we go. That's a nice answer. Styron taken out of the game. That's a Marshal out. Zan does get taken a little bit more. So little HP to work with. They're just trying to take their time because they understand that against Spectres, they can't play too aggressive because the run and gun potential is a little bit too high. Thames hasn't moved just yet, and because of this split, this default is making it so hard to see anything as the spray from Thames is a little bit too much, gets 2, and the spike is fully in X10's control.
Now just Zan and Arton. Zan manages to get Redco down though. That's going to be a consolation prize. Wayne is heavily damaged, but he's on the side of B. Oh, but he does manage to tag Thames. It's going to take down Zan as well as Arton. That's a 4K for Thames as well.
I'm not sure if that shock dart was actually meant for Zan on the top side, because you know sometimes a situation you kind of like spray through the smoke and like that's not who I meant to kill, but sure I'll take it. So that would be hilarious if that was the case. I have to ask Zan later. Regardless, a very good round. 2 rounds for X10. They didn't lose any guns in that round at the same time, and they are going to be investing in those heavy shields, except for Redco, because he is forcing a gun onto this round. They're trying to get value. They have two Phantoms in their hands.
Poison orb emitting.
Enigma trying to go for A once again. You do have the harbor walls that's going to block off the mid side in case anyone's going to push out just like previously. But we have the Aldrin instead. It's going to be the one taking out the information. So disciplined. Zan doesn't really use his tailwind to try to get any aggression. Just going to hold us this area.
Getting value from that dash, unfortunately, because he wasn't able to get those early picks regardless. That's a huge thing for them. The information, the denial of information from EG is what they're trying to abuse here. They understand that for Redco, the way he understands information is by getting the information and reacting to it, and by denying, they get a lot of value. But the problem is X10, the way they hold here, look at how exactly they're playing. They're playing very separated, but not aggressive enough to get picked off so early. As they hear the sprays come out, Vera gets that first value onto Styron, and they are trying to destroy this bonus round if they can.
Already making a beeline onto either mid or to B itself. They know they cannot make a breakthrough onto A side, possibly having more than one member there. That suspicion is right as well. But do they know though that Wayne is actually holding off B side himself?
Looking at Wayne, he's been very cracked.
Oh yeah.
As a smoker, it's just insane. Then immediately, that snake bite sprays through with the Spectre. Frey does take a chunk of damage from that snake bite. Regardless, he takes up a lot of full space as a Sentinel at the same time. A spray to come through. Vera hiding inside of Cloudburst goes down in the day. They do get the plant here, but the spray to come out. Vera goes down to Zen. A jump shot from Egoist. Very aggressive. And this is the fuse coming through. They have to worry about Arton. Where exactly he is, they have no clue.
No, they do not have to worry about Arton. I mean, Thames does, but at least for the diffuser, they just have to hold it.
It's a nice round, honestly, at this point. But for EG, a little bit too separated. And I think the rotations from the side of X10 made it very, very hard for EG to really prepare for the post plant.
Yep, I definitely agree with that. Coming to 3-0 though, you usually see EG a little bit more confident and coerced as a team together. Now they are playing a little bit of a mixed buy over here. We do have Blaze Storm on the side of Zan, and you know how Zan is with the Blaze Storm, possibly could make something happen.
Very aggressive player, honestly, and look at Vera. He is playing aggressive. He understands. I think, is that on him? No, it's not. But immediately Zan, as you said before, picks off Vera. That's huge. But 10 HP left. He has to play it very safe. He has to go and wait for the utils to come out. They don't know that Wayne is on yellow. They do know there is a gun there. It gives him a little bit of space for an upgrade. Regardless, the other members of XN is already on the rotate.
Wayne in the aggressive position. Just gonna wait for the timing, and that's gonna be the timing it is. Arson's gonna be taken down. Now just a Sheriff on hand. Not really gonna get the refrag onto him. He has full rain of yellow. Oh, plays with the smoke a little bit. Managed to take down Divine. His teammates are already dead. Reinforcements. And it's like EG.
Oh my god.
Unable to make anything happen.
He's just making so much work. Frey does get a tap on the head. Redco answers. Very clean round, 4-0. And this situation, even though they were on a save, they weren't able to take out more players. And I have to say that Wayne holding down the line is very impressive because how he plays with his utils. We talked about how cracked he is as a player and how he plays as a duelist. I love seeing duelists move toward a more, I would say, a different or more backside role, like say a sentinel or even a controller, because they aren't playing far back. They are not afraid to play as aggressively as they can.
Yep, I definitely agree with that, especially since you have the experience as a duelist. You know when you should take risks and when you should pull back, and then you bring that into another role. It's essentially putting a duelist skill with different utilities.
Yeah, and you do give a good shot at the same time. That util, the recon, does spot out one player. Zan this time playing on the top side, clearing out the corners, and Wayne punishes him for it. The sounds he made as he drops down is enough for Wayne to just spray out and get him.
Wow, but really lucky shot though. That's true to smoke as well.
Did he get vulnerable from the smoke? I think he did.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. It's honestly a really good spray. And that's what I was talking about in terms of putting a player with a good shot onto a, I would say, a role that can really abuse their utilities.
Next time playing so disciplinedly. EG though, a little bit questionable. But we do have Arton, who's trying to be a little bit of an aggressive Viper himself. He's all the way up there, but X10's getting a little shifty from the silence that EG is providing.
Wayne has not moved an inch and will be playing in the backside of the side as well. Waiting for his teammates instead, knowing that the numbers game is going to give them value. And now the plant comes through. He eats a lot of damage, the vulnerable as well from the snake bite. Fortunately, no toxic orb to really chunk him down. Arton holding the line, gives the information that someone going to be inside of kitchen. Temps hasn't moved at all. And as the time dwindles down, here also comes the reckoning to come through. Styron for 2, Divide against 1 more. Redco and Temps does answer, but it's not enough. It does displace them. That ultimate gives them every information they need. They need to stop the defuse. They hear the tap. They immediately get rid of the recon. It gives them all the value in the world. As Redco with the wraparound yellow. And the defuse comes through.
You can see him hopping in his seat. He is so excited off of that. Was really great retake coming from X10. Temps also managed to fish out Arton in the side of kitchen, even though he was holding it for so very long.
They understand that Arton loves to play a lurk. And I think that it was just read so very well. And on top of that, the reckoning gave away their spaces, gave away their areas. So it's really hard to do retake when the reckoning was popped. And all they had to do was play it safe. And I'm really liking the fact that for Redco, you saw how he played that high tide. He wrapped around behind his own high tide and wait for it to come down and then just goes in for the sprays. And you're not going to expect anyone to push through the high tide because of the slow.
Yeah, honestly, I thought that could have been an EG win just because the high tide was basically a free spray. But we had Redco one step ahead, doing the wraparound. I think that's really well said and done by this X10. Enigma Gaming, they called a timeout, I think, just to recuperate a little bit. I think they realized economy is not really looking so well as well. If they want to buy this round, they can fully utilize their ultimates into trying to convert that into a point for themselves. But if they lose this though, it's going to be very difficult for them to come back from it.
I think this is a good round for a timeout for Enigma because at this point you really need to starting to see the patterns. Where exactly is X10 and how exactly they're committing onto the site here? Because if you look at X10, it's not necessarily like the most basic or default of defenses. It's very, very, I would say it's more in layers than anything. You have Wayne playing in the very front line and close behind. We have we have Frey not too far behind at the same. Sorry, not Frey. We have Egoist not too far behind. So it's a nice little layer because it allows a lot of flexibility for Egoist to move between B and A side.
Yep, definitely agree with that. And it's basically textbook in that sense, where you play off of each other, contact one by one. And I think they really seem to master that. I think earlier last week as well, when I was casting with Contra, he mentioned that this seems to be a much more progression towards the team that they really want to be, especially since they lost out to Bleed last seek split. Oh, but Enigma has something to answer with that. Arton going to take down Egoist, holding down Kitchen.
They remember that Egoist was playing in Kitchen, and they were on a hunt to catch this guy off guard. That's exactly what they did. Zan does get the tailwind up. Unfortunately, no one will be pushing up back again. No answers yet from X10, and I'm really liking this fact because if they reacted to that, they were just going to go down again. So what they're doing here is like, it's fine, we lost one player, and what we're going to do here is just hold. Play off as much information as we can. We know they came in through Kitchen, but we are not going to react to that because coming through Kitchen means that we are going to be holding. We see where exactly Vera was, just to see where exactly they're going to go.
Oh, wait, with the thing onto Divine.
Oh, he nearly takes him down.
Wow, 1 HP.
30 seconds
I'm surprised he didn't get taken down.
Yep, but here comes the updraft. Arton gets 3 already. Huge round for this man as they take up so much space. They use the Cove a little bit more back just to give them so much space towards Snowman.
Oh, but the high tide is blocking out any potential retake. That's on the side of Rico and Thames. They're playing really slowly now. They know they have a few seconds to play with, but you have to fish out 5 members regardless of the thing on Divine. And Zan's going to make that even harder for the side of Thames. Now he has 1v5. I don't think it's possible for him. He's going to probably look for a save.
This is a very good round for EG, honestly, because I'm not too sure how exactly they decided to play this, but it was a good read as Thames does find Zan. Indian gets 2. Can he get 3 is the question. There's still one more to worry about. He knows exactly where he is, and Divine tags team out. He doesn't go down. 1 HP still alive.
Gun here.
Still a convincing performance over there, taking down 2. That's going to be the consolation prize, but finally we see EG on the board, and nonetheless, 4 ultimates on both sides. It's either going to be popping up at the same time where your graphics card is going to be in question, or we're going to see them come in layers. I hope EG tries to steamroll with this though, because that's the win that they need.
Yeah, I think that in this situation, we might see a mirror match. I mean, not mirror matchup, but mirror ultimates. Because if you remember, it's usually they would pop the ultimate as they go the plant, and another pop either to deny. So let's see how it's going to go. It's going to be a very aggressive push out here from Vera. He's understanding that he can be caught out here, and immediately he does. Even though he does get tagged, he still sprays out to deny at least some space and goes for the reposition. He hasn't popped his blades just yet. He's just waiting for the right time. And immediately the spray to come out, reading Wayne so very well. Chunks a bit of HP, but Zan, 57 HP left.
Oh, with Wayne, you do lose out a little bit of that Viper utility. You do have Red Coat that's going to bring in the reinforcements though. Zan does manage to get one, but not quite making the breakthrough onto his side. Divine not even sure if he can go for this plan. I think he taps to try to fake the possible retake that Xen is planning. Oh, just sprays though all around.
Yeah, and Redco was not allowed onto the side as well because of that high tide from Divine. So they have to wait for the util to go down. That's exactly what Xen is trying to do. No plants yet, but Temps still holding down the line. I'm trying to see where exactly the other members are. This is a very interesting default, honestly, because they already got the site of... They already got B site, but they decided to go run toward A. Look at where EG is, already on A, a nice little rotate. It's a very tight corner he's playing, and Frey takes 2! Very beautifully done, and that Cascade will just close off at least the area of mid. 3 in the pocket from Frey, and Vera goes down, not gonna get 4. Redco answers, 27 HP, not enough to bring it home.
Wow, Frey really going off over there. He had full utilities to just pop and use in case any of them is going to try to overrun him in that very aggressive position. But he was so trusting of his aim over there. Now we have ultimates available on the side of X10, and this is where they're calling a timeout. I think very much needed. Economy not looking the best. Egoist does not have full creds to full buy. but they do have utility to use. And I think EG finally cracked the code a little bit, especially since they did that kind of fast rotate from B side all the way to A, considering they had Frey already make his way onto site. I think they're starting to realize that they need to deplete the side of X10's utilities as much as they can. Every single action that X10 used that does not have a value is value for Enigma.
We didn't see any util popped from the side of X10 until after. I mean, like, the only util that we really see actively being used was only Wayne's on B side. On A, it was barely any, and I think it was because it was Egoist's. I think his utils were more toward mid side, if anything, and he doesn't really put all of his utils out. So he was more of playing upon contact instead of having a setup to deny people that space. And I think the idea for X10 is just like, hold your utils until you really have to use it. And I honestly, sometimes I think that it can be a little bit stingy, but we have to see how exactly each round is going to have to go.
It's very hard to say. I think even for us who try to practice that theory in normal games itself, it's always so difficult to decide when is the best time to use it. Full utilities though, full ultimates for the side of X10. If they want to retake this round from EG, Temps already making aggression but does not seem to find anybody in A side. Instead, EG, they're hovering over mid and possibly B. Again, probably the MO, try to get the information that they need.
Really like how they're using that cascade. It denies any value or any vision from Belt. So if anyone were to play Op, were to play Marshall, they aren't going to get any value from that. But look at where Frey is holding. This time, they want to punish X10 for playing aggressive, and look how far back they're holding. Vera comes out, he pops their head, and immediately X10 said, okay, I don't think we should be pushing out, we shouldn't be answering, and Arton holding down the line, and Egoist reads that like a book and takes 2.
Wow, I love the fact that we have Egoist here, just spraying it down, taking down 2, and that's Zan and Arton. So you do lose out in your duelist that with the speed as well, and it's Zan. So a lot to be said. EG now has 3 members around their side and T itself, but still no idea about where they're going to be making the hit.
It's a very interesting sort of default, I have to say, but a default that cost them a lot because they lost their duelist, they lost their smoker. They do still have Divine for that, I would say, side control, and immediately they're just going to rush straight onto A site. We do see the Reckoning come through. It gives them passage onto the site. At least it clears that out. I'm not sure if the members of X10 are going to respect it. Yes, they are. A Cove to allow them a very clean plant, and here comes the Hunter's Fury to deny them, and they do take down Divine, but not before he is taken down. Lockdown to come through. Redco and Temps get 1 each. Immediately, a spray in the backside. Redco cleans up house, and this is exactly what I was talking about in terms of using utils for that retake.
Wow. Really, push comes to shove. All ultimates decided to come down, except for Wayne. But really, Temps, Egoist, and Redco using those ultimates, really pushing all the side of EG backwards. Playing so well. It's almost as if they were trying to coordinate the ultimates.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, it's really good because I know that Enigma wants to keep those ultimates to get onto the side for those explosive plays. But maybe, perhaps, I don't know, because I feel like for X10, their retakes are just so clean. They're okay with respecting Enigma enough to give them that space. They're also really okay with just playing for that retakes. At the same time, we didn't see Wayne popping his ultimate early in the round. They're saving it all for later.
Really proving the point that...
We were just talking about that.
Yeah, they just really hold it off, and now ultimate is popped. But A side is not the choice for EG. Instead, it might possibly be a B buy. Knowing EG is always getting the information, Zen trying to get a pick. Does not seem to find anybody in the side of yellow. The Viper wall is totally blocking off vision. He is on site, but really, can you say it's safe?
It's really hard to say, honestly, because what they're doing here is just cutting the site like a pizza. Attack to come through onto Zan, and they're planting a little bit more deep than usual. And I think that because they want to hold this area, they want to have so much control of the site. This is a nice little push out from Egoist. Does get traded out by Divine. Vera the backside. Doesn't really matter if you cut the site like a pizza or not. I will eat you. I don't know, I'm still hungry. I just broke fast. Regardless, Vera... For 1 more, finds Zen. Redco, still very much alive. Cove comes out, gives you so much value because you get the defuse. Snake bite just to buy some time, and immediately a Divine swaps out, gets 2 in return, but it's not enough to really do much. And this is what I wanted to say, because even though they cut the line, they cut the whole site into a pizza, they want to get more space. X10 they're saying it's fine if you cut that area because we are just going to wait for your utils to go down.
Yep, waiting for the time to go in, make that hit, and actually attacking from the mid from itself. Yes, you have a cross set up, but when you're in the middle of that process of taking on site and you get the right timing, XN is so smart on this to play to the wind of opportunity that presents itself. Breaking in, taking the retake one section by one section from B main itself and then to the backer side.
I think it's also really important to talk about how exactly you came from mid, right? Just now you're talking about. I think that was also really cool and very smart because where they were focused on was toward kitchen, was toward main side. They were not looking toward mid at all. And that was just one area left open and it was just fully abused by XN. Vera was just not afraid to take up that space. As soon as the utils go down, Mans is already so quick onto the site. And again, EG tries to play that information denial, but XN doesn't really mind there. Okay, they're like, okay, that's fine. We'll just play time.
Reckoning gets popped. Zan trying to make some waves onto site. Subway gets shot down by Ego is holding the line. X10 members, Wayne as well as Ego is, they are being discovered by the Reckoning, but we do have the lockdown as a response. EG forced to retreat a little bit, try to recuperate and get back to their senses since they lost Zan.
This is a very, very early utility pop. Because earlier, it was all about that wait. Speaking of wait, it's gonna be Egoist once again being the hero. He already spotted out one, but he still gets two. Here goes one more, but nice trade. A crossfire from X10 just really seals the deal. And I'm really liking the fact that even though they were holding these cross corners, they did not move an inch, but instead the reposition was from the teammate instead for the trade.
Wow. At this current point, if you are EG, it's looking a little bit dim because you've gotten a footing earlier in round 6 and 7, but suddenly now X10 is coming back from it. They do have some ultimates as well as some guns, but half shields on the side of Ray and Arton. So a little bit questionable. I think they have to be a little bit more decisive, but the way that X10 is playing, it's...
I don't think the way XN is playing allows them to be decisive.
Yeah, exactly. You took the words out of my mouth.
I know. I had a feeling what you were trying to say there. But it's okay. As we go from this, we already see that the Cascade gives them a lot of space, at least onto A main. But the problem is getting onto the site itself here. You hear the Owl drone popped up from both the teams. And it gives them all that value. Pop from Egoist, Util just gives them a lot of space to work with as Temps hasn't moved at all. It's gonna be a spray through. Frey does get one. Styro gets one more. Redco answers, but will be traded out. Vera, let's pick one more out of the way. 3 on 2. You also hear the Viper's pip popped out. This is to really make sure that they can secure the round, even though they have that man advantage. Wayne, we've seen him pop heads. We've seen him play aggressive, but it's going to be very hard playing inside of the pit. He has a shorty and immediately finds the Styron's toes. It's so unfortunate, but honestly, it really shows that he, as a Viper, understands how exactly a Viper can work. Regardless the Viper, playing in the backside, playing together, Frey and Arton. Arton's half HP. Still through the smoke. He reacts to it. He does find the Viper in the pit. One more person to worry about, but does go down to Frey at the end of the day. A little bit too close for comfort, but they still make it work.
Wow. You see the conflict sticking in his brain. You know, there's gonna be one here, probably one playing in Nest. Unfortunately, though, a little bit cheeky coming in from Enigma Gaming. And finally, they get a point for themselves. But the cascade that they utilize when pushing Temps at the back of A side, that was beauty.
That was really good, honestly. It keeps Temps out of the way, but Temps did not move at all. And this is why I think that right now, if you look at X10 before and now, like before, I think X10 was very aggressive, but now it's more like they are an unmovable force. It's really hard for EG to break through their defenses.
Oh, it's not fixed, but it's not broken.
Cascades! Look at the trade of the Cascades. It's just so interesting and very, very aggressive from both teams. X10 is just so flexible. It's really hard to really figure out where exactly they're going to be. Zan has his work cut out for him. Styro does get one. He gets two with the Hunter's Fury. But again, Zan goes down to Egoist with the punish. Waiting for one more, not allowing any space up onto mid. Vera playing the backside, but he's understanding his teammates are close by for the trade.
Ooh, there goes the Owl drone getting some information. Hey, gonna get out of that! Talk about utility giving you value.
Initiated. Switching sides.
What kind of precision was that with the ADS? And they just lined up for him. Holy!
Enigma there not doing the best as they could to close the scoreline, but I think that final round at least gave them a boost of confidence that they need. Wow, Frey taking 1-2. Was it really his advantage, or was it really X10 just lining up?
It was just him holding, honestly. It was a micro angle to work with, and it's really hard to answer because it's very tiny.
Here.
Regardless, that round was honestly phenomenal. Just so great of a hold.
X10's in the hot seat, attempting to do the attacks that they do very well. But at their 6 though, EG is already making their way all the way from their spawn. They have the site, but no members of EG is down just yet.
Wayne on the attack. Not going too aggressively, but Wayne does get the pick. Styron does get one more. It's very, very hard for him for that reposition because X10 is just all about taking up that space. Nice little pincer, but look at Zen, he get a double with the right click. Arjun gets one more attempts. That's by Arjun in the end. That recon, it's not gonna get any value. Jump shots all around. Zan gonna go for that force. Gets it to half. But he's gonna try and push through, but nice little crossfire by his teammates. Divine has his back as Enigma take out another round.
Doesn't this remind you a little bit of the Kizuna round?
Oh,
where
yeah.
Went in, and then suddenly we have 3 members pincering from behind.
It's a very interesting play, I think, for MYSG in general. It's just like this. At one point, you're just like, who's attack on who's on defense here? Where are you guys?
Yep.
How did you guys get there? How fast did you guys rotate around? All about taking up the space, right?
Yep. And it's pretty funny to see because when you talk about pro play, a lot of the community would think that, oh, they are going to be refragging. It's going to be an attack 5-5, refrag, truly team fight. But at the end of the day, they try all these different tactics, try to get that one of each other, and I love seeing it.
It's just like, honestly, these two teams just really showing how to outplay each other at this point. And Vera with the one tap onto Zan does take a lot of damage. And this situation for Enigma, this time around, playing on defense, I wouldn't say they're as immovable as X10, but I would say they're a little bit more proactive to kind of like responding to anything they see. They're very aggressive compared to X10, who are okay with giving up that site and then just blasting on.
X10 though, trying to make the attack, but the Viper's ball just been blocking off. I think they're trying to get the coordination through, but Varo only has 10 HP, gets taken down as well as Sam and Redco in the process. Egoist does manage to trade 1, but with only Sheriff and a Ghost on Wayne's hands, it's very difficult to look through any line of sight, especially since they have all this utility from EG just popped up, stalling the time.
Yeah, and Egoist gets better gun, but he's like, nah, I prefer the Sheriff. Frey does take him down in the end. One more to worry about. Clean round from Enigma. They take it back this time around. I think that... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, just very simple textbook coming in. I mean, it is the second round, of course, so EG...
Yeah, I think they're just trying to not lose guns anyway as they go into that bonus. But we have seen situations where even though it is the bonus, but they still get value from those, from the Spectres, from those Bulldogs.
Mm-hmm. Now it's X10's round 2 by themselves. Well, I think they've been doing pretty well, especially I think in pistol they managed to claim outside, but did not expect that there was a flank coming from the 6. Yeah. I wonder if they'll do the same thing though. It looks to be more of a split kind of situation where they're getting information where they can. Baron up there, Zen is holding but misses. Oh, it's just a jet on jet showdown, but Zen is forced to retreat.
He can't just hold that anymore because the information has been relayed. It's gonna be hard, but Wayne, huge, finds Divine over the mid side. Not a great situation to be in, honestly. Without Divine, it's gonna be a little bit harder to control side, but they do have another smoker at least. But for Redco, I think for X10, what they're trying to do here is just deny that information. Be quiet. Make them think that they're going in for the rotate. And having Egoist in the mid side at least relays the information that we haven't been seen quite yet. They don't know if we are pushed, but immediately just gonna explode off the side because they understand there's 2 on the mid side over there. And now Vera rushing to the back of site. Immediately, just with the Cloudburst, denies that middle form of information as Wayne sprays through. Fine spray. 3 HP left, but he is not moving an inch.
Barely seeing anything, but not leaving focus Off of the target, Zando, really sneaky once again on top of building. He's going to take down his counterpart. Sam's going to try for the reflect, but he's taken out with the Sheriff. The movement of this guy is insane. And now, 3v3, but it's the defender's turn to move.
Look at how much damage is put through, and retakes for Enigma is going to be a little tough. That denial of the site with the snake bite, with the poison orb, with the toxic wall. Enigma does get one tap onto Redco. He does go down 3 HP though. Doesn't really matter. Zan for 4. And then Wayne buys enough time. Are they gonna get the defuse? I think they do.
Oh, so close, and that was X10's round bye. Now with that being said, gonna be a huge economic deficit for the side of X10. Are we going to save in this round? EG starting to look a little bit more well-oiled there. I think playing a little bit more of those angles to their advantage. The verticality that Zan utilizes has been immense so far, and now he has an operator. They don't even know that yet. But it's going to be so hard now. It's going to be an extra layer of wall built over the defenses.
And we know that Zan, when he plays that op, is just so very frustrating because his repositions are just so massive. It's not the biggest of repositions, but it is enough to kind of figure out, okay, he was here before, where is he gonna hold now? But Arton will be spotted out by that recon at least, but Zan hasn't moved quite yet. Ego is not gonna push a little bit too aggressive here. I think the idea for X10 right now is to dwindle down the number of guns, be able to take away the guns and use it to their advantage. And now the vision for Arton is taken out of the way, and Temps just immediately pops his head as they realize that he was there as the high tide goes down.
You can look at the map. I'm really analyzing the way that EG plays. They lose one member and they recuperate together. They realize that to play with the numbers that they have, it is a deficit, but playing off each other is possible to try to win the round for themselves. X10 though, a little bit more hesitation, trying to hit A. Pantera manages to get Styron. That could be the possible pick that just allows them.
Honestly, a really good tap is gonna be Zan. Quickly just getting 3 just like that. The blades gave him so much value. He didn't have to pull up the op. Still one more to worry about. He gets 4. Can he go for the ace here? He does not. But Wayne, don't think he's gonna get anything out of this. He's just trying to buy some time, but Frey immediately takes him out of the way. A little bit hard to do any damage from that range with the Spectre.
With that being said though, that was X10's round to save, and I think taking down 3 members, it's gonna be I guess a silver lining of the grey cloud ahead of them. The operator is still in the hands of Zan though. Oh, but I feel like I said that sentence one too many times.
Honestly, it was a really good round, and you can tell that this round was just Zan finding his confidence. Because in the previous half, it felt like Zan wasn't really able to get those picks, wasn't able to go as aggressively as he wants. And in this situation, when you have your teammates relaying that information to you, when you are given that support, you can finally see Zan come online.
Yep, and that's also given that they were playing 4v5 in that retake. And it goes to show how all these micro actions that you make, they really put the value into getting the win for yourself. Now 8-8 equalize. And you said that Zan found his confidence a little bit more, but really, Zan has been so cracked. I don't even know when he loses confidence.
You just, for a Julius to really pop off is to have that support. And I think a lot of people, at least for, you know, when you talk about the viewers, they think that for Julius, they need to pop off in terms of frags. They need to always get those picks, but it's not really, doesn't have to be that way. They do need the support. But look at how many utilities were already used. Reckoning, as well as 2 snake bites just to deny them that space. Arton has not moved at all as Wayne hugging the corner, trying to make sure that he's able to play a corner, but immediately, look at that reaction time as soon as he gets hit by that recon.
Oh, so very difficult. We do have the rest of X10 members actually playing a little bit towards the back of site itself. It does get a tap. I'm not sure if they're going to try to fight with Zan. It's going to be aggressive here. Going to get the updraft onto the box for Zan. And manages to get Red Crow. Hugo is going to stop Styron and Zan in his works. He does have the lockdown at his use if he wants to defuse once again. But he's going to just use his Nanostorm.
Oh my God!
Fine off. Nanostorm's going to delay. Arton's going to find Egoist for the time. There's not enough time. Arton is going to be taken down.
Oh my god, what a round! And that's what I was talking about. Instead, like how everyone puts those utils down early, what he does is hold on to the util, throw it out, and pop it because it denies them from getting rid of those utils. And honestly, that's a great way to play, a great way to waste time. And Egoist did exactly that. Yes, he went down in the process, but the whole objective is to get the spike to explode. And look at his KDA right now, 16-3, 15-3. These two controller sentinels are just really showing us how to play aggressively in the backseat role.
Get out of my way!
Enigma has some answering to do, and Zen once again taking a little bit of aggressive stance. Does pop that tailwind, he gets tagged, he is forced to retreat. Oh, but we do have Vera trying to make some opening on the side of the defense.
You also heard the Viper's Pit popped on A. So that means that this time around, X10, like it or not, either they take their time and challenge the Viper's Pit, or they go on to B. And they put a lot of utilities there already. I mean, not a lot. They did use, the Aldrone onto that, which does displace Zen. But I think that because they were afraid that everyone would have rotated onto B, they didn't commit. But look at how many are on B already. It's already 3 people inside that pit, and they don't know. But as we know, the natural counter to a Viper's Pit is a lockdown. So as long as, say, Arjun does not move out of the pit, they may just stay very, very healthy, but they're gonna have to, I would say, to respect that. And again, they answer with their own Viper's Pit. Imli put down. You also hear the Reckoning popped out at the same time. It does displace Vera. Wayne out of the way. Zen with the shorty does go down. Egoist and Thames get 1 each. Styron with the Phantom does find Thames in a day. It's really hard to really pick out where exactly Wayne is. All they can do is just spray into the smoke. Vera with a jump shot with the shorty. That is nasty, Vera. Stop that right now. It should be illegal. And they're just still holding down the line. Egoist with an upgrade. And it was a very, very nice retake coming through here. You making sure to wait for the right time to use that lockdown.
Oh, the timing of the lockdown, the timing of that Viper's Pit. Utility really giving you the advantage over there. Like you said, use it when you only need it. And that's something that X10 understands fully and puts the theory into action themselves. Now on the side of EG, after losing that round, they have to go onto an eco here, getting themselves some sheriffs as well as shorty. Only Styron does have the Phantom. He also has the Hunter's Fury. But I think in this case, it's going to be trying to get those picks, trying to convert those into guns for themselves.
Not the Bucky!
But the Bucky does not find its value as Egoist takes him down so very quickly.
Yeah, it was a very aggressive push. He was not expecting 3 there. Immediately the sprays come out and Arton will be punished. Hunter's Fury will be expanded just to clear out that site. And Wayne already taking up so much space. Styron does find Redco though. Where was that? All the way up on B. Regardless, they have so much space right now. They get the spike down. And as for EG, they're picking up the pieces. What exactly they're going to do? Styron does have a gun here. He can go for the save if he wants to. But Egoist is not moving at all. And he's going to push forward. Divine is just holding. But was not expecting Egoist to push up.
We do have 2 members holding off yellow. There is a Viper's Wall, just going to block off any aggression coming in from EG. There goes the Nanostorm as well as the Cloudburst and the Snakebite, totally focusing its area onto the Spike plant. And now we have Styron just going to save that Phantom that he bought for himself.
Yeah, it's the only thing that he can do right now because look at the credits. It's just, economy-wise, just demolished, even though it looks so much better for them in the second half. But X10's capabilities of chaining so many rounds in a row is giving them a lot of problems. And again, this is EG's pick. This is a map that on Split 1, they had a pretty successful win rate. And I think that in this situation for Enigma, they might just be a situation where they're just read already like a book. And we know, I mean, I was talking to production about like how the comms are going to be like from Redco. Sometimes Redco will be like, they're just doing the same thing over and over again. Just do it. Just do the same thing we did before.
I mean, really, what they're used to really could be the key and the solution to what is presented above them as the question. And it's this micro adjustments that you make between rounds that is going to give you key, especially when you trust your team so well, and especially when you have X10 in the question right here. I do understand why EG actually picked the Icebox just because it's not a very played out map on the side of X10. I don't believe they've actually played this within the best of 5, the last split, yeah. So it could be a new environment that they wanted to test X10 on, but the fact that they picked this and X10 picked the defenders first actually gave them the upper edge. X10, the upper edge, because they seem to have been doing much more well in terms of being in the defender side as opposed to the attackers. And I think that's exactly how they knew they need to come into this to close this round off.
Also for EG, I mean, in the end of the day, this is also one of EG's rotations before in the previous split as well. But remember, in the previous split, they were playing with Doctor, the 300 IQ controller from Malaysia. And I think that coming into this, it's a different sort of feel for them as they have a new IGL. And remember, again, I talked with you guys before, it's about that, I would say, Redco as well, already playing this map on Louvre. He understands the dynamics on what exactly he wants to play on this map, of course with their coach as well. Because as we go into this round, I think that for EG, like I think their default plays have been huge, have been phenomenal when they go forward. But at the same time, X10's adjustments every time they change the way they play has just been huge. Again, textbooks onto the side, we saw the cascade come through and immediately Arton puts up his walls. But the thing is, we didn't see a commit.
No commit just yet. Once again, especially after any information that this is the way the XM plays. And so far it's been working out for them. EG though, I believe they do have some tactics up their sleeve, especially after coming out of that time out. So possibly having that time to just breathe a little bit, recuperate, handle the nerves could be what they need to just finish off with the extra 4 points. We have the Hunter Fury popped out by Temps. Getting a tag and he manages to get Frey down. It's going to be one man less to deal with onto B side. I think they realize this and they're already there. They're going to go for the plants. But if you take a look at the map, X10, they are all around. They are not giving control of map so easily to EG.
They took up so much space, including mid. And Wayne already found one. Divine does trade out here, but still one more to worry about. Divine for 2. Temps does trade back. 3 in the pocket for Temps already. You do hear the high tide come through. It is going to give him some space for that to defuse, but Temps with the 300 IQ lineups. Man, how many lineups does this man have? Gets a pick with how many shock darts? How many Hunter's Fury?
I'm sorry, I was staring at his cam. You saw him smile after getting the first pickup, and then he gets the second, and it's just he continued talking. So I think this guy is pumped, and I'm seeing X10 really seeing the finish line, trying to close this off against EG. EG does not have much ultimates at use. They have the lockdown, which could be good, but I do believe X10, they can also try to get themselves the reckoning with that orb, or even just a kill or two that's going to give lockdown to Egoist.
Yeah, and Enigma, 4 of them only has half shields, and it's going to be a whole different feel here as they want to try and stop this momentum and try and chain as many rounds as they can to bring this to overtime. Spray's come out here from Vera, but he does get punished from Frey. It's a very aggressive push from X10. And Vera wasn't able to take out that site. It's going to be a whole different story here. This is a very aggressive high tide. Temps does find Zan in the end of the day. They do punish him, and Frey, with only 13 HP left, has to play a little bit back if he wants to make sure that he's able to stay alive and play with his utils.
The unpredictability has been working so much favors towards X10's side. They take one down, they lose one, but they're still not going for the B push. Instead, they actually rotated onto A. If EG can actually read this from their past extrapolations, they could really come back and get the right read. But instead, we do have just Arton holding the back of side.
Temps moving on to the side, they have so much space. All those utils just clears up so many angles and corners for them. Does take some damage from the snake bite, doesn't really matter to him. And here comes the lockdown as well, just to clear out that side, give them a lot of space. But for X10, they're understanding that for Enigma, they love to play lurks. They're just holding down the line, does catch Wayne up off guard, gives them all the information they need. That little bot does give them a vulnerable, but here comes the trade on trade. Frey does get one more Egoist as well. Redco, the final man left alive. He's just holding down the line. Redco, still very healthy, takes a chunk of damage. That high tide gives him a lot of space to work with. All he has to do is just play time. Does not show himself. He does hear that drop. It gives him a lot of value. No idea where Redco is, and time is of the essence. He's not gonna get it in a clutch from Redco. 13 to 8, and X10 come into this hot.
And this is why Redco is the IGL. This is why X10 picked him up and put them in his roster. Wow. As you can see here, X10 just a little bit more happier, just talking to each other. It's the team that we're truly looking for in X10, and we are seeing them shine and rise like they are.
I think that it's really great to see how dynamic they are on this map. Understanding like what they can see from Enigma, what they brought in from last season to here. And I think that again and again, Enigma was just read like a book. How many times did Arton get picked off mid? Frey got picked off in the back of sight here. Yes, it was a really strong round from Enigma when they do get those chances. But in a lot of situations, I feel like in the most, I would say the most win condition, like optimal condition, where it's either like they have good guns or they have the man advantage, X10 plays it so very well. The information denial was just huge for them. And I think that them not being very predictable every round and just changing everything was just so hard for Enigma to read.
Yeah, and I was thinking the whole entire round to decipher why does X10 suddenly play so unpredictable. And I was thinking, maybe it's the addition of Red Coat. Maybe suddenly that craziness that you need, a little bit of that eureka moment.
Looseness, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like we did not see this last split. And I think again and again when I was casting X10, one of the interesting thing, as I said, was like X10 was like a well-oiled machine. A machine where all the cogs were moving at the same time. But it was very, very rigid. It almost felt one-dimensional. But now, because of how loose they are in playing, it felt like they're just like kind of like moving off of each other and understanding how to react off of information instead of having this sort of formation they have to really execute. That I would say that execution is their win condition, and this is just so great for them.
Yep, and on the board you can see 8-13, and I really think they needed all the unpredictability that they needed because previously against EG they seem to have struggled, bringing all the way to 5 games in the lower bracket finals itself. But now a little bit more convincing. Every single advantage that they can make for themselves, they're going to make it. And we see here MVPs. Of course, we have Zan on EG, really being the duelist, the man that has been so cracked in terms of his micro playing as well as making space for his teams. But we have to give it as well to Egoist as the MVP with 4 first kills, 291 combat score, as well as a 20-15 KD as a Sentinel.
I mean, like for Egoist, we're not surprised at this point.
I mean,
Since his debut on X10, whether he be playing Cypher or even Killjoy, he just does his job so beautifully. A very aggressive, I would say, Sentinel who's not afraid to play as loosely as he can. He always moves around the map, and it's really hard to really pinpoint where exactly he's holding.
Yep, and I think the fact that you almost said duelist shows how
he's a very aggressive. I think that we did see that in Arton, we did see that in Frey at the same time. But I would say that while Arton and Frey does try their best to get these lurks down, it's just as I said, it's just red. I mean, yeah, they did catch Egoist once or twice, maybe in kitchen, maybe in mid, but every time that happens, you see a change from Egoist in the next round.
Yep, and it's not just about holding down an area of the map. Sentinels, they tend to be the one that has to be the clutches of the round. And I think it's really interesting that you pointed out that he used his utility only after they have made the action, because if a lot of Killjoys, of course, they mentioned that if it's going to be one side and they hit the other, it's no value at all. And Egoist understand this to the T. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we close Icebox and we will now be going into a little bit of a break as we prepare for the next map that's going to be between X10 and EG.
What the am I doing here? It's not it. Then we're going. Where's the bucket? Where's the bucket? Where's the bucket, bruh? There's no bucket! Okay, man. Here we go. It's gonna take all my time. Let me just get the bag. Oh, where's the bag? Hey!
Your time is up. Stop. Sign your name.
Where's the bucket, bruh? There's no bucket. Okay, man.
Wagwan, I'm Rico and I'm from X10 Esports. A little bit of myself is that I play flex for my team, meaning I play all the flash initiators. We have good vibes in the team.
Most of our personalities are like clowns, and most of us just laugh almost every single round during scrims. So as you all know, I was the IGL in Louvre, and now I'm the IGL in X10. Our recent IGL got benched, and I was told that I became the IGL of X10 by Thames and Vera. I'm actually excited for this opportunity because I get to bring a whole new dynamic to the team, and I could combine my playstyle with theirs, which will make it a lot more interesting for you guys to see. So everyone knows X10 as the Masters winner, and us representing them will mean that there's a lot of pressure built on us. And that's one thing that I'm excited about, to actually show the world what we can do. So a little funny story about X10 is that I used to trash talk them in the previous segment. I said that they'll lose to us the 11th time, but I actually lost to them. And to prevent the 12th time from losing to them, I kind of joined them. You know what they say, if you can't beat them, join them? That's me. As an IGL myself, I don't have expectations for the team because I feel like having expectations would mean that you put a lot of stress on yourself. I just want my team to do their best and actually do what we practice in scrims. That's good enough for me. Kizuna, you guys think taking 2 players from Alvia will help you guys win something? Don't forget Bryce, that I know your every move. I know how you cook. Shinsei, I know how you entry. I'll be in your heads when you guys are playing against us. Good luck with that, man.
Hi, I'm Wayne and I play the controller role for X10 Esports. Fun fact about Redco is that I used to play for his team for one LAN tournament and I played the worst series of my life, dropping single digits on both maps. And after that, I got dropped from his team. So now, being given the second chance to play for X10 Esports alongside with Redco, I hope to not disappoint him again. Fun fact about Egoist is that I used to watch him play professionally during the early stages of the VALORANT Pro scene, and now being given the chance to play with him on X10 feels like a dream come true. I would like to be remembered for being the Marco of the MYSG region, a controller whom my team can rely on to win their gunfights.
Hi, my name is Javier. My IGN is Egoist and I play the Sentinel role for X10 Esports. I feel that Rain is a very good duelist player from the few times I've met him in ranked. And I think that him transitioning from the duelist role to the smoker role, he'll be as good as DRX Marco. I would describe the team as a bunch of noobs because they always leave me alone at the other side on defense. And on attack, they will also always leave me alone and they will only tell me to join them when they need me. And thus, I feel very lonely.
Hi, I'm Vera from X10 and I play the duelist role.
One fun fact about Thames is that he's the noisiest in the team and always says random stuff. However, he's also the one that enlightens us when in every scrim and tournaments we play, when the mood is down. In a critical moment, I shut off my brain and focus fully on aiming.
Hi, my name is Thames and I'm playing the initiator role for X10 Esports. When Vera turns on autopilots, either he dies or everybody else dies. I would say the most played team would be Kizuna because they have the Gordon Ramsay of Singapore, Bryce.
Earlier, we got to see the team that we have, X10, that won the first round. Just play around a little bit, and Rico said that he was so interested to see how his playstyle will be merged together with X10. I think we're getting a little bit of the answer closer each day. But before all of that, we are going into the second round. My name is Lemonade, and we have Tash Bunny with me.
I'm a little bit out of breath.
Yeah, she just ran to the toilet. These are not easy for us. We have to take our really short breaks. And for the players themselves, they have to work with the short breaks themselves.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting coming through here. I mean, we talked about how, you know, in the first series of the day, some players have to break fast in the middle of games as well. So honestly, props to you guys who are doing that. But regardless, we are going to be going to a second map. I'm going to get Lotus, and I'm very, very excited because I just realized that I've never casted a Lotus map yet.
No, never?
Nope, I did not get it this season.
Okay, because you don't really cast X10's games, right? So they are the ones that are picking a Lotus most of the times, and I've casted so many games.
It's always
them.
X10 and Bleed.
Yes, X10 and Bleed, yep.
So I haven't casted a Lotus map yet, but it is a map that I play a lot of.
Oh, Lotus is amazing. It's great.
It's a great map. It's honestly a great map. It's a very interesting map. I would say, like, even though it's 3 sides like Haven, it's a very different dynamic given the fact like it's very different from Haven where all the sides are so far apart. It's not about that getting that B side. I think B side control for Lotus is very important. because it gives you access to both sides A and C. And also, A site is a site where you have to quickly take up that space between root as well as main. Because if you are not quick enough, you will be pincered 100%, because from B, main all the way till A is not that far. But coming down here, let's look at the agent picks. And I think that for this map in particular, I think that honestly, our Harbor is really good, and Ego is back on his Cypher. I'm excited. That is his debut agent.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting to see because it seems as though they swapped a little bit of their rosters. If I'm not looking at this, their roles. And if I'm not looking at this wrongly, this is actually X10, which is what EG is hovering over right now. As on the other side, we do see X10 themselves hovering a little bit over a comp that EG usually runs themselves. So very interesting. Not sure if maybe that's maybe a swapped around, but if it is, that's going to be a situation for us to decide.
Yeah, I think that is really cool that we're seeing two very diverse lineups, because if you look at Lotus, I mean, from lock-in all the way to VCT Pacific, it doesn't seem like every team has the same idea on how exactly to run this map. We're not seeing that what we sort of said to every single team running the same, I would say, agent lineup over and over. This is a map that is new. A lot of teams have their own takes on it, and it's always very, very fun to watch. I mean, we saw the circle of death coming in a VC lock-in.
Oh, yeah.
You saw that, right? I was just like, what is this? High tide, bro. I mean, I'm really sad we don't see it here. But let's see if today is going to be happening in the second series of the day, X10 and EG. Will it be a 2-0 or will we be seeing Pearl is the question of the night. As we come through here, what we're going to be expecting from Enigma is going to be a double controller situation. But for X10, what they're going to be having here is Vera on not a Jet this time. Vera will be running a Raze, and it's going to be a double initiator. And we've seen Redco play that breach. It's illegal. It's almost cyberbullying at this point.
All right, just a little bit of disclaimer. I mixed up the area, so they're just playing stuff that they usually do. And I can't wait to see this because X10, they have gone through a little bit of with the roster changes, and they played really well with this comp before. And they managed to lose actually one series, but they came back another. So they seem to be perfecting it a little bit. And Vera here, always very aggressive to try to take control of Rubble, is what I've always been seeing coming from X10. I think EG knows this, trying to go for a different route instead.
I think that it's really cool that they are running that Sky. It's very smart, honestly, because it does get rid of the trips early. Egoist does open up onto Zen, and Styron trades back. Answering back is always a great thing, honestly. Now, without Zen, for EG, they have pretty much already have the site, but we do still see Wayne holding down the line. The question now is whether or not Enigma wants to trade back and go toward A. Because if you remember, A was denied by Vera. And immediately the grenade comes through there just to deny them and just buy more time, forces them back. I'm surprised there's no push up from B just yet.
Ooh, Wayne does get to put the paranoia to Lando. Instead, Arton is the one that's taking him down with the frenzy. We also have the heals coming in the sky. He gets another one. That's going to be Redco. You lose out the flashes. Now you have Thames and Vera. Still possible. Okay, I spoke too soon. Thames is gone, and now it's just Vera left.
Honestly, it was a very smart round, but walking forward, whether it is when it's Styron smoke was the biggest mistake there, because there is that vulnerable to come through. Smokes come out, Vera does get tapped onto the head. It's still 1v3. Can Vera make miracles happen? Look at the long rotate from the other side. Divine just gets a tap, and that will be the end of round number 1 to EG. And it's honestly a really smart round because they put 1 onto A, took control of the area, realizing that Vera was already fast forward, and they really rush onto C. And I think that the idea of having Divine on a team is smart, because with the Trailblazer, they get rid of Egoist traps.
That's essentially it. And if you take a look at how X10 played previously, Egoist has always been holding down C like a fortress. And I think they really tried to crack the code by having the Sky using that Trailblazer, especially since also with that being said... thank you, Tash. With that being said, now they have to go into the next round with, we have Bulldogs available and some Sheriffs on Phrase and Zan's hands. Definitely going to be trying to utilize that to convert into kills, and that's going to be Egoist, who tries to be a little bit more aggressive, but loses his life in the process.
I think the idea is to just take away as much HP as well as guns as they can, and that's exactly what they're trying to do here. Enigma this time playing a little bit more, I would say, defensive on attack. And I think this is a good round because they understand that for X10, whenever it's a thrifty round, what they do here is they play aggressive and try to punish as much as they can. X10, Styron already out of the way, and this is huge for them. They want to take as many guns out as they can so that when they go into their bonus, they're able to snowball. Regardless, the spike does go down here, and immediately it's going to be I think it's a B plant?
I think it was a B.
Cannot really see that on the map.
No, it's a C plant.
C plant,
C
sorry.
plant, yeah.
C plant. For some reason, it's not coming up on the map. Regardless, for Wayne, still trying to find as many bodies as they can. They can just go down to the spike, don't give it extra kill credits to the enemy, but they are going to still try and get as many exit frags as they can. Divine here pushing up forward, taking up so much space. Sprays out here, and Arton huge with that Bulldog. Gets one more. No, that's not going to be happening. Divine takes it. And it's a clean 2-0 as X10 will go to the bonus, and this is where things get a little bit more hard, but we've seen thrifties.
And I like the fact that EG plays so fast when they know that X10 cannot afford to buy, really trying to not show any hands of showing the cards off their hands. There you go. Showing the cards off their hands, as having that round is just going to be an extra bonus for them. And now Arton even has the Reckoning available. But X10 has the full rifles. Vera, I'm pretty sure, is going to try to make use of that, trying to get the satchels and get control of Rubble. And if that's going to be fast, it's going to be a Styron and Frey skirmish.
Immediately, they're going to put that poison orb up so that they're not able to push out just yet. And immediately, look at how aggressively both teams are using their utils to take space in front of Rubble. And this time, X10 a little bit more proactive. They put 2 in front of A main. Now, B can be a hit for them. And we remember a lot of the time, this time around, look at how they actually put that trip. It's a little bit higher this time, but Frey takes Redco out. Nice little macro angle to work with. And this time around, Egoists play a little bit more back. They're not allowing that space just yet. What they're trying to do here is to preserve their guns for as long as they can.
Yes, and we also have Wayne playing really closely to Egoists, noting that EG does tend to hit C. Sand with a little bit countermeasures, just trying to shoot any possible trap wires. Does not quite see the opening available though, so the opportunity might just be missed. They might be going for a B hit this time, and that's exactly it. We already have the wave, the wall from Harbor, blocking off possibility of a retake coming from X10. They have possession of B, but they have to make space for themselves though, because Vera is right on the other side.
Vera still holding. Just trying to push forward here. He knows that there's so many angles to worry about in this particular corner. Gonna just clear that out with the pain shells. Gives him so much space. Sprays out, but Zan finds Vera in the end. Nice little spray through that smoke. It's a little top up from his teammate. And that high tide will at least give them a little bit of cover. Frey finds Temps, and then they a nice little lurch come through. And I think for this time around, X10 gonna have to give this up. We're gonna save their guns to go into the next round, because we know that round 4, if they go down in the end, they will be punished. And I did not know that area was wall bangable, actually.
Everything is wall bangable.
It's gonna be I would say this is a very quiet round, honestly. It's just a matter of just getting those picks. And I think for EG, this is huge, because they're able to get value from the bonus by picking off the guns. And as for the other members of X10, they're just gonna go down.
Did Wayne get caught in the ratio? Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. So he didn't get to get the gun forward. It's just so unfortunate, honestly. It's a little bit, I mean, like in this situation here, it's really hard to really figure out how exactly Enigma is navigating the map, at least for X10. But from my eyes, what I'm trying to see here is that Trailblazer from Divine has been giving them a lot of value. It takes out the traps from Egoist. So immediately when the traps go down, all they have to do is just rush out together, and they take Egoist down. Egoist not able to play as aggressively as they want. It's going to be Zen with the opening, finds Temps, and immediately he gets another one through the concuss. This is a very aggressive Zen, and he is feeling himself. He is bringing the heat onto the site, dashes twice, takes up so much space.
Can you even say it's aggressive, Zed? This is his normal modus operandi. This is normal. If he was going all the way to the back, maybe that's aggressive. But currently we have Reiko on the other side of the high tides here. Together with Ego, is just waiting for the time to come, and here it is! But unfortunately, Zed's not going to be able to make him put him down. Instead, Arton is going to try to take Wayne, and he does 2v4. Make that 1v4.
They want to take more hits down if they can, but it's a little bit hard. Egoist is all alone over at drop. Wants to pop more hits here, but I don't think they know that he's actually there. It's going to be a 3-man push. He pops 1 hit, can't get 2, because look at how many utilities thrown at him. You can just hear the Ratatouille song as he throws all those ingredients into the pot.
Good soup.
Good soup.
Yeah.
Good soup. Coming through, I think that for this round in particular, X10, yep, that comes I would say, the timeout as X10. They didn't really get to figure out how exactly they want to play this. We saw a lot of adjustments on Icebox just now. We saw Egoist constantly moving around the map. The only player that didn't really move was Wayne when he was holding near yellow at over on B site. Now Wayne, we haven't really seen that same play on this. I would say on this Omen, because he's just not being able here. What's happening to Extend is that they're just getting picked off one by one. One getting picked off over on Rubble A main. One getting picked off at B. And during those retakes on C, they were already dwindled down in terms of number. And I think that for X10, playing together has been one of their biggest strengths. And in this map in particular, I guess because of how big this map is, they're not able to do the same thing that we saw on Icebox.
Yep, they are forced to separate a little bit, and Ego is basically home to C site itself. He has to set up his trips. He has to set up with his cam as well. And Wayne, instead of playing a little bit more aggressive like Yellow, for example, on the side of B in Icebox, he has to play back a little bit with his teammates, just try to get those refrag. But when they get run over, if they do end up holding outside, and when the whole entire team of EG runs over them, it's almost really hard to try to get a retake because you end up losing one member, two members, and you're starting on that man deficit.
Yeah, and this time around, X10 will be the one aggressively pushing forward. We've seen this play before over on A main. Vera usually gets that value here. They immediately break that door. You do hear that, just to give them a little bit more line of sight. So if someone were to come in through B, they can just immediately push forward. And that's be Redco already taking up that space. Smokes up, not allowing them to be seen, and you already hear the high tech come through, and Redco gives up that space. Sprays through here. You also see the Reckoning come out. Egoist this time with the opening onto Styron. Immediately, Wayne and Redco, one each. And Redco, even though he has to give up his fight, look at how many hits he's popped. Divine does answer back in dinner day, and you do hear the ciphers all popped out, and Arton and the other members of Enigma has to give up that space once again because everyone knows where they are and can readjust to them.
If you look at X10, they're already so aggressive, making their way onto their spawn site. Instead, I think they're gonna just hold it in case they're trying to go for a V-rotate. But maybe A is the name of the game here, but they have no clue where the site of members from X10 are.
Yeah, and look at this. This is what I was talking about in terms of pinstring. This map is just so good. It's made for pinstring. You can push up from B as defense. You can push up from C as defense and just catch them before they burst onto the site. And that's exactly what extended. And this time around, even though we saw Egoist putting those traps down on C, he was a little bit more passive. He pushed out, get a pick, immediately gives out that space. They're running out of time, 13 seconds to go. They are going to get the plant, no problem. But the rotations from X10, still very slow and steady. Pops out the util. It's already splayed out. He attempts to get one, and Arton still gets two in return. His sprays today have been phenomenal. They kind of like break down the site into half a piece, pushing out here. No idea where the other members is as Wayne catches him looking at the other side.
Almost so close, but X10 with the member advantage. Really putting it towards the advantage. They know that they have not planned in B site. They know it's been too long and they know spawn is clear. The only possible answer is A site, making the rotation, getting the right read there. Also, Ego is holding C like a fortress.
I'm just worried for X10 that those two ultis that they popped. Oh, sorry, it wasn't two ultis. It was one ulti for Enigma and one from Egoist. I'm just worried that Egoist ulti was the answer, or rather was their win condition. Let's see if they're able to change this around. Now, for Wayne's ultimate, I think it does allow him a lot of value to get information, to get around the map, but I wouldn't say like it's the most, I would say, most high impact ult around compared to the rest of his teammates. So let's see what he can do with this.
I think for X10, any win is a win in their books, especially since they were at a 0-4 scoreline. Vera, though, is the one being taken down, so that's a win for EG. Now skirmish out here and C, but Wayne is the victor. Manages to take out Zan. The opening duel is on the side of EG. Multiple utilities are being thrown out, but that's all they need. That's a victory that they need, taking down Zan.
That's exactly what I wanted to see from Wayne early. Using his skills as a very sharp shooter to just get a pick and just teleporting away. We have yet to see a very aggressive Omen this split and the last. I'm glad to see this having a comeback. We saw that at VCT APAC last year, especially from Global Esports. Regardless, Wayne still holding down the line, and we're seeing a reposition here. No longer is Egoist playing alone, but the reposition here is just holding down the line at least to have a trade potential, because Egoist so many times in a row has been taken out again and again. And this time around I said, okay, if we have a nice little crossfire, maybe that will be a different story altogether. And immediately they're going to burst onto the site.
First onto the side, but Wayne and Ego is out there to respond. Wayne's going to take Arthur down. Oh, and Ego is going to have one himself. We do have Frey making the refrag, but X10, they have members taking down members. Styron is the only one left now. Viper's Pit gonna be popped, trying to get the spike down. 2 members on the side, X10 Temps as well as Vico, both flashes. Very possible to throw it in, especially with the Trailblazer as well. Gonna get that information. Oh, Styron does get tagged.
Oh, that's a nice pincer.
Oh,
nice.
Right at side.
Yeah, nice little flash as well, just to give some information. Styron does not know there's someone right beside him. Immediately they know where he is. Little spray to come around, and that's exactly what we talk about in terms of X10 being very surgical for their retakes.
There you go. Now X10 gets a second point onto the scoreboard, 2-4. But I think it was a great attempt coming from EG, being really patient there, trying to see once again. Unfortunately, X10 really got the information down because they had a trap wire up in B entry as well as 2 members on side A. They know it's not either of those points, so it's the only possible answer is C. Even Ego has put his spy cam back up to just get that information out onto main, managed to spot out Frey and decides off of that, stalling so much on the side EG.
I really like that when you look at X10, yeah, they've lost like how many rounds in a row, but they are adjusting. They're really trying to decipher the patterns that they know. Again, the same thing again. They do still deny A entry. By taking up all of this space, it denies them entry onto B side, onto A at the same time. They know that Vera will be close, but it's really hard to see because if they were to push out toward Vera, they are going to be traded out because there is the poison orb there. Now for Enigma, I think that playing default, like we saw earlier, has been phenomenal for them. Just kind of burst on those side, get those picks, and you don't necessarily have to really commit onto a site. But for X10, this time around, they're deciding it's okay, we'll just react to how exactly they play. And that's exactly what we see because that's how they managed to have at least 2 or 3 people left alive as they do for the retakes.
Zen does have the Blade Storm as well. Might want to try to get outdraft and any picks, does not seem to get it. He shoots out his shorty a little bit.
Oh, Wayne's so aggressive.
Oh, but Vera and Temps though, they managed to get one themselves. Styron and Frey. It's gonna be the Viper as well as the Killjoy. So any possible watch of flanks is gonna be down. They want to push up aggressively, they can, but doesn't seem to be the choice they're making.
This is interesting. What I just realized what EG is trying to do is to separate the members of X10. That's exactly why they put so much pressure onto A main, but still hitting up B. We already see a nice little C curve with the high side. And Azan, he does get concussed, but immediately they said, okay, change of plans, let's go straight to C. And that's exactly why I talked about how B gives you so much access to the site. Sprays come out here, Ego is already good for 2. Nice little reposition for them, and they clean up the round. And look at how much advantage X10 has this time around once they understand how exactly EG works.
Oh, wow. I like the fact that you deciphered that EG is playing that way, but at the same time, without making any overzealous decisions or any possibilities of risk that they can take, it's almost really hard to break through because you have Egoist getting the information, then you even have the trap wire and B. It's constantly there. No one's even watching B side, beside the likes of Redco holding A itself together with Vera. But it doesn't matter because you get all this information. They know they can read, and they're just predicting really well where EG is going to go.
Again, look at how many utilities they throw out there on A main. And this is a very interesting use of utils because they don't want anyone pushing out here. So what they do is put a little bit more, I think the walls coming in was a little bit more far forward. This time around, look at how much higher the tripwire is because this time around they don't want the Trailblazer to come through. So Frey destroys that and then they throw out the Trailblazer.
Just a bit of a distraction, bringing the likes of Redco as well as Temps
nice
to
fake.
B.
Very nice fake, honestly. But Zan with the shorty this time around playing close. And anyone pushing out will be punished, but a rolling thunder comes through and misses Zan! And he sprays through! Wayne answers! But Zan already good for 3. Aggression is the answer here as Temps does find one more. 2-on-3. There is Vera and Temps to worry about. Still very, very winnable. They get the plants, but the Seekers will give all the information they need. A flash to come out onto the site as well. Throws out the pain shells. Buys time with the Nano Swarm. Showstopper to give them all the space in the world. He aced that damage. 13 HP left. He does have the Roomba. They get the reset of HP from Temps. Nice little pop there from Frey. Still one more. It's gonna be Temps. If they don't get isolated, it may be a whole different story. But Frey cleans out house. A good round from Enigma, and they take the momentum back in their hands.
Sandman staying alive. He's either the luckiest person or X10 is just the unluckiest to pulling down the Rolling Thunder, missing by the skin of his teeth. Managed to get 3 out of that. So much value. And now we have Enigma back on the board. Once again, it's a push and pull. I love how these teams are adapting to each other step by step also.
Honestly, it was just so unlucky because Zan was not tagged by that Rolling Thunder. He got so much value just rolling down in terms of numbers. Regardless, it's a very, very dangerous mistake that was done, and he was just abused and punished by Enigma. Again, just waiting out those utils. And this situation here, X10 is just being read out like a book. Aggressive sprays come through, Zan finding Wayne. And the Reckoning comes out at the same time. Gives them so much space. They're already very aware where these traps are gonna come out. Zan will be sprayed, still very much alive. The Seekers does not get the value, but Enigma just dwindling down one by one. A very fast round, a very quick use of utilities to take this into their hands.
Yep, no utility spared whatsoever. They have to go and use every single advantage that they can build from themselves. And now X10, they do have ultimates available. It is from the Shadows as well as the Neural Theft. The Neural Theft though could be the silver lining considering it was what broke them from their losses in the beginning itself.
X10 did take 3 in a row. It's honestly a tug of war at this point. It's like 3-3 and then taking it back. It's just trying to understand each other. And I think for these two teams, it's always been a matter of outplays, a matter of readjustments. And it's all about trying to understand the patterns all over again. But this time around, Wayne does get whittled down. He's still doing the same thing even though he was punished. He hasn't moved at all. The Pain Shell just to distract and just waiting for the utility to go down, and he's going to try and play aggressively. He knows that Vera is here. The trade potential is very high, and they're going to do a one-way smoke at the same time. No movement yet. Zan still holding down the line. At least the trade does come out. Zan reacting to them, taking down the Trailblazer. Does go down in the end, but not before he picks off 2.
Oh, that's gonna be the smokes on the side of X10. Retakes is a little bit more difficult after that pick off. They rotated all the way to A, especially knowing that Vera actually was playing the side of C. You know this is gonna be a little bit more easier to attack on, and Divine managed to take down his counterpart. The Neural Theft comes in though, gives information to Eagles as well as Redco. Redco's right there though.
He eats a lot of damage, and that vulnerable gives Sarah all the value in the world. Spike goes down. Ego is just trying to buy some time. Any information would be good for him, but it is a 1v4. Yes, we've seen miracles happen, but for this situation on A side, gonna be very hard. So many corners to clear.
Money is also an issue. If you're gonna go off again, especially since Wayne only has 200 creds.
Oh, they hear him.
Oh, he's saved. He's not gonna save. He's gonna go out and really just make some noise.
Trying to get some information. Does get picked off. The Nano Swarm does go off. Trying to bait as many utils as he can. Trying to look forward there. He does get 1. Goes 2. 3 in the pocket. And he's just gonna go down. Gives Frey the credits, but it's okay. They do take some guns at least.
Wow. I should be meant to ADS over there. It was like an instant shoot and then suddenly ADS into him.
I think it was more for the bullet reset at this point. I think because he wasn't sure how exactly. When you talk about bullet resets here, I think that it's more about like trying to understand the sprays of how it goes. I think it's honestly at that point a really good situation because sometimes you can't really tell how many people are going to be there. He has no clue, and I think that he suspects going to be more than 1 for sure. But in this situation for X10, I don't think they figured out at all how exactly to deal with this aggression. This time around, Zan is allowing that space and punishes Vera for taking it. They win this time around, and it's huge.
You should run.
We do have the lockdown.
That's on B side.
In commencement in B side.
Honestly, it's honestly really smart because it does block off some areas that push out from A as well as C. Frey clears out the area. Full speed ahead. Has all the value in the world in terms of lineups. His grenade just go down, but Redco was too busy looking for his utils. And just get punished there.
It is a small space to work though for the side of EG, but they know they have to really hold the site. Try to get in the right timing here.
Yeah.
Thames is already damaged though, and he gets taken down by the Nano. Arden is gonna finish off Wayne. Not just gonna be Ego, they know he's coming from C. They're just gonna watch all the possible entry points. But he basically got this round. It's 1v5.
It's always Egoist, the last man left standing. He can pop some hits, but it's gonna be really hard. It's flawless round for EG. At this point, X10 is not able to really figure it out. And I think that's a really good round for them because it's actually really interesting. If say that EG wins this map, that means they're winning on each other's map picks. And I think that for X10, they've run this map before. And I think that Enigma has a lot of information on how exactly X10 navigates through this map. And this situation, what can you do? I think that they've already used one timeout and they want to use the other timeout for the other half. It's going to be very hard for them. But EG at this point, because of how strong Zan is at taking up space, it's really hard for them to really maintain control. And again, this time around, Zan isn't going to push forward, but you do hear the op come through and they're like, okay, we're not going to challenge that.
Just gonna buy some ops for the sake of it, having the banks in their economy.
They have a double op.
Yes.
Oh wait, never mind. Arjun switched out. What on earth is happening? I have to say that Styron with his little man bun. You know, it's sort of like it's got a little plant on his head. Gives him all the information he needs, like a little Wi-Fi. Gives him extra added value. I call it the little man bun buff.
Man bun buff.
Mantau buff.
Mantau buff.
Yeah, let's call it Mantau.
Mantau buff.
Sorry.
Cash Bunny 2023.
I still haven't been able to eat since Buka Puasa, so forgive me for my food puns. And the op comes out. No one gonna be extra pushing. And Wayne just holding this corner. And it's a very nasty corner because if you are gonna be peeking in with an op, it's gonna be very hard. But the Reckoning will displace them. And Frey, very, very sharp, finds Vera as they try to pincer him. Can he go for one more? Look at how many cages are on the site itself. Wayne does punish Zan for going over aggressive here. Divine can see absolutely nothing. Hawk out he goes, does get some value from that flash, breaks that cove, and Archon using that high tide to push forward, does get traded out by Ritko.
Temps is gonna get one for himself as well. Gonna get the retake in, or the Egoist is going to find Styron in that corner. Not just one man left, and Frey, he has an operator, possibly giving this round over to X10, and there he goes by Temps. 4-8 as we move over to the opposite side.
4-8, not the worst score in the world, but honestly, there was a lot of questions on the beginning of that round. They had three or two operators, I cannot remember. They shot it out, they threw it away, and I'm wondering if, I think it's because their economy was just so good, they were able to just buy it, switch guns, throw it away for that value. And I think because of that, maybe it just kind of threw them off guard because you have to remember, because they took a lot of time on A main just now, it allowed X10 that reposition to take back that space and take back the site. Regardless, I think it's also a little bit of just a little bit of banter, honestly, at that point from the team. As we go into 4-8, EG is looking very, very good. I think they're feeling very confident. But let's see what X10 has cooking on the second half here, because again, this map is very heavily attacker-sided.
Attacker-sided, and you also have Egoist no longer holding down one fortune, and this guy is also really good at shooting. Possibly having him within your army that's going to try to take over the site is going to be much more better for themselves. They have a trap wire placed for their flanks in case anybody's going to try to go for it. A is going to be the site in question. Zan in the smokes.
Yeah, we saw Zan earlier playing in the smokes as well with the shorty. It's very nasty. Regardless, they took so much space onto this area. Egoist does get tagged. A swing forward. Frey was ready for the trade. They broke that door. It was very nasty, honestly, when you think about it. Nice crossfire to come through. It's been a trade on trade. Wayne does find Zan in the end of the day. Still, one-man deficit for X10, still very winnable, but it's so hard for them to take the space. They've just been playing with the door over and over. It's so hard to really differentiate where exactly they're going to go. With Vera clearing the backside with the pain shells, they also get the information from the bird itself. As they move on to the site here, Wayne, he still has some smokes to come through, and immediately Divine gets one more, Redco trades, Styron gets one more, a flash just to really take up that area, and Frey cleans up house.
Man, it's just the hesitation being displayed by X10 over there. I mean, yes, we had Zed together with the rest of his teammates just making a little bit of a distraction, skirmishing it off, taking it out 1-2. They did lose some members, but it was enough to buy some time for the rest of EG to rotate over to A. X10 already knew they had sight, but do they really have the space that they want to work with? They do not.
Because honestly, they came in through doors, so they didn't have full control of A long. And also, if you remember, they broke the door at B, which resulted in nice crossfire. They were able to play with the smoke at the same time. For For Egoist, I'm really hoping that we start to see a lurk from him, especially taking out space on B. Once they have full control of B, it gives them so much area to hold onto A and C. But let's see how exactly they want to play this in terms of execution.
Well, currently it is their safe round. And on the side of EG, they do have guns and specters. And also, I'm so quite surprised that EG is actually not going a little bit aggressive, because we did talk about them really trying to steamroll them when they have the buy, knowing that the enemies does not have the eco. But I like the respect. This goes to show that they cannot predict everything that X10 puts on the table. Possibly they could have bought. Who knows?
Because this is a map that X10 does thrive in. So there is that respect, at least on the second half. And the idea for them here is, as long as we can play the retake, stay alive, it's going to be a lot of value for us. But for Vera, clearing out all of the corners is going to be phenomenal. Look at how many utils are just thrown out. Cascade comes out just to buy them a lot of space. Flashes come out, but immediately Wayne taps it onto Divine. Goes down. How much space, as well as upgrades they have. And immediately Thames with the classic. He buys a lot of space. He takes it out of the way. Frey sprays out. Wayne goes, takes one more, and in the return, and look at Zan, he's trying to go for the defuse. Immediately the Cove comes out just to give him that space. Arton gonna play retakes here, but it's gonna be very hard as they push forward here. Nice push from Win, but the defuse does come out, and that's the value you get from having the Cove, from having that harbor.
Wow, really good use of utility being displayed by EG. We had the snake bite that just provided vulnerability to two members inside of X10, spraying him down, taking down two members so easily, and then suddenly it stalls out any aggression coming in for X10. Yes, they got the plan, but after that, can they really hold off the site? I mean, they did have the guns, the artilleries for EG side, so kudos to them. Now,
it was still a very
X10.
expensive round, right?
Yes, very expensive round. They managed to take down, I believe, all of them.
Yeah. And now, in a deficit round, Archon is the only one with an actual gun, and even then, it's just a Spectre. They can get value, they can play thrifties, but this is where they can just hold, play close if they want to. They do have Zan on that Sheriff, he can pop heads. But for the members of X10, this is where they have to play a little bit more safely. It's already 10th point already, and immediately the high tide comes out. They are just spraying through here, no tags just yet. Nice little crossfire to come through, using all of the guiding lights at the same time. Vera still holding. Immediately Zan gives up the space once he has the information that Vera is over at Rubble.
Oh, the information though, not enough to keep them at A side. They're already making some rotation. I think they're trying to catch them in their rotate, thinking that X10 might be taking a page off of EG's books. There you have Ray trying to play with the doors. Unfortunately, not able to connect his shots.
Yeah, so much space they've held as well. And look at 2 cages used, and they also hear a trip come through. Vera with the sprays does get some tags, but unfortunately not enough to keep them at bay. 3 people with different elevations, so huge. Zan does get 1. The blades come out here. They have to just spray at him together. There's still 1 more on the backside. It's Arton to give him a little bit of a backup. The updraft once again. Raiko finds Divine. And now Zan, he has no idea where to go or what to see. Immediately, the sprays come out. Arton does straight out. Arton for 2. Arton has just been phenomenal today. He's been getting multi-frags. Gets a little bit of an upgrade. He's so very low. Redco finds Fred and Day. They know exactly where Arton is. He's thus not enough for them to take more as they take the 5th point moving forward.
The unpredictability, that kind of loose cannon factor. Finally being able to give X10 a little bit of the advantage once again. Playing a little bit of the off angles as well, holding the fortress. It seems as though Egoist has made his home in C and came back into it in the next round.
He's in C during defense, and on attack is like, yeah, I really like it here, but this time play outside of C. 2 cages at the door just now. And I was just honestly shocked because it's just so much control of the area. They're like, it's fine. Don't worry about me. I can hold flank. I can hold door. All you have to worry about is the backside. And them taking the back of site in general, the link, has just given them a lot of value.
Guideline gonna open out any possible skirmishes out and see itself on the mound. Shooting the box, but good match, but the Guideline is going to find 1. Zan's gonna take Vera, but Rico manages to refrag for his teammate's life.
Nice trade, and immediately you see that answer, which is gonna be that util to come out, not allowing them to get that space once again. And this time around, you start to wonder where exactly X10 is going to go. While they are at a 5-point deficit, they can come back. They need to chain as many rounds as they can. Divine still holding on the line, going to get some info at least with that flash, and nobody's home.
Nobody's home indeed. I like the way that Frey is actually playing a little bit back off A side, just enough within the radius that his turret can work in case of any B pushes. I like the way that they're trying to fish out information as much as they can. Doesn't matter if they give up sight. They need that information of where they are and the timing in order to make any retake come true.
Wayne immediately just moving forward, a rolling thunder as well for the explosive play. 30 seconds to go, and that's exactly how X10 likes to play. Tam's already rushing on the side. He still has one more guiding light to come through, clears out the back of sight, and because of that flash, it gives him so much space. Look at that very deep smoke. It gives them so much space to work with. This elevation as well gives them space in terms of not allowing them to spray them from different areas. Wayne holding down the line. He will be the first one to receive them if they were to splash out. Holding down a very close little angle. And it's like a firing squad over there. Frey does answer for one more. Can he get one more is the question. No, it's not going to happen. And X10 showing us how that on attack, this is their playground.
That's the Magic Claim C. They managed to claim a little bit more control of the areas around C as well. And I don't even realize, but when Thames actually pinged the back of sight, it was actually trying to ask Wayne to play with him. So I'm trying to see a little bit more of the cohesion to play together as a duo, trying to play the refight, just get the contact off contact, and putting every fight into their advantage.
Honestly, X10 looking so much better on attack and understanding how exactly to play on this map really shows how heavily sighted it is on attack. Regardless, you can see how deep the smokes are this time around as Enigma not able to take any value, not able to take any space onto Rumble. At least just now we saw X10 taking out Rumble, but this time around they have to play a little bit more back. And I think for them, this is a round that's very oppressive because look at how many utils are thrown out at them, and they are also at a gun deficit.
They do have the lockdown, which can be used at their disposal, but it's only sheriffs, only classics. A few utilities, but right now they have full control of A site. The only one that's all the way inside though is actually Vera. The rest of them, they're taking so much control of the space outside of A.
Vera has not moved at all despite all the utils thrown out. Vera immediately eating up the damage. Zan from above. Just scaring the heck out of him at this point. VALORANT is not a horror game, they said. A tap comes through from Zan. He's going to be holding the line and holding the counter. Gets splashed out. Immediately, they swing out. Zan already for 3. Wayne answers. Divide with a pop of the hit. And Wayne finally goes down. A beautiful Thrifty. And they bring it back to 11 points. This must be shattering for X10.
You get one pick. You take their gun. You convert that to rifles of your own. EG knows how to play the Drifties. We saw a few Thrifty rounds earlier today, and I'm thinking right now Drifties might be the new thing.
I think Thrifties is definitely the name of the game for today. It's honestly very exciting to see a Thrifty. Like for Louvre, we saw 2, 3 Thrifties. And this one on the ground for EG as well. I think for EG, they need to stop the momentum from X10. Take this round away, and suddenly EG is just going to chain it over and over again. Yes, it's like 4 or 5 rounds in a row. Sorry, 2 rounds, 3 rounds in a row for X10. But in this situation, Enigma is not allowing any more than that.
Yep, Enigma even invested in the operators, the Zan's hands. Even so, I think Arton doesn't... Oh, no, they all have the full shields, except Styron. Yeah, Styron is the one that does not have the full shields, but it really goes to show how much they're trying to close this series as fast as they can. Any possible points given to X10 could be an even longer race that they have to run.
Yeah, they're already at a map deficit, and Zan, the timing with that Viper wall was just insanely good. Zan is just still holding line. He's not afraid at all. He's playing inside of the smoke. Immediately comes out, gets one more. Vera finds Styron, and Egoist trades back onto Arton. This is a trade on trade. Ego is already good for 2. It's just so phenomenal, honestly. And Zan is just so very low. He does have the blades. He can get value. We've seen Zan with 1 HP do so many miracle plays. It's going to be hard because you do see the ultimate from Thames to come out. Coming out here, Vera, he's trying to be very sneaky. Zan, you're looking downwards. Not sure if he hurts anyone at drop. Maybe he does suspect it. Looking out forward here. No, go back, Vera! Where are you looking? I think he knows, but he wasn't sure where exactly they're going. They don't want to get tagged out here. Surprise! Here comes Vera! One more person to go. They're trying to go for that. Pain shells come out. Eats a lot of damage. 29 HP left. And Vera looking exactly where he is. And finally, X10 take it back. You can take one, but you can't take more.
My heart is actually beating so fast just because we saw Frey turn at the time where Vera was trying to get Zan from behind. It was this close. I was
kind of hoping that he was going to jump out and knife. I mean, we saw that Tondo from Team Secret, the jump and knife. That would have been phenomenal. But I think in this situation, X10 doesn't want to risk it. They are at a risk of losing this map. They're just like, 3 points, 4 points deficit here. So...
And they really needed that point as well, because now that puts EG in an economical deficit. They have ultimates, which Zan's going to pop as per cute. But Styron not going to be able to land that sheriff shot onto the aggression coming from A main.
Sometimes you just really pre-fire, just hope that someone's going to walk into your crosshair. We've seen that happen too many times. But immediately this aggression comes through and Wayne does get punished. Frey not able to get that value from that gun. We always talk about the B push here, and you can see Egoist was ready for that anti-flash. They notice one person in that corner, Temps to spy him in the end. Neural Theft to come out.
Ooh.
And Egoist plays this very micro corner, but no one's going to be pushing out there. No one's going to challenge B main again.
Oh, look. And you can take a look. Arjun actually tried to fake that he's going to run into C side. But little does he know, the rest of X10, they are already on C itself. Neural Theft invested for EG's Drifty round, so I guess that's some value for them. And Styron and Arjun looking in the wrong places. I think they know the plan now is at C.
I think they hear his footsteps here for Styron. It's going to be very hard to do anything. There is also that trip wire. These aggressive trips are just so huge for Egoist. Gives them all the information they need where it's going to be. And I love these aggressive cams because it does give a lot of value, a lot of information, just stops a lot of flanks at the same time. And this is what I want to see from the Sentinels. But for Egoist, I think this time around, we're not going to see lurks. We're just going to see very deep trips, very deep cameras. And it does translate to a lot of value for him.
The amount of respect though, not even trying to go hunting, knowing they didn't buy, but Tab's gonna find Arjun and Flash as he is. Styron's gonna be the next one on his hit list. 4 members alive, and now we have 8 to 11.
The cheers come out from the X10 fans. They're so very excited to see this comeback from X10 and Enigma gonna be using their timeout. And I'm curious to talk about, like, in terms of X10, how exactly they're able to connect so many rounds in a row. And I'm just wondering, like, I'm really liking on attack here. Like, they lost 2 rounds in a row. Yes, they lose one for the defuse, for clutch play, but then they take it back. How are they able to maintain this momentum when they lose a round? And I think it all comes down to understanding the economy of Enigma gaming and being able to just, when you just destroy them economically and understand which round is their bonus, which round is not going to be their bonus, it allows them to really, I would say, kind of like dictate the momentum, the pacing of the round. And X10 has really been great at that on attack.
Yep, nonetheless as well, understanding the economy means knowing how much of a dent that you need to put into EG's face just to try to break their economy. Even if EG won the defuse round in round number 17, they managed to take down multiple members. So that means they have to repurchase the next round. And if you manage to take one, you can steamroll that. And essentially right now, it's actually muddy waters for the side of EG. It's 8 to 11, yes, close to match point, but now your economy is basically on thin ice.
And I also have to remember, I think around 11 and 12 are the hardest rounds in terms of mental. You are at that mental state where we're so close, we just gotta end it. But at the sometimes you just lose so many rounds in a row, that momentum, it just starts to eat at your mental. Regardless, this time around, look at that. Both guiding lights thrown out. Nice little initiate coming through here from Vera. Gives them a lot of space at the same time. We also see Rolling Thunder for Redco. Sprays come out. No pushes in just yet, but look at the other members of EG. That discipline, putting 3 on C, 1 on B, 1 on A. And I think that the idea of having Frey on that Killjoy is also very huge because it allows him to really move between C and B at the same time.
Oh, so much discipline. Already making such a fast rotate. 4 members on the side of C, but X10 haven't quite made up their mind quite yet. If it is a C though, I'm quite sure that on the side EG, they're able to try to hold this side down.
It's going to be 54 seconds. They're running out of time. It's going to be a C hit, but what they're trying to do is just get rid of as much information as possible. Guiding Light, you also see the Killjoy lockdown come through. Pain Shells has to clear out the back of sight here. You also see Rolling Thunder. Zen does get away with Thames, but the sprays from Vera does take him out of the way. We also see the lockdown come through here. It's going to be hard. They have to respect it. They leave the site, and Vera does get taken out here. 2, 3 members held out on the other side here as Enigma still pushing out forward. Finds one, finds a spike, will punish. Arjun for 3. Arjun not going to get 4. It's going to be Frey that will be sealing the deal here as they finally go on to match point.
Have we ever seen that on our screen?
I think they may have forgotten that the lockdown came out because they were really committing onto it. And I thought, okay, was the idea here to actually take out the lockdown, or are we going to, or are we just going to take it? And SSO, they got there and they're like, oh God, we forgot the lockdown came down. We gotta run, guys.
3 members, X10, they got stuck in the lockdown. But I understand the theory behind trying to fight as well, because we've seen so many times where players, they take risks to try to take that lockdown down, and it's been rewarded, not expecting anybody to push the lockdown. But unfortunately, X10 got caught over there, and now match point for EG, trying to really double down, pulling the Viper Spit onto C entry.
I mean, we've seen miracles happen. We've seen the orangutan female go 11-1 and come back. We've seen Fnatic on 11-3 and come back.
Oh, yeah.
So, can we see an 8-12 comeback is going to be the question here, or are we going to be seeing a map 3? And in this situation for X10, this is a very, very interesting situation, because we expect X10 to be steamrolling this map, in particular since they played it so much. This is the map pick, but nothing they're doing is really coming through, especially on defense, and now they have to really make it out on attack. And that Trailblazer does not spot anyone just yet, gives them a lot of space to work with, at least some control. But at the same time, for EG, they're really understanding, like, for this round, it's best for us to play safe. Best for us to play in terms of numbers. And immediately gonna clear out the corners there, coming through. Vera to come out here, paint shots to clear out the back of sight. They don't know there's one playing so very close. Zan good for 2 and trades out with Redco. Still one more. Wayne and Egoist for one more. And X10 really just taking the dominant stance of play, very aggressive, and is rewarding them with sight.
Starman's actually choosing to go through mid-side, breaks down the door, but Wayne is super close, 62 HP. He doesn't have much utilities beside the snake bite to utilize, so he's really trying to go for those 5 peaks. He doesn't see him though, but he manages to take him down. Wayne gets taken down by Styron, 2v2. The time is ticking. Styron and Divine need to try to work together. They are a little bit separated. Guiding Light trying to pop out, doesn't quite see anybody. Egoist and Rico playing so close. Snakebite is utilized.
They don't hear them.
Oh no, they don't have time.
Oh, look at all those utils used already. They get the tap, but time is running out. Clean play. No diffuse as we bring it to 9-12. And we go another round.
Another round. It is 9-12, so close. Now here, begs the question. Overtime?
I feel like it's going to be an overtime.
I feel it too. Yeah.
No, we're jinxing it. Stop it. Stop it. Oh man, but really gotta commend it to X10. This is insane mental, coming back from such a round deficit. Chaining so many rounds in a row. Enigma not able to take more than 1 round each before X10 has taken it back in their hands. And this is what we call a very, very momentum-heavy round for X10. And immediately, they push forward, they play aggressively. Look at how much utils are pushing forward. Temps punishes Zan for playing aggressively, and you can see a change in momentum come through. And Arton takes up so much damage. They do get a top-up from their Sky. But at this situation here, with all those utils out, they cannot take space at all on A main. But this begs the question, when you are hidden, you can't see anyone on A main, where exactly is the spike?
Slowly rotating over to C, apparently. And with that being said, though, Sand being taken down is going to open up so much for the side of X10. Now you lose your sharpshooter on the side of EG. We don't know that Frey, though, is actually the one holding off sight of C this time, as opposed to previously. And we have the full Killjoy set up. I like the fact that X10 is actually being so disciplined, checking every single corner. The Trailblazer, though, does not quite see the Nano Storm that's going to block them into getting the control of sight so quickly. They do manage to take sight, though. They have 3 members of EG hovering right next to them.
A Snakebite does not give them the value this time around, at least for that space. And this is what's being very important for Enigma, because this is the place where they always seem to get killed over and over again. 3 sent out here. Nice little elevation as well. Playing close. I don't think they spotted Vera just yet. It's going to be very hard. He eats up a lot of damage for Enigma. They push through the cage, but the sprays out from X10 was a little bit too hard. Egoists setups is just made for them. Gets them so much value.
Really utilizing every single utility and skill that they have, and they play so well with each other. They play basically like a line, in I would say, in a sense, where they can actually peek the enemy ever so slightly.
Micro angles.
Yes, micro angles. There you go. Thank you, Tash.
It's okay. We share information, girl.
We share information, just like how the members of X10 and EG does.
Too bad we don't share food.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm still with my food puns. Regardless, let's see if EG manages to take this. This is a nice one-way from Styron, honestly. It doesn't allow them to see through door, and it allows Styron to see their little leggies and just sprays through. Look at that cage. Does not give Enigma any value. It was honestly so smart. You saw the cage come out and you saw the cascade both at the same time. It's as though both teams were thinking, like, it's going to be a B push.
Yeah, and they're so aware about it as well. Not sure if they actually predicted that based on the economy, because they usually do push out when they are saving, try to make those risky plays happen. Or if they heard a sound cue, because we weren't on the point of view.
Yeah. I was talking to some other casters about chaining rounds. How is it that some players get stuck on each round, and this is exactly it. When you lose so many rounds in a row and immediately the snake bite does not give any value despite the one-way, and that's a very nasty angle to play. Frey does find Vera in the end of the day, but it's too late. They took up so much space already. They know exactly where he is. Thames and Egoist get one each. They do get the plant this time around, and it's all full sight held down in the hands of X10. It's really hard for Archon. What exactly can he do? He can steal some guns here, but when Ego is just so flexible, and when Ego is just able to take up so much space, everything is his playground.
I mean, there's a reason why X10 picked this map. Just double checking, EG actually used both their timeouts, right?
Yep, they're all done. They're all out.
They're all out, and I really think a timeout is what they need here. Oh, okay,
that's
X10.
good. That's good.
That's good.
That's honestly that's so good, because when you come to round number 11, you really gotta re-evaluate yourself. You really gotta remember what exactly is Enigma bringing here now that they have proper rifles, they have the loss bonus. What are we gonna do? What can we expect to see here? And I think for X10, understanding this and understanding their limits as they try to go for their overtime is going to be very important, because they need this round, they need to hit 12, they can't lose this.
I'm actually surprised that X10 called this round, considering they are 11-12, but that EG has been losing 3 rounds, it actually gives an advantage to EG as well to utilize this time to just recuperate. So
yeah,
I guess it's a bit of a, we use our own utilities, including the timeout itself.
In a way, I think that for X10, this is good, because you are trying to see like the possible patterns. I mean, in a game like Valorant, we all know that it's a game of conditioning. And I think that for X10, they're a team that if it's working, keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. That's why we're not seeing a lot of adjustments. But for this time, I'm wondering if they want to adjust anything, because this is the final round. They need to win this. Is it going to be a change? Are we going to just catch them off guard? It's also a question. But for Egoist, I think the same lineups over and over again, it works very well in their favor.
Definitely doing his role as a sentinel. Zan does have the operator, and if they're gonna hit C like right now, it's gonna be a bit detrimental for them. This guiding light does get popped, forces them to retreat a little bit, but they are getting skirmished down, tag a little bit in their own rights. The rest of EG, they're forced to play a little bit back, pushing slowly and surely pushing backwards for the side of X10.
Both teams using a lot of value and fire, and what, honestly, because Zan just denies that. Rolling Thunder comes through and Zan has to give up that space. Frey still holding down the line, and you can see that for Waterfall, they're not allowed inside. The utils for Redco is a little bit too oppressive. Regardless, they lost Vera, they have the site. They still have to worry about 5 members of EG to do it for the retakes. They're not even on the site yet. The cage comes through, and immediately they have all the space in the world, and here comes the Reckoning as well to really displace them. Enigma get 1 each, they get 2, and they win it, and we're going to map number 3.
That's what I'm talking about. Maybe the timeout did more harm than it thought did benefit. But now, map number 3, wow, we have a game on hands. No overtime for us as we try to predict, but
we
map
jinxed
3.
it.
Yeah, we jinxed it.
We jinxed it. But what a series coming in here where each team is winning their opponent's team's picks. We saw production just like, wow. Wow, they are just out of their minds, hands in the air, but let's look at the highlights here. And I have to say that on the first half, on attack, both teams really thrived. We saw the struggle to come through, and it's understandable because each team is not able to play with each other. X10 is a team that thrives off numbers, and when they're just that separated, they can't play together, they can't time their rotations, this is gonna be the problem.
Yep, and then EG really understood the assignment, understood how X10 played. Could really be a fault that X10 just displayed this map a little bit too much on broadcast. And with that being said, also Pearl is going to be the next map, which is a decider. X10 usually does well on Pearl, but with it being showcased time and time on broadcast, would this be more of a benefit towards Enigma?
I think that in situations as well, Enigma has also thrived on that map in particular. So it's going to be a matter of outplays. And I think it's always been that from all three maps, it's always been outplay on outplay on outplay. Both teams showing the same kind of tenacity, the same type of 300 IQ plays. And in last situation, it came down to the line. It was rarely ever a flawless round. It was rarely ever a clean round. But there were some very, I would say, round-crushing mistakes, especially from the side of X10, especially after that lockdown just now, which I thought was, to me in particular, it shouldn't have happened.
But very much, X10 could have took this round. They didn't lose so much when they were defending earlier, but that was props and kudos to EG, understanding how to separate them and just splitting them and playing off of each other. And of course, 13 to 11, 15 first kills from EG. Honestly, I think it's kudos to Zed.
Honestly, Zed has been playing out of his mind, especially on this map, in terms of taking up space. And honestly, it was, as I said before, it was very comparable to what we expect from like Zed in terms of like getting frags, staying alive, and getting killed. Zed takes up space, gets a few picks, and it's a very different sort of aggressive play here, where he uses his dash not only to take up space, but also to reposition himself to a safer area where he can get more frags. Regardless, MVP, Zan, and Egoist. At this point, Egoist honestly was also, I would say, the MVP on attack. On defense, it felt a little bit more weak, but on attack though, it's a very interesting situation where he was able to not only hold the area, but also really catch them off guard. But let's have a look at the main MVP here, and it's gonna be Zan.
Of course it is Zan. I mean, with the aces of 3, 2, 4, hitting the 300s, KD of 1.8. Honestly, I thought it would be more of a 2 point something because he seems to be getting more than he needs. It's not 1 for 1, it's always 1 for 2 or more than that.
I mean, in terms of getting frags, it'd be Zan, but if I could give an MVP, I would honestly just give it to Arton of Frey, because it felt like for them, they were really the hard hitters in terms of their rotation timing, in terms of holding down the line. It's just been phenomenal for them. Regardless, Enigma, I would say that every single player really played out of their minds. It wasn't really more of a mistake, but rather outplay on outplay. And I think that for both teams here, this is definitely the series to watch. If there was any series you want to watch for Split 2, this is it.
Yeah, definitely. And we're only in the week number 3, so much more in store for us. And speaking of which, we have one more game to close off this series, which is going to be Pearl right after this break.
Hi everyone, my name is Titus. My in-game name is Tyron. My role is the IGL and the main initiator, and I play for Enigma Gaming. I'm the IGL for Enigma Gaming because I'm very vocal and I'm good at solving problems, and also I'm good at coordinating the team together. One fun fact about our team is that we like to play unrated when we are done with practice, and we like to play each other's roles to know how it feels like be in each other's shoes, and most importantly, bond as a team. Enigma Gaming is an Indian organization founded in 2020. Enigma Gaming wanted to venture into other regions for a shot at ascension in the 2023 VCT circuit. And we were lucky enough to be picked up by them last year in December to compete under their banner. Our expectation for Split 2 is definitely to be the first to win all the other teams and make it to Ascension. In Split 1, we lost to LVR, X10 and Bleed. However, in Split 2, all three of the teams made roster changes, and I believe that we do not need any roster changes to beat them, and I'm not afraid of any other teams in Split 2.
My name is Ingram, my IGN is Frey, and I play for Team Enigma. I'm the sentinel of the team. Tyron sounds like an elephant before matches because his nose is always blocked and he has to clear it, and it's really funny to hear it. I've known Nathan since 2018 and we know each other very well, and I think it helps a lot in a team environment game such like this. Probably not from any other region, but I want to go against Bikini Bottom Prata House because they are our friends and I think it will be pretty good.
Hello, my name is Arthur. I'm the controller player from Enigma Gaming. He is actually a very funny person if you know him out of game. Like when we watch Twitch and stuff, he likes to crack really funny jokes. We like to play unrated together and try different agents and just have fun and throw around in general.
Hello, my name is Dan. I'm from Malaysia and I'm currently playing Duelist for Enigma Gaming. Fun fact about Divine is he's one of the sharpest players I know, but one of his few flaws is definitely how he keeps flashing me during matches, and that annoys me a lot. Being the best jet in the world.
Hello everyone, I'm Divine from Singapore and I'm representing Enigma Gaming. I'm the flex player for the team, so I'll be playing a variety of agents. I think Zen has an introverted personality in real life, but then once he's comfortable, he can be pretty humorous. However, in the game, Zen is a completely different person. He's just an absolute monster and he will just like destroy everyone. I believe Fancy United from Vietnam will make it into Ascension as they have a very unique playstyle and they are incredibly sharp. I think MITH from Thailand will also make it to Ascension as they are very consistent and they make very little mistakes.
Definitely the series of the day to catch is this one right now. X10 versus Enigma coming through here as we go to a map 3. Tash Bunny here alongside L Lemonade. Welcome back to the VCT MYSG here. Brought to you by our sponsors One Esports as well as Astro Arena. Now we saw earlier how each of these teams are winning each other's picks. And this is very interesting in this situation because it shows that the outplays on outplays are happening for both these teams.
Yep, so much so. Now we move over to the last map, which is going to be the decider. It's going to be Pearl, quite contested for both of these teams. I think we saw both of them actually bested opponents on this map itself. And I think the highlight, of course, we saw, I think it was X10 and Bleed. Back then, it didn't split one. It was really highly contested. We placed a lot of highlights onto the members themselves. But Enigma, they have their own strategies. And I think you're more familiar with that. So I'm going to let you take that.
I mean, it's going to be really interesting. When you look back here, I think that X10 hasn't really played Pearl just yet, I believe.
Currently, I don't believe so in Split.
Yeah, I don't think so, but it's okay. She'll do some chat checking. But for Enigma, they did. They won against Kizuna here. It's going to be 13-11. And they have played Pearl against Tio as well. And they have played against Louvre. So it's 3 rounds in a row they have played Pearl, which shows that they have a lot that they learned and a lot that they've played on this map. And it gets me really worried for X10 because the last time we saw X10, as you mentioned before, was on Split 1. And I think that in this situation, it's going to be very different. I mean, like, yes, when you see a team like Enigma played so much on this map, you have a lot that you can learn from them. You have a lot of information and strats, but at the same time, when you have actually played on that map, you know how to outplay. You learn more from your mistakes. But what do you think, Elle?
I mean, I feel that after the really, really long second map that it is, which was Lotus, I think both of these teams at least had a wake-up call on what each team can provide and bring into the contest themselves. I think for Enigma, I think this was a pick that actually benefited them because they actually won last week. I believe it was last week against LVR. Of course, that confidence bringing it over to this week is going to be very beneficial for them. But with that being said, I think the rocky situationship that both of these teams had, I'm sorry, I had to use that word.
Oh, yeah.
Within the second map, really sets the pace for this.
Yeah, I think that for Pearl, both teams are very adept at taking space and controlling. Both of these teams think very, very similarly. And it's honestly so scary when you think about it. It's all about outplays and outplays. It's all about understanding each other. And I think that in this situation, it's always been Zan that has been, like, I would say, the big playmaker for Enigma to really take as many rounds as they can. Now, as we go into round number 3, this is going to be interesting coming into Pearl, because we always talk about how, I mean, that's what we saw from Lock-In as well as VCT Pacific. It's all about control of main. It wasn't really for mid control in particular. It's all about main. And I'm wondering for X10 as with a I would say I'd say a big IGL like Redco, is that what he's gonna do here? Is he gonna follow what the big leagues are bringing to the table, or is gonna be very aggressive and very fast? Because we know that MYSG is all about playing fast. It's all about playing aggressive. Are we going to see that change? Because I think the only team that really utilizes those kind of lineups has been Bleed.
And I'm seeing here that we have Zan already on the Reyna, which is the actually winning agent picks that they've been having on Pro itself.
I just really want to say that last time I saw X10 playing this map, Egoist was on Cypher.
Yes. Fact check.
Yes. And now they've changed up the way they play. With Redco coming in with a Harbor this time, this is definitely a very different X10 than what we saw in the last split. They have a different way of playing.
Vera picked the Jet, by the way. He usually plays the Neon.
Oh,
Vera,
yeah.
So totally different.
It is very, very different, but personally, I really prefer a Jet over a Neon because it feels like for Neon, it's all about taking up space and then dying.
Yeah.
But I think the idea is getting that survivability in terms of your duelist, making sure that you can survive. I was sort of hoping for a double duelist comp. We have seen that played in VCT Pacific. We saw that played usually in Lock-In. We saw that played by Bleed at the same time, the Reyna Jet combo. It works so well. I'm surprised that no other team in MYSG has picked it up yet.
I mean, this is just something they're probably comfortable with. I think it's also with the addition of having Redco as well as Wayne into the picture for X10. Enigma, though, they are sticking to their guns, so very much nice to see. But one thing that you mentioned about, claiming main and all these like control around the maps itself is that when I think about Lotus, I actually thought it's a little bit more similar to Pearl as opposed to Haven. That's just my opinion. It's like just smack bang.
It really is. Yeah. That's exactly what we talked about earlier, right? Like how it's very different to Haven. It's more about how the sites are so close together, which is why it really values in terms of like the value of playing aggressive, the value of taking up that space and getting those picks gives you so much space to move around the map. Because when you have full control of B on Lotus, it gives you free control of site. And the same goes for Pearl, I believe, because that mid-link area gives you full access to either A or B. And it's really hard to really pinpoint where exactly you want to go.
Precisely.
Toxins going
Oh, already we're starting to see Vera dash his way into sight, but he gets shut down by Starman almost immediately, and Frey gets two. Actually, wallbang of Wayne as well.
Are you serious
the
right
third
now?
one holding down the hall like a boss.
This is so good, honestly. It's really showing that heat that Enigma had from the last match. It's just really translating onto this one. And it's a flawless round number 1 for Enigma. And this is a statement round for them, just showing that they can control the momentum. But let's see how X10 actually answers back. And I think for Pearl, it's such a map that really allows you to win thrifties, in my opinion. Because of how close everything is, you can get a lot of value from the Frenzy, from the Stinger even, in fact, if you want to. And I think that in a lot of situations, if you see any EU teams or even NA, sometimes round number 2, even though they lost at a deficit, they will force buy even at a loss and they win the round. But I don't think X10 will be doing that. They want to play as careful as possible. And I think that, it's typical Redco. I think that he likes to he prefers getting that slow and steady wins race compared to very W aggressive gaming.
Well, with that being said, those skirmishes is happening down on the A main, and that's gonna give Redco the ability to just claim that orb possession. Very important, especially if it's contested. And now, just trying to take that value, recuperating a little bit. But on the side of EG, they have so much space already. They have the artillery. They're just relaxing.
Yeah, and I think in this situation as well, Xten wants to take away guns. And look at this one way that Frey has done. It gives no access to at least double doors. And as soon as the smoke goes down, I have a feeling it's going to be a very different way to get onto the site. Regardless, Zan with the jump peeks come through. He was about to leer, but decides to change his mind. Instead, putting up this Viper wall. The flash comes out here, immediately sprays out. Zan gets already one for value. Sprays out again. Overheal gives him a lot of space. 3, 4, Frey at the same time with 3. It's just honestly Zan and Frey at this point.
The confidence that Zan have to not dismiss out of that sticky situation. The trust he has with Frey really demonstrated within that round. Of course, he knew that he had the better gun on Frey's hands. He had a ghost to start with. He didn't even buy himself. And he's so confident holding down the entry point of the main.
Look at that. I mean, like, understanding how exactly you play with your util is phenomenal. They understand that when you play close to a Viper wall, you see that, I would say, the decay come through. And it allows you to get one shot out of the way immediately. And that's exactly what they do. And I think that in this situation for X10, perhaps the best situation was to wait it out, and that immediately punishes them for playing that way. And they want to take away as many guns as possible. You can see the momentum still there in their hands as Zan repositions himself. It's only 2 other players to worry about here, and they're just saying, it's okay, we can just reposition. And in this situation for X10, what are you going to do?
So very hard. The spike's been dropped down in main as well, so EG has that information to work with. Possibly a art hole for themselves just because they know the A main is not being contested anymore. They know they're going to rotate, but it's taking so very slow. You have no idea if there's going to be any flankers or anything like that. They have to check every single corner. It's buying them extra time.
Wayne, all alone. They want to bring these guns next round. But look at how aggressive EG has been playing. They understand they were at a gun deficit and they had to play close. And what they do is they play aggressive, catch them off guard even before they push down A main. With those utils, have given them a lot of value. Left. They are on the side here. They do have the walls, but because the side is kind of like sliced halfway like a pizza, it's hard for them to really take up that space and clear out all of the corners.
I think that's the 3rd time you mentioned pizza today.
I'm sorry, I really love pizza and I'm really hungry.
Pepperoni?
I love pepperoni, bro. And even then, look at Wayne. He's just taking up their space. He wants to take away as many guns as possible, but Zan with 3 already. And I'm really liking how they're playing here. Just kind of slicing the corners into 3 different ways, and immediately they take up the site. They have no clue where the other member is. Now they do. They hear the gunshots. He gets 1, and that's all he's going to get.
This is the 3rd round as well, and that's a X10's buy. So now they basically got a free upgrade. 3 members alive. This is a win in their books. But for X10 though, it's looking a little bit grim, especially since this is also a map that they've been playing and winning over the top teams that didn't split 1.
In this situation for X10, losing that bonus, I think that we can already expect a round 5 timeout. Regardless, full stingers, and Wayne is the only one that's able to utilize full shields. But if you look at Egoist there, he has been getting frags, at least 1-3. He has been. I think he's also been collecting those orbs at the same time. You see how many util points points he has. But I would really like to see a more aggressive stance from X10 because again, whenever they play too aggressively, they are punished. Or maybe they should just wait in the backside and just kind of wait out those utils because they are getting punished again and again.
Incoming threat on the side of A main forces the likes of Styron as well as Arten back a little bit, just playing the back of side and dugout. They have utility up in the main of A main though, so if any entry comes in, they can stall for time. But the members of X10 are not going to bite the bait, trying to go for the mid possession here.
Yeah, I think for X10, this might be the way of the play. Just pick them off 1 by 1. And this is the value you can get. I mean, we talked about thrifties. We talked about how much value you can get from stingers in this map because you can play so close. But immediately, Trailblazer, Guiding Light out, not getting any value. You hear the sprays come out here, but Enigma has not shown themselves at all quite yet. You see those utils come through, Cove as well, and immediately Vera eats so much damage. Look at the lineup that he has actually put down. Regardless, they do get the plant. It's going to be up there onto default. Sprays out, breaks the leer. But the wall bang from Styron gets that value. It's just a crossfire upon crossfire. They can't do much here. Temcel alone. And the defuse comes out. And it's going to be a clean round once again from EG. And X10 has no clue how to break this defense.
I mean, given, yes, they were playing a little bit of a save, having the stingers, but the utility usage and placement, the highlight of that is the placement that EG utilizes on A side itself. They knew it's possible for A mains, knew it's possible for Art, but the fact that they did not see anybody else attacking and pressuring A main means there's only one other entrance point. And blocking it off, even utilizing the Cove, it's been so much that EG has been taking within the advantage and capitalizing off of X10.
I really like the fact that for Enigma, they've been using their utils early and it denies them that space. And I think in that situation, X10 is like, they already know we're here. Shall we just burst onto the site? But the thing is, whenever they try to do that, it does not get them that value. You see the Poison Orb just to really just put them out of the way, but Zan ADSing, just waiting for them to spray through. And again, if they actually try and challenge this, they will be sprayed out. You can see it happening right now. Vera this time around taking that W. Again, the sprays come out. Frey getting a lot of damage coming out there with the DK. He gets the 4. Can he get one more is the question. We would like to see that ace. They do hear the gunshots on the other side. Ego is still holding down the line, and here comes the ace, and Frey takes it away.
Playing so well with utility, playing off of his teammates. Doesn't matter if Zan gets taken down, he is going to make them pay for their sins. Styron didn't even move from his side. It's just a Frey show.
It is the Frey show. Honestly, look how exactly it's played here. Yes, Vera does get bursted in, but they weren't expecting Frey to be that close. And because they were trying to challenge that Viper's Pit, that exactly was the problem. And again, I've always really questioned for X10, why aren't you waiting for the utils to come down? Why exactly are you trying to challenge the Viper's Pit? Again and again, they get stopped. And I think for X10, this is where they really have to reevaluate. Are we really going to challenge all these utils, or are we just going to try and get those default kills, get them out one by one, and then take the site?
I'm not sure what's happening actually to X10. I mean, yes, they have a little bit of an agent switch up from before, but back then it was actually really convincing how quick and swift they managed to overtake a site and claim the site possession super fast and super easy within the start of the round. But now, currently, it seems as though they are a little bit more questionable in their every single move. Not sure if that's a reason from the agent switch-ups, possibly because they do not have the breach anymore as they did last time. Maybe it's really hard to set up. But I'm seeing a little bit of a different pace X10, and I'm not sure if it's actually going to work out for them.
Let's see if the readjustments for X10 will be different this time around. We have seen dramatic shifts in terms of gameplay and, and time and time again for X10, every time it's been a timeout. But I think for Enigma, it's been great because having Frey here has just been phenomenal. He has not moved at all. He plays either very back or very close, and it's been really catching them off guard. And this time around, look at how Frey has played himself. Now he's playing double doors instead of playing near his utils.
Oh, they have possession of mid, but the rest of X10 is crawling their way through B long, already making themselves on the site. But I don't think they anticipate any possible flanks if they were to come through.
And this time around, X10 finally gets the plant onto the site, and it's going to be a different situation here. We did see a readjustment. This time around, they're like, okay, let's just take our time, wait for the utils to go down. But it's going to be a change of play as 3 members from the backside is going to come through. We also see the lockdown come out at the same time just to give him that space. Wayne hasn't moved a single inch. He does challenge them with a few shots, and we are seeing Enigma just really respecting that space.
They know there is threat backwards. Here comes the wall. The high tide is going to block off, just spraying it down. Zan's going to find Thames. Wayne's going to take it down in return and make another one for Red Call. But Styron and Arten's going to make quick work of them. The rest of the teammates are actually pincering the last member. But Red Call is here to answer and respond to Arten.
What a clutch. They did change the way they play, but what a skirmish over on the backside. Not the backside, sorry, on main. It was a battle of long at this point. It's a very interesting situation. We saw a change up of how Enigma was playing. I was wondering, why exactly are they playing mid? And the idea was to pincer them on B long. But the situation was here, they weren't expecting that lockdown to come through. They weren't able to get onto the site. And we saw Wayne really try his best to use that, I would say, the cascade into his advantage.
Yeah, but it's just spraying for the side of EG. Too close for comfort, I would say, even though X10 got that point. They lost 4 members, and Arten is going to be the one being taken down by Wayne.
What a change up!
Fine! going to get 2, and Rico is going to take him down finally, but not without taking out 2 members.
Look at how sharp the members of Enigma are. We saw a very aggressive push-up from the side of X10, but Enigma always answers back, and Frey is just so clean. The multi-frags, I don't know what is going on, but the understanding of how exactly he plays with his utilities have been huge for Enigma. Frey, you are a Viper beast.
Oh my gosh. I think this is just exemplary behavior from the side of Enigma Gaming on how to play your Agent 101. But Frey, look at his KD. Has that been heard of? 16-1 on a Viper, 7 rounds in. That is twice and more frags per round.
Honestly, he's been getting so many multi-frags. He's already got an ace as well. And speaking of that, it's been working out so much in his favor. He hasn't changed at all the way he plays with his utils. Rushing on the side one more time. X10 has not changed at all the way he plays. And the only change right now is the Seekers coming out the side. Vera once again coming through the DK, pushing out forward. And this time out, he plays a little bit more safe on the side, but Zan still wins out in the end. That util from Frey is just giving them so much value. And this time Zan says, you know what? I feel like playing the judge, and he gets 1 more. Frey from the other end, he gets 2 already. Archon as well, and Divine cleans up the round, and it is flawless round. X10 has no chance of even taking the site.
Catastrophe reigning over X10 currently. The confidence is shaking. It looks as though they're not the X10 that we know, but the way EG's been playing has been so convincing. Zan,
it's very oppressive.
Yes. Oh my gosh, Zan with that shorty besting a judge and then picking up the judge and continuing to rain mayhem onto X10.
It's just that Frey is just really understanding on how exactly his utils work. He doesn't have all his utils out at the same time. It's as though when the Viper wall goes down, the Toxic Orb goes out. Just playing with those utils. Look at that, the Toxic Orb over there, and they just spray through and hopefully get a pick, and the Cascade comes down once again, giving them full value of B-Long. But that's the only thing they get, just B-Long.
So difficult, always trying for B-Long. Shorty up in hand. Zen does not get one though, but managed to tag Thames. We have the Reckoning in use for the side of X-Tam, and Frey is going to take 1 before he goes down himself. Divine is going to find Rico. 1-for-1 frags. Now Styron and Arton up against Vera. He does have the spike, but if he plants it, he is totally open out.
It'll be very hard, and there we go. Very predictable. Styron's already holding. And I have to say that even though that round, I mean, we've seen so many variations of the same thing and over again from X10. We saw them push out with the Seekers. We saw them push out where Vera is running straight into the Cloudburst. But you saw how exactly it's being navigated by Zan as well as Frey. It's as though they're playing around the Cloudburst, playing very close. And it's really hard for Vera to really see what's going on around him. And this is where I start to question, if you're doing the same thing over and over again, Albert Einstein says that that's insanity. And perhaps it's time to change it up here for X10, because clearly that B main control is just not working out for them.
Yeah, but I think that's exactly what they're trying to do right now. But they haven't seemed to be getting any successful A hits as much as their B hits within the previous rounds. I'm pretty sure they're much more comfortable and confident with B, but right now it's an impossible wall that just Frey and Zan can hold off by themselves. And they play side, they don't ever give you space, as we saw previously in the previous maps. This time they're much more confident and much more sharp and much more cracked than they were in previous rounds.
Just understanding and just not allowing to take the space, just giving them so much value. And I think again, they are going to be challenging this area. Yes, they put out so much utils. Arton already had put up his high tide. Personally, I would have just waited, and now the high tide is already back up online. This is where it's going to be very hard, because by the time the high tide is down, they rotate it, and you can see that Frey did not actually put up any value on top of that. This time around, Vera does open up. He's going to find Zan. He already read that like a book. It's still a very different entry this time around, but Divine does spray out in the end onto him.
Planted.
That means the rest of the teams, they have to play off of each other. Egoist does pick up an upgrade. Thames goes down with him, and Arton manages to take that. So now it's just 3v3. They know they have the artillery advantage as opposed to the saves that X10 invested in. Gonna use the Trailblazer for themselves. I think they do spot out Wade, who's hiding over here. Yeah, Styron gonna try to take him down even through the Viper's wall. It's gonna be 2v2.
It's going to be very hard to do this retake once again, but look at that spray to come out. teammate was just already on there. Styron 15 HP, but you know he has Divine to really have his back. And I think that this is a very, I think that for X10 in this hold, they weren't able to quickly prepare for that post plant. They didn't have the crossfires on the ready. And on top of that, the utils that Enigma has been using for retakes has been great. They know how exactly to navigate through. And while we did see Wayne really get to hold that area, but the problem is the Trailblazer caught him. So it didn't allow him for a reposition. And even that, it's going to be really hard to shoot with that concuss.
I mean, can they even prepare for a post plan, knowing that Vera tried to make more space, but then losing his life out? They are right next to you. It's so very difficult. And EG has been on top time and time after again. Once again, we are seeing X10 try the similar pattern that they've been doing in the previous rounds and getting punished. Wayne gets taken down for his aggression. Zan's gonna take him.
Honestly, great pick from Zan. Zan has not really even repositioned. He's gonna be playing again with Frey's utility, and it has been phenomenal. They clear out the corners with Egoist utils, but they don't realize that Zan is over there. That overheal, that dismiss gives them a lot of value. Also, the information that they need. Nice little pick there one more time from Zan, and he's feeling himself. His teammate's already out, and it's a firing squad for EG. And this is another flawless on defense for Enigma, and this is looking very rough for X10.
This is the last round before the switch, and Zan manages to pull a 4K. Could have been an ace, but I think that's a statement that they need. I don't know what's happening to X10. It really looks as though confidence is just being left out after round, and Zen, I just think the way he holds off B long has been phenomenal. It almost reminds me of how crazy a guy holds out Fracture within a B site, and playing that really long angles towards Arcade. It's all of this that really sets you apart from the rest of the members below you.
Yeah, this time around they're going to be playing aggressive. They have all the value they need, but no shield. Sorry, but only 2 ultimates up for the team. This can be a game changer rather for Enigma, but for the side of X10 though, they only have half shields. They have the lockdown to come through, and just worried for them that they're going to need this for their win potential. Regardless, they're just trying to make sure that they don't go into the site. They do get answered back with another lockdown at the same time, and both teams are going to be respecting of that. You can also see the Reckoning come out there, and Wayne does catch Divine off guard.
They do have side control, but Sam's getting heavily damaged with the Nano, manages the Guardian headshot onto Styron. The last 2 members might have been flanking a little bit too slowly, but there was the possibility of Wayne actually turning back off mid, so I understand the concern, but 2v4. Now the rest of the team, they've actually been taken down. 10 one score, but 1-on-1, the bullet just gets headshot after headshot. Now it's Zan against 3 members of X10. But he can take it now.
That's a very smart play, honestly. Just isolate the other player, play inside the cove, and you have no choice but to either push through or peek. Now 10-2 half. I would say that this is a very, very hard half for them to go through. This is where I feel like, how many rounds in a row did we see X10 do the same thing over and over again? Would it be that, does this mean that X10's potential, or rather their strength, is in on attack, but to have an 8-point differential is rough?
Yep, so rough. You can even see Rico actually sweating a little bit there. Usually you see him smiling, you know.
I don't know, man. I can't see. It's all pixels. Redco, upgrade your camera, please.
But 10-2, like really not a scoreline you want to swap sides on.
It is honestly surprising for me because I thought this map would be a lot closer. But we did talk about how much EG has been playing this map in the past few weeks. And in this time around, because they have to wait out the utilities, they already have the information they need. They know the cascade is there. They hear the what do you call that? The turret over there at the same time. They know what to expect on that particular round. And for X10, they're gonna play the passive game. We saw this work. This worked out so well for them on Icebox. I'm wondering if it can work for them on Pearl.
Very quiet, as you can actually see. Ego is playing mid side. Similar to how Styron plays on the side of Lotus himself, just holding down mid side.
No value from that Trailblazer, and the alarm bot does get popped. So at least they have some idea where exactly Enigma is going to be, but they have full control of Link and mid, and immediately just going to pop onto the side. That Cove gives them a lot of space to work with, as well as the high tide. Zan playing very close. He's a master at playing close, and he's been working out so much in his favor. And for now, they are going to be moving over to the other side. No movement yet, and I think it's going to be trying to play the retake, waiting for the util to come up before Extend pushes out. And this time around, look at the post-plant crossfires they have.
Oh, one-on-one, but Zan gets so much out of that. Master of playing close gets the third one without even blinking.
That was all just right clicks, honestly. It's just so nasty playing that close with the classic. Extend trying to find a way to get this tap. They're not even half tier, and Frey is just kind of like trying to tap forward there. Gets 1 and 2, nice little V-shaped cross. And it's so hard to really break this post-plant situation for Enigma as we go into 11-2. Extend still hasn't figured it out.
So very hard, and usually Extend, they do better on the defense. Just taking a look at this right now, it's not looking too good for them, especially since they have to give the buy round to Enigma. They have to force, they should not give up any hope right now, especially since it's 11-2.
Man, this is a very cryptic puzzle for X10 to figure out. The aggression for Enigma is very strong. Some rounds they are pushing out, some rounds they're not, but it all boils down to just those utility usage, honestly, in my opinion. You hear sprays come out from X10, they're trying to stop them from being able to take match point. You see the force buys come through at the same time. But in this situation, if they're not careful, if they lose this round, it will mean game for X10.
So much stakes for X10 right now. They have 2 members on site. Playing on the site itself, not having any reinforcements coming in from possibly A-Link of the back of site. So a bit risky, but at least enough to deter the likes of EG, possibly going to mid or possibly going to B, which right now it seems as though X10's not really getting the right read because Thames actually pulled back a little bit.
This time around, X10 not going to play aggressive. They're not going to take any unnecessary risks. And if we saw earlier for X10 on defense, they were a little bit more proactive in taking up that space. But because they had the gaping hole on mid, they had to give up that site. But Styra playing the post-plant plays, but it's a firing squad for X10. Vera for 3, gets 1 more with Redco. And they live to play another round, 11-3. Can we see a comeback is the question.
Such a uphill battle for the side of X10, but really the slightest bit of sound cues gave them indication there was threat. Decided to go in, provide that element of surprise with the stingers that they have on hands, finally getting that point from themselves. EG now forced to go on a bit of a save, getting sheriffs and stingers, but still, it's EG we're talking.
I mean, in terms of EG, I think they weren't expecting that force buy.
Yeah,
they weren't expecting the firing squad to play forward. So that was definitely a welcome sight to see. And now the advantage is in X10's hands once again. Let's see how it goes. They do have that space onto a main, but immediately Frey just got tagged back, and Enigma has to give up that space. This aggressive play from X10 is really good, understanding that they do have that gun advantage. They can play, if they play a little bit more of long ranges because they have the rifles, they can get value because all that's in their hands, or at least for EG's hands, is those stingers. They can get tagged from those sheriffs, but it's gonna be rough if they push up so very close and catch them off guard.
The fact that X10 is actually giving so much space up and mid is a bit concerning. They have to use the Trailblazer to actually turn left instead of going on to mid side, where the threat was actually at. Not aggressive. Rotating. Oh, but the Lear does not catch anybody. I don't think they actually check the back, which is going to be Vera's benefit. It's going to find Arton. Oh, but that's it.
Thames just playing very close once again. The Lear comes out. Thames, the firing range gets 2. Does get traded out by Zan. Again, an overheal to come through, as well as the Lear, just to give him so much space for that plant. It is Zan and Frey to make a miracle happen. We have seen a 1 versus 4 earlier today. Maybe we'll see another miracle play once again. And it's so very quiet. Vera trying to push forward here 1 by 1, but a top side there. Gonna be a nice 1-2 punch tag team situation for Wade at the same time. Sprays out. Is sprayed through. The HP is just so very low. They get a defuse. They bring another round again. And I think for round number 5, this is going to be very interesting as EG finally gets rifles once again.
Yep, finally getting rifles. 11-4. X10 finally getting a little bit of steam. That, of course, was EG's save. So definitely capitalizing off of that fact. But now it's going to be the question, the highlight, round number 16 actually. when they have rifles, they have the utilities as well as some ultimates, and Zan has the Emperors available, and the Reckoning is going to be crucial, especially when you're attacking.
Yeah, this is huge for Enigma. This can be the round for them. They're just lock and loaded. They have the Emperors. They have, they have the Reckoning as well. Gives them all the information they need on site. It does displace X10 at the same time, but we do have Vera with the blades. If Vera can get that aggressive play, can get those picks out early, it can be huge. Or perhaps they can go aggressive on the post plant. And Styron once again, still collecting as many orbs as possible. That has been his job, and it has been so phenomenal for him. The flash comes out, and I think Enigma, they're not gonna be playing a little bit too aggressive, because they understand that for X10, they love playing aggressive on rounds they are at a deficit.
Right there.
Gonna play a little bit patiently right now. Waiting for anybody to be a little bit over aggressive, coming through mid side. But most of the time, this is not the case. And there's so much space that EG has and can work around with. Alarm bot is set up an art, but the fact that it's set up there and no one else is watching, that means there's not going to be any possible reflex playing off of the alarm bot. Sound cue is going to be all the indicators that they need. That is threat up in A. Alarm bot's going to sound, but no one's there to take Zan down.
Yeah, they check out one util at the same time, and look at how they use the high tide. It's a very interesting cross. It gives a little bit of space, but for X10, they're just waiting out those utils. And here comes the Reckoning. It is going to be an A hit and does displace X10. The guys going to be throwing out the utils. They are going to be tanking out the Concuss. They move out of the way. Egoist does get tagged. They immediately break down that cove. They find Arton, they get flashed, move out of the way. And it's gonna be very hard for them to really do that retake. Divine does open it up, finds Red Cove. It's gonna be one more. Temp still holding down the line, has not moved at all. 10 seconds to go. And now Wayne still finds another one for his pocket. The plant does come through. They do stop it with the wall bang. And this is phenomenal. 3 seconds, they're out of time. And Egoist brings it back, finds another one in the pocket. And Wayne getting those picks has been huge.
Just when you thought it was a bit detrimental for them, Wayne finally getting those picks and really bringing in the benefit towards X10 side. Play with time, and you know that the attackers need to get that plan down. Just really holding off and playing off of each other's contact. Essentially showing that why they give the space is so they can keep themselves alive, play a little bit more closer, which is what they're more used to and more comfortable doing. And now currently Vera has his hands and possession on an operator, which could be very useful, especially if it was a B hit.
This is a nice chain of rounds for X10. Enigma has not moved from 11 points for so long. Regardless, Zan has not popped the Empress just yet. They are just still waiting for the right time. And look at how aggressive they are holding this. They want to take full control of Link. And that's exactly how they want to play with that lineup. Lear comes out as well. It does give away their space, their positioning. And look at the reposition by Redco. Slowly moving around. They want to catch anyone playing a little bit too deep. Not going to find that just yet because everyone's still playing at mid Link. They want to try and catch any stragglers in the middle of that rotation.
The aggression coming in from Egoist and Wayne, though, could be really good for them in case they go for an A push, which seems to be the question that they're going to be answering. That's the utility being popped off by Egoist. Their possession of A main, they could possibly be pincered by Styron. Styron does get taken down by Wayne. There's the reflex coming from Zan, but Egoist is watching his 6 manage to get 3K before the spike can even go down. Now it's just Arton against the wall with a stinger.
For some reason, X10 seems to really shine on defense. We saw that in the last 2 maps at the same time.
30 seconds
Perhaps we see chain on chain again. Perhaps maybe see an overtime. But look at that, nice flawless round. And this time around, it's very different by X10. Now this time around, it's more of like let them have mid, let them have side. We play from main and we play for retakes. I'm wondering if EG has noticed this pattern just yet. They do have one more timeout if they want to use it. They can if they want to. But honestly, at this point, Zan hasn't even touched his Empress. And I'm wondering, when exactly are we going to see that situation?
I'm not sure. Probably... Actually, does he even use his Empress in the defense?
He did.
He did, right?
He did.
So I guess push comes to shove, then we're going to see Zan in Empress mode.
I'm wondering... I think it's just a matter of he's not able to pop it so early. This is not a situation they want to use. Immediately, the Lear comes out at the same time. No one is actually playing aggressive this time around. And that high tide does buy them some time. And what Enigma wants to do is just wait it out. But the situation here is... that it's so hard for them to get onto site. You just hear that op, and I don't think they want to challenge that because we know that for Vera, he doesn't really miss, and pushing from long against an op is hard unless you're able to really challenge it with that Vandal, get that one tap. But again, it's really hard to predict how exactly Extend is playing because one moment they're playing aggressive, pushing out main, another moment they're just playing very quiet and just keeping out of sight entirely. So when on defense is when you really have to figure out how exactly you want to play this, and the lockdown comes down from EG and they take up all the space in the world, and Extend is all right with giving up that space.
Yeah, they're actually pretty smart by doing this. The lockdown comes in. Hopefully EG trying to get anybody to rotate up from A-Link itself through Art. They were watching it, but unfortunately does not get any biters onto the bait itself. Wayne gets taken down though by Styron, so that's going to be enough for them to open site for business, getting that plan down. Egoist has something to say about Zando.
Yeah, takes him out, punishes him for being a little bit too aggressive and taking up that space. Has not moved quite yet. The wall bangs come through just to clear out that area. Redco, this time around, his high tide comes around. It does not allow anyone to see from main. But little does he know, all the members are from Art. They get the blind, but they're going to try and defuse. Picks one up, but Arton does answer. Can he answer for two? It's not going to be happening as Egoist puts 3 in the pocket. There is still one more to worry about. No movement yet, that he's not going to show himself. He's trying to save this gun for the next round. 7-11. What a comeback by X10.
What a comeback indeed. I almost thought
5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, 5 rounds in a row coming back from that. And finally, we see a timeout being called. I think this should be EG's timeout, of course. It's EG's timeout.
There's too many rounds already given away. They need to figure out how exactly to deal with the defense of X10. We talked about how EG was struggling with X10's defense. It was the same for Lotus. It was the same for Icebox. I don't know what it is, but X10 seems to thrive on defense situation instead of attack.
I think the matter of fact is that EG has to make the first move. And with that being said, they can play together as a team, not separately. And with that being said, they just have to react to that. And I think they really understand that's what their role is in the defender side and playing towards the advantage of being on the defenders.
In this situation, Enigma this time around has 3 ultimates to work with. And I'm just really waiting for Frey and Divine. And I think this is great for them. Having Divine with the Seekers can give them a lot of value. It does keep them off the site. But the problem is X10 is just waiting outside, so far away from site. Perhaps they don't even need a Seekers to get site, but perhaps it's great for their post-plant situations. X10 as well can answer though. Look at what they have. Rolling Thunder. They have the Viper's Pit. They can just close off one area and not allow them to take mid at all if they want to. They have Egoist to answer at the same time. We always talked about Viper's Pit and how exactly the natural counter to that is Egoist util. So it might just be that.
And Vera also has the operator. Early on, I thought, like, why did EG not try to go for a B long instead? Because they've been doing so well when on the defender side. But it seems as though A is the name of the game for themselves. They realize that they're almost so close to just getting the site. Frey manages to take down Wayne. Ego is going to be playing and taking down Zen and Divine as well. Manages to damage Artist so badly. And Redco is there. And also one more kill for Egoist.
Egoist, insane hold on to the site. It started off so very well for Enigma, coming in through mid, getting that value. But the fact of the matter is they did not clear out the backside. They did not clear behind the hut. And that's the problem here. Because sometimes you have one person like flaring even from the other game. We can see that these sentinels, these controllers just holding the backside and just being able to swing out as you push onto the site. And I think that for Enigma, getting that space, clearing out those corners will give them a lot of value. But suddenly they're so timid in terms of taking up that space. And I want to see that happening one more time.
And finally, they do actually go for a B hit, but because they did not try this time and time after again, Vera got a little bit bored and decided to go into main. Unfortunately, the operator won't be of use here, but the Viper's screen is going to be deterring the attack a little bit, time by time, second after second. Already on site though, but right next to them is X10, and Wayne's going to take down Zen, not getting any trades off of that. Styron's going to find 2, Divine going to make that a 3, and Wayne's going to find Styron as well as Divine being taken down by Vera, taking down the back of Halls. The lockdown is coming through, and Arta is going to find Egoist and Vera. It does not matter.
That mental block that EG has been trying to break finally happened, and they hit match point Finally, let's talk a little bit about that, on how exactly this happened here. Yes, Zan goes down here, but you saw how aggressively they took that site. They took so much space and did not allow Extend to get onto the site. And perhaps that's exactly what they needed. Again, 3 ultimates in their favor compared to 1 from Extend. Perhaps this is exactly what they need for that win condition to take match point. They have Frey's Viper Spit, they have the Empress, hasn't been popped for so many rounds by Zan, and Arton once again with the Reckoning. This can be huge. And Enigma, once again, they've seen this work again. They're going to try again one more time. The flash comes out, it gives them so much space. You hear the roar of that op, but fortunately does not hit anyone. Temps goes down, and it's going to wait out this cascade. They're just waiting for the util to go down, do not want to be taken out of the way, and the Viper's Pit gives them so much space. Zan goes down to Vera, and Zan's just so unlucky.
Vera just shooting down the default plan spike. Now anticipating anybody coming through from Halls. Does hold out the shorty, but it's just green everywhere. Attackers just so blinded. The plan has to come in though. But here you have the snake bite. The default just shooting in and spraying and praying. Gonna get 3 for them. Sarah's gonna get a refact, but he's the last man standing with 24 HP and no spike in hand.
It's so rough. You have an op. You have to see so many different angles. It's gonna be very hard. He switches out instead of reloading. And it's gonna be hard for him to do any retakes here. They have crossfires. Pre-fire, unfortunately, does not get anyone. And for Styra, what are you gonna do? Gonna go for a save? Are you gonna go for that spike hit? It's not gonna be happening this time around. And Vera picks it up as we go another round. Extend slowly but surely making their way up.
Wow. I think just the immediate reaction coming there from X10, immediately rotating and playing the whole game, just shooting down the default plan spikes was the name of the game there. And for the side of EG, yes, they got sight, but X10 was right next door. The Viper's Pit was just covering any possibility, visibility for them to take down any picks, and it's really hard from that. 12-9 though, and now they have the lockdown, but not enough guns and artillery within use.
Honestly, 2 utils used and unfortunately does not get the round. It's going to be a very rough hit, at least for EG. And on top of that, they are on very, very broken buys. You can see a force, at least 1 for Frey. And just now, it wasn't like an insane spray from Wayne that really caught them out of the way. And if Frey didn't go down, it might have been a different story. You already hear the aggressive shots coming in from mid. And then the cutoff sound. And X10 is left once again wondering where exactly the other members of Enigma is. But the question now is, Enigma is at a question mark. Where exactly are X10? We hear shots from mid, but how many are on me?
Careful here.
So many questions left answered. We have the Trailblazer just trying to get some information. It is ping, but there's actually no one there on the side of club. But Frey and Vera, this fight, this battle never stops. Is the operator trying to get the mark on Frey, but Frey not exactly take him down. And once again, EG is going to look for a A-Link attempt.
Yep, they already got the site here. Immediate Lear to come through, and this time around they are going to go aggressive. They want to take him out of the way. Egoist does win that in the end. Zan will be trading it out.
30 seconds
nice
left.
little overheal. Gets him out of the way. He gets a little value in terms of a gun. That's huge. Finally, they get the plant this time around. They're going to be playing off-site this time. But you have to remember, the X10 utilities that they have been holding for so long. They leave Arton the only one on site, and the only thing he has in hand is just that Sheriff. We also hear the lockdown come through here. They have to respect this. Wayne clears out Arton. You also hear the pop of the utils just to buy more time. They have to respect it. They have to give that space away. But for X10, this has never been an issue.
I mean, that has never been an issue, but the time could possibly be. Nattlestorm is getting popped as well to just deter any diffusers. Time is ticking. No one is able to stick the defuse. Vico tries to go for it, and the teammates are there to shorty him, but the defuse time isn't enough.
They go down, they just spray out, and the knife to end the round. The fuse doesn't come through. What a clutch! 13-9. What a game!
I cannot believe it. I couldn't even hear anything that was happening because of all the sounds. The time though, it was ticking down, 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 and EG knew exactly what to do, how to play. It doesn't matter if Dan does not get those 2K, 4K, 3Ks that he's so crack about. They just need to play as a team.
They really do, and honestly, it was just so good this time. We talked about space. Pearl is just so important to get that, and for EG, it was so hard for them when X10 is the kind of team that even if we did take that space, we will punish you for it. We will pick you off one by one, and and that has been the problem. It wasn't until so many rounds in a row were they able to answer. And I think that if, say that XTEN didn't lose so many rounds in a row, if, say that they weren't at a deficit of maybe 10 rounds, it may have been a different story. But this round in particular by Frey is just so phenomenal because of how exactly the whole team plays around Frey's utilities.
Yeah, it was two members of EG basically winning them round after round when they were on defenders as XTEN attempts B time and time after again. Just look at that, the way they play off of each other and the fact that they do not die after the first kill, managed to get a second most of the time has been so valuable for the side of EG. And Frey, I believe his KD is, I don't know, 20 to 1 digit.
He was farming.
Yes, he was farming.
He was farming, and it's all because he knew how to play with his utils. We talked about his utils and how exactly his team plays. It's all about because XTEN really tried to force so many fights onto main. They tried to just explode onto the side here, but they weren't patient enough to wait for the utilities to go down. I'm just really curious to know what exactly was going through their mind on that attack round, but I guess it's more of like understanding that we are going to pop off on defense, and they truly did. But because there was such a big deficit for them in terms of points, it was really hard to climb back because it does not give them a lot of, I would say, wiggle room to make mistakes. And as they only had 2 chances to make mistakes, and unfortunately they hit the 2 chances.
It's just way too big of a gap. I mean, I have to give credit to XTEN though for coming back towards the end, and Thames did manage against 7-9, so I guess that's a consolation prize. But that begs the question though, is this the Asian lineup as well as playstyle that XTEN should be continuing on, especially coming into Pro?
I mean, when you look at so many teams, some teams do better on, attack. Some teams do better on defense. But the fact that XTEN wasn't able to hit 4, I think the idea for me is if you hit 4, it's enough for you to really come back, and gives you a lot of wiggle space coming into the second half. But the fact that they weren't even able to hit 4 here was the problem in our attack. And I think this is where XTEN really needs to re-examine what exactly was our problem on attack here and how exactly going to deal with it. And EG once again showing us that in this situation, we're still one of the strongest contenders here on Pearl. And I think the only one that can really rival them on this map is definitely going to be Bleed.
Oh yes, it's definitely going to be Bleed. And let's not forget that EG was actually the top of the scoreboard within the group stages of Split 1. So I really think they have a lot more of a confidence run in the group stages. And they have a lot more to answer as well within the playoffs because they did not make it into the grand finals last split. So a lot to be said and a lot left to be questioned and answered by Enigma Gaming. But of course, we have Frey here. I believe it was 22 to 12, and that's still a large gap.
Honestly, if the trend kept going as they did on defense, it may have been a whole different story. But you are right. You were saying in terms of how many kills they get per round. And look at that. It's going to be 2.5 per round. And honestly, that's almost a 3-pick every single round. On top of that, he also had an ace at the same time. But Frey, I think that from last year, I did see like his potential coming through as a sentinel, as a controller, because he's just so phenomenal of how exactly he plays with his utilities. And I'm so glad to see him getting picked up and really honing his abilities here onto this map in particular. It's just been such a phenomenal run for the series, rather, for the second one. It already felt like a grand finals, I'm not gonna lie.
That's true. That is very true. And I mean, credit where credit is due. The fact that his teammates really trust him to have his 6 and playing off of each other has been phenomenal for himself. Getting all those kills does not mean that assists did not fall into his hands. So
yeah, but let's have a look at the updated standings before we end the day here. And this has been a phenomenal week 3 for these teams. Now Enigma just tying up here with Bleed for second place 4-0. XTEN and Toda meeting each other alongside Kizuna with a 2-2. Bikini Bottom Prada House and Teo with 1-3, and Louvre currently at the bottom of the scoreboard with a 0-4. Now, if we look at trends here, I think that for Kizuna and Bikini Bottom Prada House, they've been coming very close. They've been having really, really close series. While they don't manage to close it, I think it's worth a watch to see what exactly these players can bring to the table. Now, Toda is a very interesting one because they thrive on certain maps and really shake on the rest. It's a very 50-50 for them. So I am really curious to see how exactly they're going to be moving forward as the week goes by.
I think right here we basically have the storyline for the rest of the weeks. Have Kizuna and Bikini Bottom Prada House. I think those two are at the most, volatile spot to really showcase their full potential, because I really believe that this is just the storyline for themselves. You saw earlier how Kizuna was very convincing winning against Louvre earlier, and I really think this is going to be their just start of their storyline.
Yeah, because we were talking about how, just coming into Kizuna, a team that's just so hopeful to just make it. And I think that for last season, it was a lot of heartbreak for them, especially as they got 3 of the powerhouses moving forward. But this time around, that's not going to be the case. So when you have, I think this is one of the downsides of a round robin, in my opinion, that mental state that you are when you took so many L's in a row for pro players. But now coming into the split, they look a little bit more structured. Having these 2 new players coming through gives them a lot of value. Regardless, this would be the end of the day for us. Our week number 3, day number 2. It's been a pleasure casting with you, El Lemonade. Honestly, I'm gonna steal her now to be my permanent duo. That's gonna be the end for that. It's gonna be girl power here forever and ever. I'll see you guys tomorrow on the desk. Once again, Tashman and El Lemonade. We'll see you guys later for more VCT MYSG. Sayonara.
Goodbye.
Shot down.
Looking for one more. He knows exactly where Jeet is with Jeet. He has to take it. Oh! Getting a little bit of feistiness. And with the shot. Reason.
The side decided to one more. Scary.
But San don't care. San wants more.
He's walking and moves that. Vera picking up 3.